Chapter 2484. What kind of status was Martial Beast's daughter? Even many masters from the Emperor realm had to be polite when they saw her. Yet Yang Kai dared to reach out and hug her. If this matter reached Martial Beast's ears, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the world, he would still be cut into pieces. Not to mention Martial Beast, even the princess would not let this matter rest after being molested by a man like this. That brat is dead meat. However, Xiao Chen was soon surprised to find that after being hugged by Yang Kai, the princess did not resist at all. Instead, she reached out and hugged Yang Kai's neck, pressing her tender body tightly against Yang Kai's body. Xiao Chen's eyes turned red as he felt both envy and jealousy. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Strangely, Xiao Chen grinned and showed a gentle smile. While quickly approaching Lan Xun, he stretched out his broad arms to embrace Lan Xun. But just as he approached Lan Xun, before he could make a move, Lan Xun suddenly turned around and threw a pair of pink fists at him. With a bang, even though Xiao Chen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was still hit in the nose by this punch. However, he did not dare to use any of his strength to resist it, so he saw stars and felt dizzy. "What are you doing?" Lan Xun looked at him coldly and asked with a displeased expression. Nothing. Xiao Chen stood in place awkwardly as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his nose. On the other side, after Yang Kai took Mo Xueqi to a safe distance from Lan Xun, he felt the amazing softness of the 2 lumps on his chest. He could not help but blush a little as he patted Mo Xueqi's back. He said, all right, let's talk first before others see us make a fool of ourselves." Hearing this, Mo Xueqi realized that something was wrong and quickly jumped down from Yang Kai, blushing slightly as she said, "Big brother Yang, it's really you." Yang Kai chuckled and looked her up and down. "I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've grown up a lot." Mo Xueqi wrinkled her nose. She said, "Rogue." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I said I've grown up, what are you thinking?" Mo Xueqi looked at Yang Kai seriously and nodded. Big brother Yang has also become a lot stronger. When she left Maplewood City, Yang Kai was in the First Order Dao Source Realm. Now they met again. Yang Kai was already in the 3rd Dao Source Realm. Was a cultivator without a sect of his own and backing? Was extremely amazing. Mo Xiao Yang Kai's of the Beast sect was of the Heaven of the Sect. Of Heaven of Spirit of Heaven was of a sect had a Martial Beast sect. Spirit Chi cultivator had? To cultivate martial? Yang sect Yan Yu. Lu Yan and Zhang Rua she also flew over. Mo Xueqi smiled. "When I first entered the Shattered Star Sea, I thought I would meet Big Brother Yang, but I couldn't find you even after 2 years. It wasn't until I met elder sister Lu Yan not long ago that I realized you were really here." Lu Yan knew Mo Xueqi. The 2 women had also met in Maplewood City, but Lu Yan was still an artifact spirit at that time. Although she was very different from her current self, her aura had not changed much. So when they met, Mo Xueqi quickly recognized her. Then they came to the Source Sea together. Yang Kai also knew what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at Lan Xun quietly and said, "Xueqi, why are you fighting with Princess Lan Xun?" Mo Xueqi glared at them unhappily and snorted, "It's an old grudge." Yang Kai's face darkened. "How old are you two? What old grudge can there be?" Although Mo Xueqi and Lan Xun both had powerful cultivations in the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, they were really young, in their early 20s at most. Only the descendants of the great emperors could achieve such cultivation at such an age. Why not? When she went to Spirit Beast Island with Master Ming Yu as a guest, she snatched a very beautiful dress from me. "That's it." Yang Kai's eyes widened. "That's my favorite dress. Auntie Feng sewed it for me personally. I cried for many days because of it." Mo Xueqi cried aggrievedly. Yang Kai looked helpless, thinking that he really couldn't understand this little girl's mind. While they were talking, Lan Xun and Xiao Chen slowly walked over. When they were not far away, Lan Xun looked at Mo Xueqi with a smile and asked, "Little sister Xueqi, do you want to continue?" Mo Xueqi glared at her and said, "If you want to fight, I'll keep you company." "Who's afraid of you?" Lan Xun's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. "It seems that little sister is not convinced." Mo Xueqi snorted. "You speak as if you won. You're really thick-skinned." Lan Xun said, "Isn't that so? Elder sister beat you by half a move." Mo Xueqi's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. "You're older than me. When I'm your age, I will definitely not lose to you. The smile on Lan Xun's face suddenly disappeared as the temperature in the void seemed to drop sharply, chilling them to the bone. Yang Kai and Xiao Chen shuddered at the same time, both realizing that the situation was not good. Although Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Xun were basically the same age, Lan Xun should be 2 or 3 years older. A 2 or 3 year difference was actually not that big of a deal, but the word old from Mo Xiaoqi undoubtedly touched Lan Xun's sensitive nerves. The two women, who had just stopped fighting, glared at each other as sparks seemed to fly in the void. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chen and kept winking at him. Xiao Chen sniffed, wiped the blood under his nostrils, and turned his gaze to the side. Waste! Kai Yang cursed in his heart, but could only brace himself and stand up. Smiling, he said, all right, we've already fought. You two don't need to be so calculative. You two are childhood playmates. This friendship is very precious. Come, let's all shake hands, we're still good friends. Who's good friends with her? The two women gritted their teeth bitterly. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Kai Yang said, even if you're not good friends, you shouldn't fight. Girls should be reserved. If you use your hands and feet, it's not proper. Mo Xiaoqi pursed her lips, an unhappy expression on her face. Lan Xun's eyes suddenly lit up as she gently opened her red lips and said, Brother Yang is right. Lan Xun was wrong. I shouldn't have been so calculative with little sister. Little sister Xiaoqi, don't be angry. Elder sister will apologize to you. Humph. Mo Xiaoqi directly turned her head to the side, looking like she was unwilling to talk to her. Lan Xun didn't care and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Brother Yang actually knows little sister Xiaoqi. This is really surprising. Little sister Xiaoqi lives in the Eastern Territory, and even I have only met her once when I was a child. How did Brother Yang know her? He didn't know why this girl was inquiring about this, but Yang Kai could feel a sharp glint in her eyes, so he could only laugh and say, it's just a coincidence, nothing special. Mo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, glared at Lan Xun warily and said, you old woman, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to my big brother Yang? Why are you asking so many questions? As soon as this remark came out, Zhang Ruoshi couldn't help but cry out, covering her red lips with her little hand. Lan Xun also blushed slightly and frowned, but Lu Yen didn't seem to care. Lan Xun said, little girl, how dare you say anything without thinking? Mo Xiaoqi made a face at her and said, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Why are you so nervous? Lan Xun was angry. She was just curious about how Yang Kai knew a person like Mo Xiaoqi, and the two of them seemed to be very close, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by Mo Xiaoqi, so she couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed, she gritted her teeth and said, yes, elder sister has taken a fancy to your big brother Yang and is going to take him back to master so he can have a good son-in-law as soon as possible. Little sister, do you have any objections? This time, it was Mo Xiaoqi's turn to be dumbfounded. She looked at Lan Xun in amazement, then at Yang Kai, and suddenly stomped her foot and said, you bad woman, why do you always steal from me? When we were children, you stole my clothes, and now you want to steal my big brother Yang. Saying so, she hugged Yang Kai's arm, ignoring the fact that her plump breasts were being squeezed by Yang Kai's arm, gritted her teeth, and said resolutely, if you dare steal from me, I'll fight you. Lan Xun suddenly laughed and giggled. That depends on which one your big brother Yang likes. Does he like an unreasonable little girl like you, or does he like a knowledgeable and understanding woman like elder sister? While speaking, she used some kind of secret technique and her whole body exuded an extremely eye-catching aura. Xiao Chen swallowed his saliva as he watched from the side, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He wished he could pluck his eyes out and stick them on Lan Xun's body. Mo Xiaoqi's face flushed with anxiety as she hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, as if she would not let go until the end of time, and said angrily, what's so great about you? What's so great about you? Auntie Feng is 1,000,000 times prettier than you. Senior 9 Phoenix? Lan Xun suddenly looked serious. Mo Xiaoqi raised her head and said proudly, yes, how can you compare to Auntie Feng? With a snort, she said to Yang Kai, big brother Yang, don't pay attention to this old woman. If you like beautiful women, come to Spirit Beast Island someday, and I will introduce you to Auntie Feng. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to respond at all. Lan Xun looked at Mo Xiaoqi in amazement. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard what she said. She knew that this girl lived on Spirit Beast Island all year round and was well protected by the master. She didn't even know about the matters between men and women. She cared so much about young Kai, but it was probably just an instinctive reaction to go against her. Why am I competing with her? Lan Sun suddenly felt bored and nodded. Compared to Senior 9 Phoenix, I am naturally not as good. Well, little sister Xueqi, you win this time. Xueqi was overjoyed when she heard this and said happily, "You are not bad, although you are a little worse than me." Lan Sun shook her head with a wry smile. Chapter 2485. Would you like to go deeper and take a look? The source strength inside is extremely rich and pure. If you can absorb and refine it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Yang Kai quickly suggested when he saw that the atmosphere had eased. Lan Sun nodded and said, "I was just about to take a look. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we go together?" Since she had said so, how could Yang Kai refuse? He could only nod and say, "It is an honor to be invited by the princess." Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yang, just call me Lan Sun the way you call little sister Xueqi. There is no need to mention the word princess again." Last time in the Four Seasons realm, she had some contact with Yang Kai. At that time she felt that this person was extremely extraordinary, and now it seemed that she was right. Although Yang Kai was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm and his cultivation was a little behind Xiao Chen and the others, Lan Sun had a feeling that Yang Kai's future achievements would definitely be much higher than Xiao Chen's. Unlike Xueqi, who was inexperienced, Lan Sun had an extremely accurate eye for people. Immediately, the group headed towards the depths of the Source Sea together. Not long after flying, they suddenly heard a burst of exclamations in front of them. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light slowly rose from the Source Sea, as dazzling as a bright moon. Incomparably clear fluctuations of source strength spread out all of a sudden. "The source strength of the stars!" Xiao Chen exclaimed. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up as he shouted in a low voice, "It's the complete source strength of the stars." After entering the Shattered Star Sea for so long, although he had absorbed and refined a lot of source strength, Yang Kai had not seen the complete source strength of the stars yet. The source strength he had absorbed and refined in the past few years was all in fragments. Although it was also beneficial to him, it was undoubtedly much worse than the complete source strength of the stars. When he first came to the Source Sea, Yang Kai heard that there was a complete source strength of the stars in this Source Sea. He did not expect to see it now. As soon as this complete star source appeared, even Lan Sun, the daughter of great emperors, breathed a little faster and her pretty face showed a fanatical look. It was obvious how attractive this thing was to a cultivator. However, before Yang Kai and the others could fight over anything, countless cultivators flew over from all directions and locked their gazes on the complete source of the stars. Chasing, competing, fighting. The scene suddenly became bloody. In just 5 breaths, more than 20 cultivators screamed as they fell from the sky into the Source Sea. 5 breaths later, the complete source of the stars suddenly disappeared. It was unknown who had snatched it away. The remaining people felt indignant and began to curse loudly. There really is a complete source of stars here. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene from beginning to end. The Origin Sea is a very special place. How did it form and how did it contain so much origin energy? No one could say for sure. However, there has been a rumor about the Origin Sea since ancient times. Only a few people know about it. Lan Sun said with a solemn expression. "What rumor?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. She was the daughter of great emperors Ming Yu, so there should be very few things in this world that she did not know. Yang Kai had always had doubts about the Origin Sea, so when he heard her mention it, he could not help but become interested. Xiao Chen also cast an inquiring look at Lan Sun, obviously not knowing about the rumor about the Origin Sea. Lan Sun did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to look at Xueqi and said, "It's a rumor. Little sister Xueqi should have heard about it from the Beast Warrior Master, right?" Xueqi's expression also became serious, which was rare for her. She nodded and said, "Before coming to the Shattered Star Sea, my father did tell me something. He said that the formation of the Origin Sea was directly related to the master who was besieged and fell here." What? Yang Kai and Xiao Chen were both shocked. Although Xueqi did not directly say who the fallen master was, her meaning was obvious. The heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors. Who else could it be but him? Lan Sun said, "Back then, The master was invincible in the star boundary, acting recklessly. He even broke through the world boundary barrier and went to the territory of low-level stars. Wherever he went, the territory of those stars was destroyed, and the star sources of those cultivation stars were devoured. The territory of more than a dozen large and small stars were destroyed in his hands alone, which shows how many star sources he had devoured. Later, during the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, he was killed here, but after his death, the star sources he had devoured strangely remained, forming this vast origin sea. Is that so? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai also turned pale when he heard this and asked in amazement. So, the origin sea is actually the place where the master fell? Lan Xun nodded. You could say that, but the location of the origin sea is uncertain, and it doesn't appear every time, so no one knows where the master fell. However, the formation of the origin sea should be directly related to him. No wonder there is so much star sources. No wonder even complete star sources exist. Yang Kai sighed a few times, suddenly understanding the doubts that had been plaguing him for the past few days. He had been wondering how such a strange existence like the origin sea could form in such a dilapidated shattered star sea. But after listening to Lan Xun's explanation, he understood what was going on. The heaven-devouring great emperor devoured countless star sources, but after his death, those star sources remained, and the origin sea appeared. In other words, everyone was enjoying the legacy of the heaven-devouring great emperors at this moment. Lan Xun smiled slightly and said, "It was precisely because of the tyrannical actions of the master that many world passages were sealed by the great divine technique by several masters. Masters in the star boundary can no longer go to low-level stars' territory at will. If not for this, the star sources would not be so rare today." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this and asked, "But why do I hear that there are still masters who can go to those low-level stars' territory?" When he was in the Hang Luo star field, Yang Kai encountered a master who went down from the star boundary. Fortunately, Yang Yan was there at that time, and before that master could do anything, Yang Yan subdued him. Lan Xun nodded and said, "Although the world passages are sealed, it is not impossible to go to the low-level star's territory. I heard from my father, the master, that every star's territory has its own guardian. These guardians guard the entire star's territory and prevent the star's territory from being disturbed by powerful external forces. These guardians can enter and leave the star's territory they guard at will. If others want to enter, they can only find those extremely dangerous passages. However, these passages are extremely rare in the entire star boundary, and most of them cannot withstand too much power and can collapse at any time. If those people want to go down, they can only cut off their cultivation." Star's territory's guardian. Yang Kai's dusty memory was opened with Lan Xun's words. He had heard Yang Yan mention this term before. Yang Kai once thought that when he cultivated, he would become a guardian of the Hang Luo star field. He quickly asked, "How can one become a guardian of a star's territory?" Lan Xun shook her head and said, "I don't know. My father, the master, never mentioned it to me." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, "Brother Yang, did you come from one of those stars' territory?" Yang Kai was so enthusiastic about this kind of thing, so it was inevitable that Lan Xun would think of something. Junior sister Lan is really smart. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not deny it. Is Brother Yang really a cultivator from one of those stars' territory? Lan Xun was slightly surprised, and even Xiao Chen could not help glancing at him. It was rumored that the cultivator who could come to the star boundary from a low-level star's territory all had heaven-defying aptitude and a bright future. They had always been the target of competition among the major forces. Although there were indeed many such people in the star boundary, compared to the native cultivator of the entire star boundary, the number of these people was still small. Lan Xun had only heard of them and had never seen them. No wonder Yang Kai's cultivation speed was so fast. It seems that the rumors are true, she thought to herself. While talking, the group had already reached the depths of the Source Sea. There were only a few people from the Emperor realm here, but now there were obviously many more people. Yang Kai took everyone to the island where he had landed before, only to find that the island was already full of people, and there was no place to stay. Yang Kai's face could not help but darken. At this moment, a clear ripple of origin energy suddenly appeared from a certain location. "Another complete source strength of the stars has appeared," Xiao Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone looked over and saw that not far away, a ray of light was slowly rising from the bottom of the sea, forming a strange scene of a bright moon on the sea. Before the source chi had fully appeared, Countless cultivators had already swarmed over. This was not the end. After the complete source strength appeared, another ray of light appeared in another place, followed by a third, a fourth. In an instant, the sea was densely packed with these dazzling bright moons. At a rough count, there were at least 100 of them, and more were appearing. So many! Xiao Chen's face was full of shock, but he was also extremely excited. Lan Xun, however, frowned and said with some unease, "There must be something wrong. Such a situation has never happened in the Source Sea." Yang Kai also had a bad feeling, but with so many complete source strengths in front of him, who would not be tempted? "Master!" Lu Yen called out in a low voice. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Let's grab them first." While speaking, he greeted Lan Xun and said, "Junior sister Lan, let's split up." Lan Xun nodded and said, "Brother Yang, be careful." "You too." Yang Kai nodded, then led Mo Xueqi, Lu Yen, and Zhang Ruoxi to rush forward. The situation in the Source Sea was extremely chaotic, and people were dying at any time. In front of them, 4 or 5 people were fighting over the source strength of the stars. These people seemed to belong to different forces and were fighting fiercely for a while. However, no one was interested in the source strength of the stars. Yang Kai moved and arrived in front of the source strength. Under the star refining art, he directly absorbed the source strength of the stars and threw it into the sealed world bead. Chapter 2486. Broken star sources were already very difficult to refine and absorb, let alone complete star sources, so Yang Kai could only snatch them now and deal with them later when he had time. After succeeding, Yang Kai immediately teleported and disappeared. It was only then that the people who were fighting realized that the star sources of the stars had disappeared. Looking around, they couldn't see any trace of the thief at all. They immediately flew into a rage and cursed one after another. At this moment, Lu Yen, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Xueqi had already rushed towards the other star sources of the stars. Mo Xueqi no longer hid her strength. When she fought with Lan Xun earlier, she only used the secret technique she had learned and didn't even use half of her strength. Now that she wanted to compete for the star sources of the stars, she summoned an army of monster beast with a wave of her hand. Silver-maned lion tiger beast, heaven-escaping bat beast, red fire qilin, blue eyes black scale flood dragon. All kinds of monster beasts surrounded her, their roars rising and falling one after another as they rushed forward aggressively, scaring the cultivators in front of them into dodging again and again. Lu Yan's white tiger heaven centipede was also released. Although it might be a little inferior to the real the Emperor realm, it wasn't something a Dao Source realm cultivator could compete with. The unique aura of the Emperor realm made countless cultivators tremble in fear. Although Zhang Ruoxi didn't have any powerful assistance, her aura was still extremely dense. What's more, she had used some kind of secret technique to suddenly exude an astonishing aura. This inexplicable aura gave off a strong sense of oppression that not only forced the nearby cultivators to retreat. Even Mo Xueqi's monster beasts were trembling. Mo Xueqi glanced at Zhang Ruoxi suspiciously, shocked. As the daughter of Martial Beast, Mo Xueqi was born with the ability to communicate with monster beast, so at this moment, she could clearly feel the panic and fear of her pet beasts. These pet beasts of hers all had extremely noble and pure bloodlines. Many of them had the bloodline of ancient holy spirits. Although their bloodlines were thin, they were still incomparable to the average monster beast. They were all personally handpicked by the martial beast. These pet beasts could even put up a fight against the Emperor realm. There would be no fear at all. However, after Zhang Ruoxi released her unique aura, these pet beasts trembled in fear, as if they were being suppressed by some innate force. Some of them even whimpered at Zhang Ruoxi. Mo Xueqi was completely shocked, because these whimpers were obviously trying to please her. Sometimes, when she threw a tantrum and deliberately ignored her pet beasts, they would make such noises to make her pity them, thus gaining her attention. This was a tried and tested method. But now, his pet beasts wouldn't cower even in the face of the Emperor realm. He was actually trying to curry favor with an inconspicuous little girl. What was going on? Mo Xueqi didn't pay much attention to Zhang Ruoxi before because the latter hadn't spoken much. She seemed to be an unknown person, but after such a commotion, Mo Xueqi suddenly realized that Zhang Ruoxi seemed to be hiding some secret, and this secret was obviously related to Monster Beast. Her heart was full of doubts, but it was not convenient for her to ask, so she could only hide these doubts in her heart. She would find out in the future. Although the 3 women had different means, They were unstoppable when they joined forces. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated one after another. In a short while, they snatched a cluster of stars' source. Xueqi didn't know what the three of them discussed, but she put the star source into her space ring with a smile. Yang Kai watched from the side for a while and felt that the three of them didn't need his attention, so he let go of his hands and feet to compete with others. At this moment, the source sea seemed to be boiling. Complete star sources were constantly rising from below, and countless cultivators were fighting for them. Yang Kai relied on his proficiency in the Tao of space to move erratically, and with the help of the star refining art, every time a new star source appeared, he could rush to the place immediately, snatch it, and run. Those cultivators who were preparing to compete for the star sources didn't understand what was going on, but the sources had already disappeared. As time passed, Yang Kai galloped alone in the source sea, obtaining more and more star sources. His harvest alone was more than anyone else's. In such a chaotic place, speed was the most important thing, and he, who was proficient in the Tao of space and could teleport, undoubtedly had an advantage that no one else had. Half a day later, the number of star sources appearing from below the source sea gradually decreased. Every time a source appeared, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. In such a situation, even Yang Kai couldn't perform well. After several attempts, he finally snatched a source from the crowd, leaving hundreds of cultivators to suspect and fight each other. After another half a day, the sea gradually calmed down. Everyone waited for a long time, but no more star sources appeared. It seemed that all the complete star sources had been snatched away. But the bloody battle was still going on. All the cultivators who had snatched the star sources had become the target of others. For a time, screams rose one after another in the source sea, and the blood of countless elite cultivators spilled here, dyeing the source sea below red. Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times and found Lu Yan and the others above the chaotic source sea. Perhaps because they were afraid of the terrifying strength displayed by Lu Yan and the others, the three of them were safe and sound, and no one paid them any attention. After seeing Yang Kai, Xueqi immediately greeted him with a smile and called out, Big Brother Yang, we got a lot of sources. As soon as these words came out, countless burning gazes were cast on them from all directions. Thousands of cultivators had gathered in the source sea now, but in comparison, only a small number of people had obtained star sources. Most of them had not even seen the complete star sources. So Xueqi's words had undoubtedly touched the sensitive nerves of these people. Xueqi obviously knew that she had said something wrong, so she couldn't help sticking out her tongue. Yang Kai glanced around and snorted coldly. He pushed his aura without reservation, and with a bang, the void seemed to tremble. The faces of the cultivator who was eyeing Xueqi changed. They weighed their own strength and looked at Yang Kai's lineup before reluctantly withdrawing their gazes. Only then did Xueqi whisper, Each of us got 2 or 3 star sources. She had an excited expression on her face, while Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yan's faces were also flushed. Obviously, they were very satisfied with their harvest. Not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Each of them had obtained 2 or 3 star sources. In other words, the 3 of them had snatched at least 7 or 8 star sources in total. Such a harvest was already very rich. If they could find time to refine them, it would be of great help to their future growth. But in comparison, Yang Kai's harvest was even greater. Although he did not count it in detail, he had snatched at least 30 star sources. A cultivation star would only give birth to 1 source. More than 30 star sources meant that there were 30 cultivation stars in total. And the number of star sources that appeared in the entire source sea in just one day was more than 300 to 400. In other words, the heaven-devouring great emperors had devoured at least 300 to 400 cultivation stars in the past to leave behind such a rich legacy after death. This kind of behavior, this kind of way of doing things, simply could not be described as heartless. We can't stay here for long. Since there are no more star sources, we'd better leave first. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown. Xueqi said, I'll follow Big Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to lead them away from this troublesome place, a strange movement suddenly came from the source sea below. The crimson seawater seemed to be attracted by something and began to slowly rotate. After a while, the entire source sea began to rotate. A subtle pulling force came, causing the faces of all the cultivators above the source sea to change. Looking over, a series of gasps could be heard. At the center of the Source Sea, a huge whirlpool gradually formed, and as the Source Sea rotated, the crimson seawater continued to pour into the whirlpool before disappearing without a trace. The vortex seemed to be able to devour the void, causing everyone who saw this scene to feel their scalps tingle and their bodies turn cold. The seawater poured in faster and more violently. In just a few breaths, the size of the Source Sea had shrunk by more than half. After a while, the entire Source Sea disappeared. The seawater that originally filled the void disappeared, leaving only a black hole-like existence in the center. Through the black hole, a skeleton could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. It was extremely pale, and it was obvious that this skeleton had been dead for many years. It would be fine if that was all, but there was a remnant of a space ring on one of the fingers of the skeleton. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Pairs of fiery eyes stared at the space ring like locusts. Asterisk gulp gulp. Asterisk swallowing sounds could be heard. What's with this skeleton? Who died here? It looks like this person has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. The Battle of Emperors happened tens of thousands of years ago. A total of 5 great emperors fell in that battle. This is the skeleton of the great emperors. That ring. It's the space ring of the great emperors. The cultivator continued to gather near the black hole. In a short while, there was a sea of people around, and bursts of discussion could be heard from all directions. Most of them were guessing which great emperors left this skeleton behind. Xueqi, however, felt a chill in his heart. He had heard from Lan Xun that the Source Sea was the place where the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor fell. Now that he saw a skeleton left behind tens of thousands of years ago, he could not help but speculate. Xueqi. Xueqi called out softly and cast an inquiring look at her. Xueqi's face turned slightly pale as she said nervously and excitedly, "I'm afraid this is really the skeleton of that master." Chapter 2487. Hearing Xueqi's words, Xueqi's eyes lit up. Although he knew that this was not a good place to stay for long, he was reluctant to move his legs. He had gained enough benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, but when he heard that this skeleton might be the corpse of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, he could not help but feel a little greedy. Even he was like this, let alone the other cultivator. The space ring worn on the skeleton's finger had attracted everyone's attention. "Get out of my way, trash!" A low roar suddenly rang out as a long spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the void and heading straight for the crowd. The invincible spear intent covered a large area, and all the cultivator who sensed this spear intent turned pale and retreated one after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the long spear moved back and forth leisurely, directly clearing an extremely spacious area on one side of the black hole. Most of the cultivator had already run away when they saw that the situation was not good, but there were still a few who reacted slower and were swept by the long spear, exploding into a cloud of blood mist before they could even scream. Xueqi's face darkened slightly as he looked over and saw a man standing there with a spear, looking majestic and insufferably awe-inspiring. This man was tall and heroic, with extremely clear fluctuations of emperor intent lingering around his body. "It's this guy!" Xueqi recognized this person at once. It was the young man with a spear he met in the depths of the Source Sea last time. "Liang Qiu, you bastard, what's wrong with you? CK your grandfather. How dare you kill my junior brother? I'll kill you." The cultivator who had been forced to retreat shouted. Looking at the young man in the martial arts suit, some of the people who recognized him already called out his name. There were also people who shouted that they would take revenge for their junior brother, but they were only shouting, they didn't dare to actually go forward. The other party's cultivation was in the Emperor realm, so wouldn't they be courting death if they went up against him? Liang Qiu snorted coldly, rested the long spear on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, "What? Not convinced? Whoever is not convinced, I'll beat them until they're convinced." He swept an imposing glance over them. All the cultivators who looked at him could not help but look away. Only then did Liang Qiu spit to the side and said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash. How dare you covet the treasures of the great emperors? You really don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to die so early, quickly scram." "Liang Qiu, don't be too arrogant. Even your 100 barbarian mountain can dominate the Western territory. You dare to be so arrogant in the Shattered Star Sea? Do you really think that everyone in this world is afraid of you?" A shout came from somewhere in the crowd. It was hard to tell who was sowing discord in the dark. However, this person was clearly afraid of Liang Qiu and the strength of the 100 barbarian mountain behind him, so he didn't dare to reprimand Liang Qiu directly, lest Liang Qiu settle the score with him in the future. Liang Qiu sneered softly, "In the Shattered Star Sea. With so many heroes gathered, my 100 barbarian mountain alone is naturally unable to become an enemy of the entire star territory. But..." He raised an eyebrow and snorted. "What if we include these friends?" As soon as his voice fell, 7 or 8 people stood out from all directions and came to Liang Qiu's side. Hiss! There was a burst of gasps, and everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back with a look of horror on their faces. Because the 7 or 8 people who stood out were all from the Emperor realm. Moreover, each of them had a strong aura. At first glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Glancing around, he found that he knew most of the 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm. Qi Gui, Hyoji, Wu Chang, and the fat man he had seen in the Source Sea before were naturally among them. Although Yang Kai didn't know the rest, they were undoubtedly the elite disciples of the major sects in the Star Boundary, who had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and advanced to the Emperor realm. These people gathered together, although not many in number, had a strong deterrent force because they were from the Emperor realm. You're bullying the weak," someone shouted angrily. "Yes, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. What right do you have to drive us away? We're not leaving. Kill us all if you dare. Don't be afraid of them, there are only a few of them. We have thousands of people. Martial artists of our generation should advance courageously and never back down." Shouts came one after another. Obviously, these cultivators were unwilling to retreat. Even if they were facing 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm, they still wanted to stay here and see if there was a chance to obtain the skeleton space ring. If they were really fated to obtain the space ring, it was very likely that they would be able to make a comeback and soar to the 9th heaven. Such an opportunity was rare and was definitely worth the risk. "Since you're not retreating, then die," Hyoji suddenly said faintly. He opened his hand and black chi suddenly filled the surface of his body. Accompanied by a burst of frightening wails, black chi shot out of his body like living creatures. As soon as the black chi left his body, it turned into ferocious-looking things that bared their fangs and claws at the surrounding cultivators. None of these cultivators were weak. Those who could enter the Shattered Star Sea were at least from the First Order Dao Source Realm, and after nearly 3 years of experience, each of them had made great progress. So when they saw Hyoji take action, they were naturally unwilling to just sit and wait for death and began to resist. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques shone brightly. But what was extremely strange was that all the attacks didn't have much effect on those evil spirits. Only a few people relied on their shocking cultivations and deep foundations to block the black chi, while the others had the black chi invade their bodies as soon as they came face to face with it. In the blink of an eye, they went crazy, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, and they shouted and screamed endlessly. A moment later, these shouting cultivators fell on their backs, bleeding from their 7 orifices and their auras cut off. As soon as Hyoji took action, he directly took the lives of hundreds of cultivators, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be just testing his skills and hadn't used much strength. Everyone was aghast. If it was someone else who took action, they would have dared to curse a few times and take advantage of the situation to encourage others to fight back. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Cursing him in front of his face was the same as cursing the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who would dare to do that? Let alone fight back. For a time, all the cultivators retreated in horror. Liang Qiu coldly snorted, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to leave and just had to suffer a little. What a bunch of wretches." Many cultivators were scolded with ugly expressions. Anger surged in their hearts, but they didn't dare to refute. Hyoji's action directly caused everyone to retreat dozens of meters, leaving only a few people around the black hole. Qi Gui, who had long fiery red hair and looked wild and unruly, chuckled and said, "There are still some blind fellows who stayed. Are they not going to cry until they see the coffin?" Liang Qiu snorted, "Since they dare to stay, they naturally think they have the ability. Since they have the ability, they can't blame others if they are killed by me." While speaking, his pair of hawk-like eyes looked around with a malicious look, as if he was looking for someone to kill as an example to others. After looking for a while, he was slightly stunned and said, "Damn, they are all really capable people. He gloomily found that the cultivators who stayed here were basically from the Emperor Realm or were protected by the Emperor Realm. Although he was strong, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the Emperor Realm. After all, his realm was not stable yet, and if he suffered a little injury, his realm might slip. Young Kai also took the opportunity to take a glance. Soon, his eyes lit up and he looked in one direction. Because he saw Xiaoshang of Azure Sun Temple over there. More than a month ago, when he came to the Source Sea, he met Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao. From them, Yang Kai learned that Xiaoshang was advancing to the Emperor Realm, but he didn't know where. Now, he saw him, and Xiaoshang's aura was so strong that it was obvious that he had broken through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao stood next to Xiaoshang. When there were many people before, Yang Kai didn't notice them, but now that most people had retreated, Xiaoshang and the others were extremely conspicuous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Xiaoshang and the other two also looked over. When their eyes met, Xiaoshang grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai Yi also nodded slightly at Yang Kai. But in this situation, it was not appropriate for them to greet him. In the Southern Territory, in addition to the three from Azure Sun Temple, Xiao Chen and Princess Lan Sun were among the cultivators left behind. Xiao Chen was now also in the Emperor Realm, and Princess Lan Sun's identity was extraordinary. So the two of them were not afraid of Hyoji and his group. Yang Kai, however, did not see Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple or Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Both of them were elites among elites in the Southern Territory. Their performance in the Four Seasons realm was extraordinary, so Yang Kai did not know why they did not come to the Source Sea. However, with their aptitude, even if they did not come to the Source Sea, their future achievements would not be too low. This was especially true for Luo Yuan. Octagonal Door was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, and was even inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. However, Luo Yuan, who came from this small sect, had heaven-defying aptitude. He was able to fight evenly with Wu Chong in the Four Seasons realm. Now that Wu Chong was an Emperor Realm Master, Luo Yuan was not far behind. There were not many people left behind, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were only a dozen or so people in total. Except for those from the Southern Territory, Yang Kai did not know the others. He also did not see Ziyu from Iceheart Valley in the Northern Territory or Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Big Brother Yang. Big Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Mo Shaoqi suddenly poked Yang Kai and whispered, "Look, it's that old swindler." What? Yang Kai was stunned and looked in the direction of her finger. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he stared at the person in front of him with a look of disbelief. This? Am I seeing things? While speaking, he rubbed his eyes hard. Big Brother Yang, don't tell me you don't remember this old swindler? Mo Shaoqi could not help asking in a low voice when she saw his strange reaction. I remember, of course I remember. Yang Kai nodded quickly, slightly absent-minded. But why is he here? Chapter 2488. There was only one person who would be called an old swindler by Mo Shaoqi. It was an old man who had cheated her of source crystals in Maplewood City. This old man had been in the black market of Maplewood City all year round and had mastered the art of swindling. When the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old swindler had also entered and sold his so-called Ancestral 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill to many cultivator. As an Emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai had never heard of the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill. Later, Yang Kai had also dealt with this old swindler several times. The most recent time was when Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic Qi. This old swindler had come from the nearby forest city to ask for help. This old man gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There was something strange about him everywhere. Kai Yang had always felt that this old man was hiding some kind of secret, but this old man came and went without a trace, like a dragon showing its head but not its tail. Even if Kai Yang wanted to investigate, it was impossible. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually forgot about this old man. He never thought that he would see him again in this Source Sea. But this time, the old swindler's image was very different from before. In the past, this old swindler's clothes were ragged, his hair was dry and yellow, and his mouth was full of disgusting yellow teeth. But now, this old fellow's clothes were bright, and his hair was combed well. He wore a black robe, and coupled with his benevolent appearance and gentle gaze, he actually gave off an otherworldly aura. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a person could change so much. He also didn't know where this old swindler had made his fortune in the past few years. His face was glowing with health and vigor. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that this old swindler had already reached the third order Dao source realm, which was comparable to him. Yang Kai couldn't believe this discovery. When he was in Maplewood City, this old man was just an origin king. How could he have such a powerful cultivation in just a few years? How could his talent be so heaven-defying? If that was really the case, why did it suddenly erupt when he was old? If his aptitude was really so great, he should have revealed it when he was young. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the old man was strange. As he thought about it, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he realized a problem that he had overlooked. When Yang Kai was looking around earlier, he didn't know why he hadn't found Yang Kai's figure until Xueqi reminded him. Or rather, he saw it. However, he didn't realize that it was someone he knew. Yang Kai found it inconceivable that such a situation would happen to him. Just when Yang Kai was wondering who this old swindler was, a loud shout suddenly came from the other side. "It's you again, you brat!" Yang Kai turned his head and saw Liang Qiu from the 100 Barbarian Mountain in the Western Territory glaring at him. He laughed coldly and said, "Where's your big cousin? He didn't come with you?" "Big cousin has something to do, so he left first," Yang Kai said casually. "Why are you looking for him?" Liang Qiu snorted. "Father has nothing to do with him. But you have something to do with him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What could possibly happen to me?" Liang Qiu said, "Boy, don't think that you can disregard all the masters in the world just because you have some ability." This young master was in a hurry to refine and absorb the source energy, so he didn't want to lower himself to your level. Now that you dare to appear here, don't blame this young master for being impolite. While speaking, he shook his spear and pointed it directly at Yang Kai. Spear intent suddenly spread out. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, knowing that this guy couldn't find the right person to attack. He could only find a pushover like him to make an example out of him. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and just looked at Liang Qiu indifferently. "Why are you pointing your spear at me? Are you going to attack me?" Liang Qiu said angrily, "Boy, you already know the answer. This young master sees that you have good aptitude and cultivation is not easy, so I'll give you a chance. Now, take your female companions and get out of here. Otherwise, you will lose face later, and don't even think about raising your head in front of these beauties for the rest of your life." While he was shouting, he was also cursing in his heart. Because at this moment, Kai Yang was surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and even a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It really made him envious, jealous, and hateful. You want to bully the weak with numbers? Humph. This young master is not afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see who will be the one to lose face later. Yang Kai resisted Liang Qiu's power and shouted righteously. "You want this young master to leave? Dream on. We cultivators would rather die standing than live kneeling." "Well said, little brother, we support you." "Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to attack you, we will go up and fight him. Yes, we are all your backup. Don't be afraid of him." The group of cultivator who had been driven away in the distance shouted. It was unknown whether they were jeering or really cheering for Yang Kai, but it was probably the former. No matter what Yang Kai's background was, or what ability he had, he dared to resist Liang Qiu's atrocities, which was naturally inspiring and extremely encouraging. As for whether Yang Kai would live or die in the end, it was not something they cared about. Liang Qiu's face was gloomy and his nose was crooked from anger. He felt embarrassed in front of everyone and shouted angrily, "Well, since you have such backbone, this young master will grant you your wish." His long spear shook and a burst of light burst out. Wrapped in the light, he stabbed towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void as if he had come from ancient times. Xiaxing's face changed slightly. He had now broken through to the Emperor realm, so he could naturally feel the ferocity of Liang Qiu's move. Even he himself was not 100% sure that he could take it. Not to mention Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao source realm. Moreover, Yang Kai had several female companions around him. Under this blow, Yang Kai would either die or be injured. In a flash, he was about to save him. But before he could do anything, Yang Kai had already flashed and charged towards Liang Qiu instead of retreating. The distance between the two quickly narrowed. A look of astonishment flashed across Liang Qiu's eyes as he did not know what Yang Kai was doing. Big brother Yang. Mo Xueqi was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Don't be reckless." Zhang Ruoxi's face turned pale and her body fell limply. Lu Yan raised his hand to support her with an indifferent expression. Only she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She did not think that Yang Kai was worse than those from the Emperor realm. Since Yang Kai dared to rush over like this, he must have something to rely on. Seeing that Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were about to collide, Mo Xueqi immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "If you dare to hurt my big brother Yang, I will ask my father to slaughter your entire 100 barbarian mountain." Mo Xueqi, who had always been docile, suddenly burst out with an unimaginable hostility. Her exposed skin was instantly covered with beast marks, making her look extremely wild. Liang Qiu laughed and said, "Where did this little girl come from? How dare you boast so shamelessly before your hair is even fully grown? So what if this young master kills your big brother Yang today?" As the chief disciple of the Western Territory's 100 Barbarian Mountain, he was very proud of himself. Among his peers, very few could enter his eyes. Mo Xueqi's threat was like a breeze to him. It was nothing at all. Not only did he not fear her, he became even more ruthless. The tip of the spear was shining brightly with murderous intent. Yang Kai shouted angrily, "Eat my overlord fist." While speaking, he threw a punch at Liang Qiu's spear. Hiss! Is this boy crazy? He dares to fight against Liang Qiu's spear artifact with his flesh and blood? He's courting death. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid there won't be anything left of him this time. How pitiful. He thinks he has some ability, but he is so arrogant. He is destined to have a miserable end. Junior brother, you must remember, in the future, when you walk the star boundary, you must never be like this person. We are men. We must know when to yield and when not to. Big brother is right. Junior brother will remember. The cultivator who had shouted in support of Yang Kai and was his strong backup, not only did not help, but also sighed in place, thinking that Yang Kai was doomed. Not only did they think so, even those from the Emperor realm thought that Yang Kai was doomed. After all, no matter how strong his flesh and blood was, how could he compete with an artifact head-on? Liang Qiu's spear was a Dao Source-grade high-rank artifact and was extremely sharp. Coupled with his current powerful cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could even shatter a mountain with a single strike of his spear, let alone Yang Kai's body. Xia Shang was anxious, but he had no chance to help because Yang Kai and Liang Qiu were too fast. There was no time for him to make a move. Ridiculous! Hyoji coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. He was too lazy to pay attention to a person who was about to die. On the other hand, Mo Xueqi, who was in an abnormal state, made him narrow his eyes slightly as an uneasy feeling suddenly welled up in him. Boy, even if you want to die, you can't do this. Liang Qiu looked in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze and muttered. Although he was provoked by Mo Xueqi's words and really wanted to kill Yang Kai, seeing Yang Kai's determined posture, he could not help but hold back a little. Kong. There was a loud explosion as a bright light engulfed Yang Kai and Liang Qiu, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Liang Qiu, who thought that victory was in his grasp, suddenly widened his eyes and shook his spear fiercely, creating a series of spear flowers that suddenly covered a large area in front of him. Pung pung pung. The fist shadows that filled the sky also burst out, colliding with the countless spear shadows. Fuck! Liang Qiu cursed angrily as his face suddenly turned solemn. He desperately urged his source qi, but he still felt a huge force coming from the front and could not help but retreat more than 100 meters. Another figure also retreated quickly at the same time. By the time the dust settled, everyone in the void was staring with their eyes wide open. The scene of Yang Kai being blown to pieces as they imagined did not happen because Yang Kai was fine at the moment. Except for the bloody flesh on his fist, there were no other injuries. The wound on his fist had also healed in an extremely short amount of time. Chapter 2489. Silence. A ghostly silence. The entire void burst into an uproar. Everyone was shocked and their eyes glazed over. Was that Dao Source Realm young man really fine after taking Liang Qiu's fierce blow? Wow, it can't be, right? He blocked it? My eyes have been blinded by your brilliance. Is he really a Dao Source Realm cultivator? Did he hide his cultivation? Ha ha ha, Liang Qiu, you've lost a lot of face this time. Liang Qiu only felt his hand go numb, his whole body go cold, and he felt dizzy in his head. He glanced at his spear in a daze, then looked at Yang Kai, and said with difficulty, "Boy, are you human?" There was a hint of horror in his voice. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could really fight back with his fist. How could he do such a thing? And he was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. I don't like what you're saying. If I'm not a human, am I a ghost? Yang Kai snorted coldly. The people of the Emperor Realm around also looked at Yang Kai again at this moment, as if they wanted to know him again. A Dao Source Realm cultivator could fight against the Emperor Realm. They had never even heard of such a thing. Even they couldn't do what Yang Kai did when they were in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How strong was this boy's physical body? He could actually fight head-on with Liang Qiu's spear, and the speed of his recovery was a bit too amazing. Previously, his fist was clearly a bloody mess, but in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Moreover, the blood flowing out of this kid's body was not red, but a pale gold color. That blood contained an unimaginable vitality and blood energy fluctuation. Hyoji's eyes trembled slightly. For a long time, as the son of the great emperors, he felt that he was superior and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in his eyes. Because whether it was aptitude, strength or background, no one in this world could surpass him. When Liang Qiu attacked earlier, he also thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, he found that he was very wrong. There might be people in this world who couldn't surpass him in terms of background, but in terms of aptitude, in terms of strength among cultivators of the same level, he definitely couldn't look down on them. This Dao Source Realm young man in front of him was the best example. You are really weird. Liang Qiu looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while, then shook his head and said. Yang Kai snorted. Do you want to come again? If you do, this young master will accompany you to the end. No, no, no. Liang Qiu shook his head like a rattledrum. You have the right to stay here. The reason why he attacked Yang Kai earlier was because his cultivation wasn't at the Emperor Realm. Everyone who remained here was either from the Emperor Realm or had companions from the Emperor Realm. Only Yang Kai's group of Dao Source Realm cultivators stood out. Naturally, he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. It was a good show for those who had been driven away, to let them know the serious consequences of staying here without strength. Who would have thought that it would fail? Instead, he was shocked by Yang Kai. If they continued to fight and he won, it would be an unfair victory. But if he lost, he would no longer have the face to walk the star boundary in the future. Liang Qiu had no confidence in defeating Yang Kai at all. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Kai cupped his fists casually. At this moment, Lu Yen suddenly shouted, Master, there's something wrong with little sister Xueqi. Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Mo Xueqi's beautiful eyes glowing with a bone-chilling light, her gaze extremely sharp. An amazing aura spread out from her tender body. This aura was somewhat similar to the mountains and rivers' bell, as if it came from the ancient wilderness. Everyone who sensed this aura had a slight change in expression, because no matter what it was, it would become extraordinary when it was related to the word ancient wilderness. At this moment, Mo Xueqi was staring straight at Liang Qiu, her murderous intent so thick that it was almost tangible, causing the space around her to sizzle. Her sharp eyes suddenly became indifferent, as if she was looking down on the world with indifference and disdain, making anyone who looked at her tremble in fear. At the same time, the ugly butterfly mark on her cheek fluttered as if it was alive, flapping its wings as if it wanted to fly away. As the butterfly wings flapped, an extremely violent aura spread out, making everyone feel suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. What's going on? Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know why Mo Xueqi suddenly showed such an abnormality. There were no signs at all before, and he only noticed it when he heard Lu Yan's shout. Not good. Princess Lan Xun, who was standing not far away, turned pale as she looked at Mo Xueqi with trembling eyes and exclaimed, Good heavens! Liang Qiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head as he said with a guilty conscience, Why is this girl looking at me like she wants to eat me? Even though he had advanced to the Emperor Realm, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle and his hands and feet go cold from Mo Xueqi's stare. A feeling of impending death lingered in his heart, making him nervous. It's all because you want to deal with her big brother Yang. Lan Xun shouted, gritting her teeth. Xueqi must have thought that big brother Yang would be killed by you, so she became like this in a hurry. Liang Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "It's none of my business. That little brat rushed over himself, so even if he dies, he can't blame anyone. Speaking of which, where did this little girl come from? She was so boastful before, saying that she would slaughter my 100 barbarian mountain. What a joke." Although he was smiling, his smile was extremely stiff, and it was obvious that he was frightened. Mo Xueqi suddenly seemed to have become a different person, and the aura she was exuding was so amazing. Obviously, she had a great background, but he didn't know where she came from. Lan Xun glared at him bitterly and said word by word, "Her surname is Mo, and she comes from the Eastern Territory." Mo. Eastern Territory. Liang Qiu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After muttering to himself, he suddenly understood something and exclaimed in horror. "No way, could she be that, masters? It's good that you understand." Lan Xun replied angrily. At this moment, she was so anxious that she felt dizzy and even the tip of her nose was covered in sweat. She looked at Mo Xueqi anxiously and kept calling her softly while talking to Liang Qiu, but to no avail. "Brother Hyoji, you're so mean." Liang Qiu looked at Hyoji with a sad face. "You're both from the Eastern Territory, so why didn't you warn me?" Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, and Mo Xueqi was the daughter of Martial Beast. The two great emperors both lived in the Eastern Territory, so Liang Qiu didn't believe that Hyoji didn't know Mo Xueqi. But this guy didn't say anything before and just let him ridicule Mo Xueqi. Remembering that he had said before that Mo Xueqi's hair was not even fully grown, Liang Qiu suddenly broke out in cold sweat. If these words were to reach Martial Beast's ears, he would definitely be skinned alive. If he had known that Martial Beast's daughter was in Yang Kai's camp, how could he have done such a stupid thing? Hyoji said lightly, "Although we are both from the Eastern Territory, I have never seen her, so how could I warn you?" He really didn't seem to know Mo Xueqi, but he knew Lan Xun. With Lan Xun's identity, it was naturally impossible for her to lie. Lan Xun called out for a while, but when she found that Mo Xueqi still didn't respond, she couldn't help but stomp her feet and say, "Liang Qiu, if anything happens to Xueqi, your 100 barbarian mountain will definitely be slaughtered." Liang Qiu's face changed, and his mood sank to the bottom. Mo Xueqi had said the same thing before, but he didn't take it seriously, but now that Lan Xun said it again, he had no choice but to take it seriously. It was just that this matter really had nothing to do with him. Liang Qiu felt wronged. "Junior sister Lan, what's wrong with Xueqi?" Yang Kai observed for a while from the side, but he still couldn't figure out what was happening to Mo Xueqi. He only knew that her aura was getting more and more amazing, and the butterfly mark on her cheek was becoming more and more vivid. Moreover, the mark had already flown out of her cheek and was constantly fluttering around her delicate body. With the passage of time, the pitch-black butterfly rapidly changed. It was now the size of a person and looked extremely strange. Lan Xun said, "Little sister Xueqi has unlocked the Divine Soul Seal." Divine Soul Seal? A group of people looked at her curiously, wanting to know what was going on. In his early years, the Martial Beast Master accidentally obtained the soul of an ancient divine spirit, the Heavenly Illusion Butterfly. The Heavenly Illusion Butterfly's physical body had been lost, and only its soul remained intact. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time Great Emperor, it was extremely weak. The Martial Beast Master signed a soul contract with it and sealed the Heavenly Illusion Butterfly in little sister Xueqi's body when she was 3 years old, so that the Heavenly Illusion Butterfly's soul could protect little sister Xueqi before she grew up. As a price, the Heavenly Illusion Butterfly's soul could devour a little of little sister Xueqi's soul to survive. This is the Divine Soul Seal. The soul of an ancient divine spirit. Liang Qiu gasped. The rest of the people's faces also changed drastically. Ancient divine spirits had always been legends, and the number of people present who had seen them with their own eyes could be counted on one hand. But now, in this void, the soul of an ancient divine spirit had appeared, and it was sealed in a person's body. No one knew how strong this soul was, but inferring from the commotion caused when it was unsealed, its strength was not something these people present could contend with. And to be able to seal this soul into his daughter's body and let it protect Mo Xueqi's growth. What kind of amazing cultivation did the martial beast have? Only at the most dangerous time will little Qi unlock the seal. This should be the first time she has unlocked it, so she can't control it at all. When Lan Xun said this, She glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of blame in her voice. She was also shocked in her heart. Previously, Mo Xueqi had shown great concern for Yang Kai, so she thought this little girl was simply acting against her. But now she knew that she really cared about Yang Kai, otherwise, she would not have unlocked her seal. She probably thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she unlocked the seal to avenge Yang Kai. But how could she have known that Yang Kai was unscathed while she herself had lost consciousness and was being controlled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul? Chapter 2490. What's so powerful about this heavenly illusion butterfly? Can we join forces to suppress it? Liang Qiu asked nervously while wiping his sweat. Lan Xun sneered. Among the ancient divine spirits, the heavenly illusion butterfly's attack power is the weakest. It can't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast. Really? Liang Qiu was overjoyed when he heard this. If it couldn't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast, then what was there to be afraid of? With so many powerhouses present, any one of them could suppress it. Lan Xun continued, but it is naturally proficient in illusions. When it appears in its complete form, it can turn the universe upside down. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to guard against its illusions. Which ancient divine spirit is easy to deal with? Liang Qiu said with a dark face, I think I should run away. This little girl keeps staring at me, making this young master's hair stand on end. Run away. Lan Xun looked at him coldly. Where can you run to? Xueqi has already identified you at this moment. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die. If I don't run away, am I supposed to wait for death? Liang Qiu said angrily. Lan Xun said, if you don't run away, you will be the only one to die. If you run away, everyone present will suffer first. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Xia Sheng exclaimed, Princess Lan Xun, are you serious? Lan Xun said, don't be fooled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's beautiful figure. Among the ancient divine spirits, it is also the kind that kills by nature. Then what should we do now? Hyoji asked. Although he was the son of the great emperors, he really didn't know much about the divine spirit seal. He didn't know why Lan Xun knew about this. Lan Xun was silent for a moment, then said, there may be a way to stabilize the situation. As she said this, she turned her beautiful eyes to Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu frowned. What are you looking at me for? Although her becoming like this has something to do with me, it doesn't matter much, right? Moreover, I don't have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Lan Xun smiled faintly. You don't need to reseal it. Xueqi just wants you to die. If you die, maybe her emotions will calm down by themselves. You want me to die? Liang Qiu was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Lan Xun and asked, you want me to die? Why do you want me dead? Lan Xun snorted. This is the only way I can think of. Liang Qiu said angrily. A wasp's stinger. A viper's mouth and fangs are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Lan Xun's proposal was naturally unacceptable to Yang Kai. It was not easy for him to advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, so how could he die so easily? Brat, watch your words. Xiao Chen shouted in a deep voice. Her Highness is giving you face by asking you to die. Don't be ungrateful. Liang Qiu sneered. Then if she wants you dead, will you die? Xiao Chen said, Her Highness has always been well-educated and reasonable. She would not make such a request of me. Avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, you cowardly rat. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Liang Qiu sneered. Xiao Chen flew into a rage and swung the sword in his hand. Pointing at Liang Qiu, he said, Today, you will die whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Liang Qiu still wanted to say something, but Hyoji suddenly flashed, stood in front of him, and said indifferently, Brother Liang is my friend. Whoever wants his life will have to go through me first. Liang Qiu, who was standing behind him, did not expect that Hyoji would stand up for him at this time. His heart warmed slightly, and he whispered, Thank you, Brother Hyoji, but this matter is more or less related to me. I'd better run quickly. It would be best if I could lead this girl away, but if not, you should be careful. Hyoji said, although it is somewhat related to you, It is even more related to that brat surnamed Yang. Liang Qiu was startled and said, "That's right. This girl became like this entirely because of that brat." While speaking, he shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, you can't stay out of this." Yang Kai snorted, "When did I say I was going to stay out of this?" Liang Qiu said, "Since this girl values you so much that she even unsealed her divine soul, why don't you go up and comfort her? Maybe she can recover her consciousness." Liang Qiu was just casually mentioning it, but he did not mean it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lan Sun. "Junior sister Lan, will this method work?" Lan Sun frowned slightly. "I don't know, maybe we can give it a try, but we have to do it as soon as possible. This seal is about to be completely unsealed." Yang Kai nodded, and without any hesitation, flew towards Mo Xueqi. In the void, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Yang Kai nervously. The conversation between the crowd here naturally reached the ears of the Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although most people did not understand what was going on, it seemed to be very serious. Now that Yang Kai took the initiative to approach Mo Xueqi and seek a solution, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai called out to Mo Xueqi softly as he approached, but after calling out a few times, there was no response, so he immediately knew that Mo Xueqi should have really lost consciousness at this moment. He could only carefully release his divine sense, hoping to attract the attention of Mo Xueqi's consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai arrived not far from Mo Xueqi and stretched out his hand to touch her. In the void, silence reigned as everyone held their breaths. Only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard as pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to touch Mo Xueqi's body, Mo Xueqi's tender body suddenly trembled. The heavenly illusion butterfly flying around her spread its wings, and an invisible force suddenly spread out. Yang Kai instantly froze in place, his eyes losing focus. "Oh no!" Lan Sun's heart sank. She could tell at a glance that Yang Kai had fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. "Waste! This young master still has to run away!" Liang Qiu shouted angrily, a disappointed expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly retreated 1,000 meters away from Mo Xueqi. After standing still again, his face was pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. "Amazing!" Yang Kai looked at Mo Xueqi with lingering fear. He clearly did not feel anything before, but the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. The whole world was left with a huge butterfly fluttering about, completely attracting his attention. He knew that it was the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique, but he could not get rid of it. If it were not for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, allowing him to clear his mind, he would not have had a good end. His spiritual energy was extremely strong, even weaker than the average cultivators of the Emperor realm, but even he could not resist the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique. No one present could resist it. And it seemed that Mo Xueqi's seal had not been completely undone yet. If it was completely undone, this place would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. If all the elites of the 4 territories of the star boundary died here, the entire star boundary would not be able to recover its yuan qi for at least 500 years. "Junior sister Lan, is there no other way to seal her?" Yang Kai immediately asked Lan Sun after taking a breath. Lan Sun looked desperate and slowly shook her head. "Let's run quickly. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens," Liang Qiu said with a black face. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted to escape the most. After all, Mo Xueqi had been staring at him since the beginning. The others did not have any good ideas, so when they heard this, their expressions became solemn as they secretly circulated their source qi, preparing to flee at any time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. "If you don't mind, how about letting this old master try?" As soon as this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. After seeing who the speaker was, everyone could not help showing a strange expression. Because this person was actually the old swindler. Among everyone present, except for Yang Kai and Mo Xueqi, who had dealt with this old swindler a few times, this was the first time the others had seen him. However, at this moment, he looked like a transcendent being, so he had nothing to do with being a swindler. If he had stood up and said this with his previous appearance, he would have been immediately blown to pieces. "You Lan Sun looked at the old swindler, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She faintly felt that she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but when she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. Hyoji's expression also turned solemn for an instant. Although he had a different feeling from Lan Sun, this old man gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. When he swept out with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that the old man was empty. In other words, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could not detect the existence of this old man. This was even more shocking to him than Yang Kai taking Liang Qiu's blow with his physical body. "Where did you pop out from, old man? Why didn't I see you before?" Liang Qiu's eyes were bigger than eggs. If the old swindler had not taken the initiative to speak, Liang Qiu would not have noticed him. Hee, this old master has been here all this time. With my insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid that young master wouldn't notice me. The old swindler smiled slightly. Strange. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. There were really strange things every year, but this year, there were especially many strange things. As the old swindler spoke, he walked towards Mo Xueqi step by step. Having learned his lesson from Yang Kai's mistake, his fearless expression was quite admirable. Yang Kai, however, asked with a sullen face, "Old sir, aren't you selling spirit pills and spirit medicines? How do you know about the divine spirit seal?" Unlike others, Yang Kai had a little understanding of this old swindler, so he was very worried about him. This old man's ability to swindle people was top-notch. Who knew what he was up to now? It didn't matter if he died or not, but if he implicated Mo Xueqi, or even worsened her condition, it would be troublesome. The old man smiled slightly and said, "I've lived for a long time, so I've learned a little bit of everything. This old master has long sold out of spirit pills and spirit medicines, so naturally, I have to change my profession." Yang Kai asked with a dark face, "Now you've changed your profession to studying seals? You know him?" Lan Sun glanced at Yang Kai in amazement. Chapter 2491. Yang Kai quickly said, "I've seen him a few times. He was active in Maplewood City before, and when your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened last time, he was selling a kind of ancestral 9 revolutions life-restoring pill that can bring the dead back to life. He even tricked Xueqi into giving him some source crystals." Really? Everyone was shocked at that time. Lan Sun's expression turned ugly. Isn't he a swindler? What 9 revolutions soul return pill? Lan Sun had never heard of it at all, let alone talk about bringing the dead back to life. Spirit medicines with this kind of effect had always been treasures of heaven and earth. She would rather hide them away, so how could she sell them to others? Originally, when this old man stood up confidently, Lan Sun thought that he had encountered some kind of extraordinary person, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, her heart sank to the bottom. Judging from this old man's previous performance, he obviously didn't have any real ability. At this moment, he was clearly just spouting nonsense. What would happen if he was allowed to get close to Mo Xueqi? Liang Qiu shouted angrily, "Old dog, get out of this young master's way." In any case, he had a little bit of responsibility for Mo Xueqi's current situation. Although the responsibility wasn't great, if something really happened to Mo Xueqi, Martial Beast might not listen to his explanation. So when he saw that the old swindler was not far away from Mo Xueqi, he hurriedly thrust his spear, trying to force the old swindler back, lest he act recklessly and worsen Mo Xueqi's situation. Mo Xueqi was only unsealing her seal now, so there was no harm to her, but if someone tried to do something to her, she might die. This was a risk. How could Liang Qiu dare to take this risk? With a thrust of his spear, an amazing burst of power erupted, seemingly able to penetrate the void and ignore the barriers of space, instantly arriving in front of the old swindler. However, although Liang Qiu's spear was amazing, it did not contain the slightest murderous intent. He had no intention of killing the old swindler, he just wanted to force him back. But in the face of a blow from the Emperor realm, this old swindler was actually calm. As if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all, his pair of slightly narrowed eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at Mo Xueqi. When the spear intent arrived, he waved his hand gently. His expression was relaxed and his movements casual, as if he was just casually swatting a mosquito. A shocking scene appeared. With a wave of the old swindler's hand, the astonishing spear light was instantly annihilated, and the powerful fluctuations of power caused by the spear style were also instantly smoothed out. It was as if Liang Qiu had not just attacked an old man from the third-order Dao Source Realm, but a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The old swindler's every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. It was unfathomable. The clear visual conflict stunned everyone, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. They were shocked beyond words. Liang Qiu could not believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he rubbed his eyelids hard, trying to see more clearly. But on the other side, the old man stood there unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. "What the hell?" Liang Qiu exclaimed. While he was shocked, he also felt a huge blow to his heart. Inexplicably, he felt disheartened. Previously, he had wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson by relying on his cultivation in the Emperor realm. In the end, Yang Kai resolved his attack with a single punch. Now he wanted to force the old man to retreat, but the old man casually dispersed the spear light. If it had not happened to him, Liang Qiu would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. Nowadays, a Dao Source Realm cultivator is so arrogant. He can easily resolve an attack from the Emperor realm. If that's the case, then what's the point of everyone trying so hard to break through to the Emperor realm? Why not just stay in the Dao Source realm for the rest of their lives? Or, is this the Emperor realm fake? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Liang Qiu's mind. He no longer had the joy and enthusiasm of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Instead, his face was ashen. Yang Kai was also shocked. Although he had blocked Liang Qiu's attack earlier, he still could not deny Liang Qiu's strength. If it was a life-or-death battle, even if he could win, it would not be too easy. After all, Liang Qiu also had extraordinary aptitude. He was the chief disciple of the Western Territory's 100 Barbarian Mountain, a one-in-a-million genius. He more or less knew the power of that spear attack. Although it would not be too difficult for him to resolve it, he definitely could not do it as easily as the old swindler did. What's going on with this old man? Could it be that some master was hiding his cultivation? But on second thought, it was unlikely because when the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, only a cultivator at the Origin King realm could enter. Since this old man could enter, it meant that he was indeed at the Origin King realm at that time. Over the years, he was able to break through to the third-order Dao Source realm, which was already fast enough. It was basically impossible for him to hide his cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not understand how he resolved Liang Qiu's attack. Not only did Yang Kai not understand, but everyone present did as well. The shocking scene made everyone unable to calm down. But after this, no one dared to underestimate this old swindler anymore. Even if he was really a swindler, being able to resolve the Emperor Realm's attack with a wave of his hand showed that he was a capable swindler. Young man, don't be so impulsive. This old master is old and weak, and his energy is not as vigorous as yours. He can't afford to be tormented, the old man said lightly after resolving Liang Qiu's attack. Liang Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. He felt that this old man was mocking his incompetence. Senior. Lan Sun looked at the old man and shouted in a trembling voice. Do you really have a way to solve little sister Xueqi's problem? After seeing the old swindler's amazing means, Lan Sun regained some confidence in him. In this world, there were always some strange people who hid in the wilderness and hid in the city. Usually they did not look special, but when it came to critical moments, they would bloom with amazing brilliance. Perhaps, the old swindler that Yang Kai spoke of was such a strange person. In her excitement, Lan Sun changed the way she addressed him. Although they were both from the third-order Dao Source Realm, she still called him senior. Unexpectedly, the old man accepted it with a clear conscience, smiled slightly, and said, I can give it a try. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, Does senior know the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal? I heard from my father, Master, that the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was the Beast Martial Master's method of sealing the heavenly illusion butterfly. It is extremely mysterious and complex. In this world, only the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal can seal the Divine Spirit soul. The old man shook his head and said, The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal is a secret of the Beast Martial Arts. This old master has no chance to see it. Lan Sun's expression darkened. Then what should we do? She thought that this senior knew the method of sealing, but now that she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had told her personally that there was no other way to seal the Divine Spirit soul except for the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. Since this senior did not know the mysterious seal, how could he seal it? Thinking about it, The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was an original creation of the martial beast. Even when her father, the master, asked him for advice, he did not want to reveal the slightest bit. This martial beast is very stingy. The words of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent echoed in Lan Xun's ears. This martial beast, although his strength is good, is naturally stingy. He is even reluctant to share the good wine at home with his friends, so how could he be willing to share the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal with others? The old man muttered a few times with an unhappy expression. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by the people of the Emperor realm nearby. With a crash, everyone fainted. The martial beast was one of the 10 great emperors. His cultivation was sky-high and his identity was transcendent. For the entire Star Boundaries cultivator, he was a godlike existence. When his name was mentioned, no matter who it was, they would feel a sense of reverence and worship. He was almost the symbol of the Star Boundary supreme force, yet in this old man's mouth, he had become a guy. This was too disrespectful to the great emperors. Lan Xun, on the other hand, had a strange expression. Because these words were exactly the same as what her father had said. The old man seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit too shocking and quickly changed the subject. This old master does not have the ability to reseal the divine spirit's soul. Ha! Yang Kai heard this and his face sank as he angrily said, "If you don't have the ability, why are you acting so confident? Aren't you just deceiving this young master's feelings?" The old man grinned and said, "Although this old master doesn't have the ability, someone else does." Who? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly glanced around before his eyes finally fixed on Hyoji. If there was anyone here who could reseal the divine spirit's soul, it would be the children of the 2 great emperors who shared the same status as Mo Xueqi. Lan Xun definitely couldn't do it, but Hyoji didn't know if he had the ability. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Hyoji said lightly, "I can kill people, but saving people is not my strength. Do you want to try?" Yang Kai glared at him before turning to the old man and saying, "Don't be so fussy. Hurry up and find that person to help." The old man chuckled and said, "Young people are always impatient. Don't worry, it will take some time for this seal to be completely undone. After all, this is the first time it has been undone, so the divine spirit soul will need to fuse with this little girl for a while before it can move freely." Seeing Yang Kai's expression becoming more and more ugly, the old man finally stopped chattering and raised his head, looking at a certain person with a solemn expression and beckoning. "You there, little girl, come and help this old master." Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their heads and saw a young girl standing there with a pale face, her source chi fluctuating erratically. No one knew what was wrong with her. Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement, his expression extremely strange. He didn't expect that the person the old man was talking about was actually Zhang Ruoxi. Having said that, since Mo Xueqi's mutation, Zhang Ruoxi's situation also seemed to be a little abnormal. But because the divine spirit soul seal was too important, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate Zhang Ruoxi's situation, only secretly telling Lu Yen to take good care of her and to tell him at any time if there was anything wrong. At this moment, the old man was clearly beckoning to Zhang Ruoxi, asking her to come over and help. What does this old man mean? Yang Kai was completely confused. Chapter 2492. Zhang Ruoxi was stunned for a while before she realized that the old swindler was calling her. Under everyone's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little timid. Her face became paler and paler, and the fluctuations of power in her delicate body became more and more fierce as time passed. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with an inquiring gaze. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Old man, you're not joking, are you?" The old swindler said solemnly, "How could this old master joke about such a thing? Then tell me clearly, how can Ruoxi help you seal the divine spirit soul?" It wasn't just Yang Kai who had this question, everyone had the same question. After all, Zhang Ruoxi looked unremarkable, and her cultivation was only at the 3rd order Dao source realm. With so many Emperor realm masters present, the old swindler wouldn't ask her for help. Unexpectedly, the old swindler shook his head. I can't say. If you believe this old master, let her come over. If you don't, this old master can't do anything." Yang Kai snapped. "How can I believe you if you don't explain?" The old man spread his hands and said, "Then there's nothing you can do. When her seal is completely undone, She may have to kill in this shattered star sea for a while before the divine spirit soul falls asleep again. At that time, you'll have to pray for yourselves. Yong Kai's expression turned ugly. This old man was deliberately mystifying, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was really annoying. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly said, "Sir, if you can help little sister Xueqi calm down, I'm willing to try." "But your current situation?" Yong Kai frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Ruoshi, but she seemed very uneasy. The aura in her body had also become strange. Although her situation wasn't as serious as Mo Xueqi's, it wasn't optimistic either. "I'm fine." Zhang Ruoshi pursed her red lips and said, "Sir, let me go." The old swindler urged, "If you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to save her once the seal is completely undone. And I might as well reveal something to you. The situation of the two girls is ultimately due to a chain reaction. Once the seal problem is solved, the other's problem will also be solved." Yong Kai listened with a confused expression. But seeing the old liar's sincere expression, he couldn't help but believe him a bit. So he asked in a deep voice, "What harm will your method cause to Ruoshi?" "It's not life-threatening. This old man only needs a drop of her blood essence." Blood essence. Yong Kai's expression froze, and he increasingly felt that the old liar was not talking nonsense. This was because Zhang Ruoshi had a strange bloodline power in her body. Yong Kai had never figured out what that bloodline power was. Now that the old swindler said that he wanted to take a drop of Zhang Ruoshi's blood essence, it was obvious that he knew that Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline was extraordinary. Her bloodline might have some strange effect that could help him seal the divine spirit soul. How could he see that? "All right. I agree." Yong Kai responded in a deep voice and flew over with Zhang Ruoshi. A short while later, the two of them arrived before the old swindler. The old man smiled at Zhang Ruoshi and said gently, "Little girl, relax, I won't hurt you." Zhang Ruoshi nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. The old man suddenly glanced at Zhang Ruoshi again and said in surprise, "Your clothes aren't bad. Where did you get them?" As soon as he said this, Yong Kai was shocked. Because Zhang Ruoshi was wearing a defensive emperor artifact, the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. This defensive emperor artifact was extremely valuable, and its defense was amazing. Zhang Ruoshi had been wearing it since she got it. When the old man said that her clothes were good, he was definitely not talking about her outer clothes, but the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe hidden inside. What is this old man doing? How can he see through this? Yong Kai couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhang Ruoshi didn't have any vigilance and just said lightly, "A friend gave it to me." "A friend." The old man's mouth twitched obviously and he chuckled. "If you see your friend next time, help this old man say hello to him. Tell him that this old man misses him very much." Zhang Ruoshi was surprised. "Senior knows him?" "I haven't seen him in a long time," the old man replied kindly. While the two of them were chatting, Kai Yang's heart was in a perilous situation. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He suddenly realized that this old man was definitely not as mysterious as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was somewhat unfathomable. Because Zhang Ruoshi's Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe was obtained from the Four Seasons realm, and according to her, the one who gave her this emperor artifact was the ancient divine spirit Xueqi. Xueqi seemed to be the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After the Flowing Time Great Emperor fell, Xueqi had been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm until the appearance of the Flowing Time Temple. After that, Xueqi also left the Four Seasons realm and no one knew where he went. Xueqi was an ancient divine spirit, and killing was his second nature. When he came out of the Four Seasons realm, he scared Gao Xueting and the others who were guarding the exit. Fortunately, Xueqi had no intention of hurting people, otherwise, Gao Xueting and the others would have died. But now, this old man actually said that he knew Xueqi. Who the hell is this old man? Yong Kai already felt that this old man was strange, but now he was even more confused. Why is such a strange person only at the Third Order Dao Source realm? How should I address Senior? Zhang Ruoshi and the old man seemed to get along well, and her uneasy and nervous mood gradually relaxed. Yong Kai also quickly perked up his ears and listened attentively. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Yong Kai was at a loss because he didn't hear what the old man said at all. Zhang Ruoshi nodded and said, "Junior will remember. If I meet him again, I will tell him. It's just that I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went after he gave me these clothes last time. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed slightly and almost fell down. Fortunately, Kai Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support her. Okay, the blood essence has been taken. You can rest for a while, the old man said with a smile. Only now did Yang Kai notice that there was a drop of blood floating above the old man's finger. That drop of blood seemed to be alive as it danced on the old man's fingertip, appearing extremely unstable. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange aura coming from that drop of blood. Yang Kai didn't know when the old man took the blood essence. The reason why Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed was obviously because she had injured her yuan qi. However, a drop of blood essence was not a big deal, and she would recover after a few days of rest. After taking the blood essence, the old man's expression suddenly became extremely serious. The source qi in his body surged and wrapped around the blood essence. He then pointed his finger at Mo Xiaoqi's forehead as fast as lightning. Asterisk qi qi. Asterisk the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul essence suddenly became extremely uneasy, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. It kept flapping its wings and emitting waves of illusion. Yang Kai had suffered a big loss before, so he naturally knew how powerful this illusion was. Just as he was about to hurriedly retreat, he found that the illusion was completely blocked by Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Without encountering any resistance, the old man tapped the blood essence on Mo Xiaoqi's forehead. The blood essence burst out at once, forming a red mark on Mo Xiaoqi's forehead before it entered her body. With the disappearance of the blood essence, Mo Xiaoqi's aura quickly stabilized. The heavenly illusion butterfly was also gradually sucked into Mo Xiaoqi's body by an inexplicable suction, turning back into a brand butterfly on her cheek. With a soft groan, Mo Xiaoqi collapsed softly with her eyes closed. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and hurriedly supported her. Looking closely, he saw that Mo Xiaoqi's breathing was stable. She should have just fallen asleep and wasn't seriously injured. A shocking crisis that came inexplicably and was solved inexplicably left everyone in a state of panic for a while. After it was resolved, everyone found that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Sir, I'm so sleepy, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said before following in Mo Xiaoqi's footsteps and fainted. Boy, not bad at all. You have two beauties in your arms. You really make this old master envious. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile and teased. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, Old sir, is it really okay for you to be so disrespectful? The old man said, This old master was also young once. It's not a big deal. While speaking, he winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a serious tone, Old sir, I won't beat around the bush in front of you. In the past, I misunderstood you and thought you were a swindler, but now I know that old sir really doesn't show his true colors. Haha. The old man laughed and said, This old master's deception is just better than others. Don't mind it. Yang Kai nodded and said, Old sir, since you can see that Ruoxi's blood essence can suppress the divine spirit soul, you must know what kind of bloodline she has. Can you tell me? As soon as this was said, the old man's expression suddenly became serious. After a moment of silence he said, I can't tell you this. Wait until she becomes stronger in the future. Then she will figure it out herself. But this old master has a word of advice. What? Lead her to do good. If she does evil, then the star boundary will be in chaos. The old man said solemnly. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Is it that serious? The old man looked at the sleeping Zhang Ruoxi, his seemingly turbid eyes bursting with light as he said in a deep voice, If she grows to her limit, the power she can summon will be even more terrifying than the Wukong. Wukong? Which Wukong? Yang Kai frowned and asked. The old man said one word at a time. Heaven. Devouring. Great. Emperor. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and say in horror, Old sir, you know the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor great emperors? If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Yang Kai wouldn't have known the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring great emperor was just a title, not a taboo name. Wu Mengchuan claimed to be a descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai had guessed that the surname of the heaven-devouring great emperor was Wu. But he never expected to learn the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor from this old man. How did he know? Yongkai said with a bitter expression, "Old sir, who the hell are you?" Chapter 2493. This old man could see that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was extraordinary, and even used his blood essence to seal the divine spirit soul. He also knew Xueqi and knew the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yongkai would never believe that this old man was just an ordinary third-order Dao source realm cultivator. "Well, I can't tell you that either." Yongkai was furious and shouted. "Then what can you tell me?" The old man thought for a while before reaching out and patting Yongkai on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Cultivate well and become an Emperor Realm Master as soon as possible. The future of the star boundary depends on you. Get lost." The old man wasn't annoyed in the slightest and just glanced at him with a smile, then turned around with a solemn expression and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, if you can listen to this old man, please leave this place quickly. This place is very dangerous, and if you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger." Liang Qiu smiled and said, "You're really interesting, old man. We naturally know whether it's dangerous or not. There's no need for you to remind us." Earlier, the power of his spear attack was easily neutralized by the old man, so he knew that although this old man was only a third-order Dao source realm cultivator, his strength was unfathomable, so he did not dare to underestimate him. If it were any other Dao source realm cultivator speaking like this, he would have already shot him. "You seem to be very knowledgeable. Why don't you tell us which great emperors left this skeleton behind?" Liang Qiu changed the topic and mentioned the skeleton hidden in the black hole. Previously, because of the sudden release of Mo Shaoqi's divine soul seal, everyone's attention was drawn to it, and no one was in the mood to pay attention to the skeleton and space ring of the great emperors. But now that the crisis of the divine soul seal had been lifted, everyone's attention naturally shifted to the space ring again. Liang Qiu's question undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked at the old man curiously, expecting him to give an explanation. The old man's expression was solemn as he said, "No matter which great emperor left it behind, it's no longer important now. Back then, during the War of Emperors, the situation was tragic, and the sun and moon were dim. Apart from a few things that were left behind, the rest of the secret treasures were all destroyed. There can't be anything good in that space ring, so please don't worry about it." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Liang Qiu coldly snorted. "I believe you." Lan Sun suddenly, Yongkai stood up and shouted. Liang Qiu glanced at her and curled his lips. Lan Sun was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperor. At this time, she stood up to support the old man, so he could not sing a different tune. Lan Sun soon asked, "Senior, what kind of dangers are there? If it's convenient, can you tell us?" The old man frowned and said, "Your life is in danger. Miss Lan, it's important to take your people and leave this place quickly." Lan Sun Master Lan nodded and nodded. "Since Senior Junior is Senior Junior will leave first. Take care of yourself, Senior." While speaking, she looked at Yongkai and saw that he was indifferent, so she didn't try to persuade him. Instead, she just looked at the cultivators who were watching in the distance and shouted, "Senior brothers and senior sisters from the Southern Territory, if you believe in this Lan Sun, then I, Lan Sun, will help you. Then leave this place quickly." After saying that, she immediately flew off into the distance. Although Xiao Chen was a little unwilling, as a qualified flower protector, he naturally would not leave Lan Sun's side and also left. As soon as she left, among the cultivator who were watching in the distance, many elites from the Southern Territory summoned their artifacts and left. It could be seen that Star Soul Palace's appeal in the Southern Territory was still very great. No one else could have such an effect. Thousands of people were reduced by a few hundred. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao whispered to each other for a while. They seemed to feel that the old man was not deliberately mystifying them, so they secretly sent a message to Yongkai and quickly left. If it was just Xia Sheng alone, he might not have left. After all, he was also from the Emperor realm. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were with him at this moment, so he had to consider their safety and did not dare to take their lives lightly. "Hyoji, you go too." The old man turned his head, looked in the direction of Hyoji, and shouted lightly. Hyoji raised his brow and said indifferently, "This young master will go wherever he wants. No one can order me around." As the son of the great emperors, he was naturally extremely proud. Although the old man's performance before was somewhat shocking, it was still too early for him to order him around. Hearing this, the old man sighed and suddenly waved his hand, sending a stream of light towards Hyoji as fast as lightning. Hyoji's expression changed and he hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi, at the same time retreating quickly, trying to avoid this attack. But what shocked him the most was that this stream of light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. Even his protective Emperor Qi didn't have the slightest effect on it. The stream of light blasted directly on him. Hyoji could not help but take a few steps back, his face pale. "Old man, how dare you sneak attack someone?" Liang Qiu was angry and shocked. He was angry because this old man was too shameless, attacking without any warning. He was shocked because even Hyoji could not resist his sneak attack. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Qi Gui, Wu Chang, and the others from the Emperor Realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had broken through to the Emperor Realm in this shattered star sea and thought that they would be able to roam the star boundary freely from now on, but before they could even leave the shattered star sea, their morale had been crushed by an old man one after another. If he could sneak attack Hyoji so casually, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak attack them? In the future, when they encountered a Dao Source Realm Master, they could not underestimate him or they would die without even knowing how. On the other side, Liang Qiu was furious and had already summoned his spear, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the old man. Earlier, Hyoji said that he was his friend, which touched Liang Qiu very much. Now that Hyoji was in trouble, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Before he could do anything, Hyoji suddenly stretched out his hand, stopped him and shouted, "I'm fine, don't be impulsive." Liang Qiu turned his head and looked at Hyoji in astonishment. Hyoji, on the other hand, looked down at his palm with a solemn expression. The next moment, his body trembled as he looked at the old man in horror and exclaimed, "You are." The old man raised a finger and made a soft hush sound with his mouth. Hyoji understood and quickly swallowed the rest of his words, cupped his fist solemnly, and said, Hyoji did not know the immensity of heaven and earth before and spoke without thinking. "Master, please don't lower yourself to this junior's level." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him incredulously, shocked to the extreme. Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. His aptitude was extraordinary, and now he was in the Emperor Realm. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, only a few people could make him bow his head and submit. Even if others were stronger than him, it was impossible for them to make him say such words. But now, when he faced this old man, his demeanor and tone were respectful, and even a little humble. A son of the great emperors was humble in front of an old man from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, calling himself a junior. What was going on? But this way, everyone understood that the old man's previous attack was not a sneak attack, but a message to Hyoji. It was through this message that Hyoji knew his identity and became so respectful. The old man chuckled and said, "I had no choice. Young Master Hyoji, it's fine as long as you don't mind this old man acting recklessly." Hyoji said in a deep voice, "Senior is too serious." The old man nodded and said, "Well, you can take them and leave now." Hyoji said, "This junior will obey Master's order." While speaking, he glanced up and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, come with me." Liang Qiu said unwillingly, "Do you really want to leave? There is still a—" Before he could finish speaking, he found that Hyoji was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling and without the slightest emotion, causing Liang Qiu's heart to skip a beat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Let's go, let's go." Hyoji withdrew his gaze and his figure flickered as he rushed off into the distance. Although Qi Gui and the others were full of doubts, they had no choice but to follow. If they stayed at this time, they would not be giving face to Hyoji. Qi Gui's Ahan Temple was also in the Eastern Territory, so if they offended Hyoji, they would definitely not have a good time in the future. After a while, almost all the people from the Emperor Realm left. Wu Chang thought about it for a long time before finally leaving as well. After all, even the descendants of the two great emperors, Lan Xun and Hyoji, were persuaded to leave by this old man, and judging from Hyoji's reaction, this old man was probably an extraordinary existence. There was no need for people like him to be alarmist. If they stayed, their lives might really be in danger. Not only did the people from the Emperor Realm leave, but a large number of the remaining Dao Source Realm Masters also left. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 1,000 Dao Source Realm Masters left. These Tao Source Realm Masters probably did not get many benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, so despite the old man's earnest persuasion, they still could not leave. The skeletons of the great emperors and space rings in the black hole were what attracted them the most. "You're not leaving?" The old man saw Yang Kai still standing in place and could not help but frown. Yang Kai quickly said, "Tell me first, what is the situation with Ruashi's bloodline, and I will leave immediately." The old man said, "You will find out in the future. If you don't tell me, I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked like a rascal. The old man looked him up and down a few times and grinned, "Boy, you're really thick-skinned. How did Wen Zishan accept a disciple like you?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly and said, "How do you know I am from Azure Sun Temple?" Ever since he arrived here, he had never divulged this piece of information. The old man chuckled and pointed to a certain place on his body. Yang Kai suddenly understood that it was the Azure Sun golden token he kept close to him that revealed this secret. Previously, in order to conveniently sense the information of Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao and the others, he took out the Azure Sun golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. He did not expect that even such a small detail would be noticed by the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If this old master meets Wen Zishan someday, he will definitely expel you." Chapter 2494. The old man's tone was louder than the sky, as if Wen Zishan was under his command. Yang Kai snorted. "You speak as if you are the great emperors of the secular world." Temple Master Wen Zishan seemed to have been brought up by the great emperors of the secular world. If there was anyone in this world who could order him around at will, it was undoubtedly the great emperors of the secular world. However, the great emperors of the secular world were people who played around and wandered the world. They came and went without a trace, and no one knew where they were. There had been no news of them in the star boundary for a long time. The old man's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "How do you know this?" Yang Kai said contemptuously, "You're so full of yourself. This old swindler might really be an extraordinary person. He knew so many secrets, knew so many people, and even made Hyoji treat him with respect. He was definitely not an ordinary person." But Yang Kai would never believe that he was one of the great emperors of the secular world. There was no other reason, because this was the Shattered Star Sea. Only a Tao Source Realm cultivator could enter the Shattered Star Sea, and the Emperor Realm could not enter at all. With the amazing cultivation of the great emperors of the secular world, it was impossible for them to come here. If they forcibly broke through the barrier and entered, it would only make the Shattered Star Sea unstable and collapse. The old man smiled slightly and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, he turned his head to look at the remaining Tao Source Realm cultivator and sighed. Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. The reason why these people still stayed here was obviously to get some benefits, especially now that the Emperor Realm cultivators had all left. They had lost many strong competitors, so they were a little excited. They were eager to try. After pondering for a while, the old man said loudly, "You all stayed because you wanted to get that space ring. In that case, this old master will fulfill your wish." When everyone heard this, they looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what this old man meant. At this moment, the old man suddenly walked directly in front of the black hole and made some mysterious seals, causing one of his hands to shine brightly. He reached his hand directly into the black hole. This old man. What is he doing? He's not trying to take out the space ring, is he? He has such ability? Look, his hand really reached in. What's going on inside? Wow, the light is so dazzling, I can't see what's going on inside. Everyone stared at the old man's actions with their eyes wide open. Yang Kai was especially shocked. Ever since the black space ring. In other words, there was another strange space inside the black hole, but this space was extremely unstable, so even a master of the Tao of space like Yang Kai did not dare to casually intrude. But this old man was actually able to reach his hand into that space. Was he too space? Space was space. Space then the space. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. After a short while, the old man suddenly let out a low shout and abruptly withdrew his hand. When the light dissipated, there was an ancient space ring in his hand. Everyone was in an uproar, staring at the ring with fiery eyes. Swallowing sounds could be heard one after another. Looking around, there was nothing on the finger of the skeleton in the black hole. He really took out the ring. He can do this. It's amazing. What's in the ring? Old man, hand over the space ring and we'll spare your life. After the old man took out the space ring, the crowd suddenly went into an uproar. While shouting, they silently urged their source Qi, ready to pounce and snatch it at any time. Xueqi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Old man, you've gone too far. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Although he was strong now, facing thousands of Dao Source Realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If so many people pounced on him, he could only run away. Although the old man was unfathomable, Xueqi didn't think he could fight thousands alone. The old man smiled slightly and said, "They only have eyes for this ring. Since that's the case, I'll give it to them." Give it to them? Xueqi was stunned. Before he could react, the old man had already thrown the space ring into the void and shouted, "If you want it, go grab it yourself." Xueqi didn't know what method the old man used, but the space ring burst into light and flew off into the distance with the force of thunder. "Old man, you're courting death. You threw the ring away. Just you wait. This young master will deal with you when he gets the space ring." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and chase after him. You can save 500 years of cultivation with this space ring." Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk rays of light bloomed as all the cultivators turned into streams of light and chased after the space ring. In the blink of an eye, all the thousands of cultivators had disappeared. The old man looked at the backs of those people and clicked his tongue. If I had known this method would work so well, this old master wouldn't have spent so much effort. With a chagrined look, he turned his head and looked at Xueqi. "Boy, aren't you going to chase? That's the space ring of the great emperors. There are countless emperor artifacts and pills inside. If you can get it, breaking through to the emperor realm is just around the corner." His tone was full of bewitchment, obviously trying to get Xueqi to leave here as well. Xueqi sneered, "Old sir, you said before that during the Battle of Emperors, except for a few things, everything else was smashed. There is nothing good in that ring, so why should I chase after it?" After a pause, he smiled slyly. "What's more, the space ring is still here, and the one that flew out is just a fake. Why should I chase after it?" The old man stared at Xueqi. "How did you see through it? This old master's camouflage shouldn't have been seen through by you." Xueqi nodded. "Old sir's camouflage is indeed superb, but you didn't even put your hand into the black hole, so how could you take out the ring? What's more, the skeleton and the ring seem to be right in front of us, but in fact, they are far away from us. How can you reach out and take them? What seems to be right in front of us is just an illusion caused by the superposition of space." The old man was surprised. "You have good eyesight. So you are still here because you want the ring?" Xueqi said, "I just want to know what Ruashi's bloodline power is like. I really can't tell you this. You will understand in the future." Xueqi didn't know why, but when it came to Zhang Ruashi's bloodline power, the old man kept his mouth shut. "This old master is going to do something. You should leave this place quickly. It's really dangerous here. It doesn't matter if you die or not, but the two girls in your arms can't have the slightest accident." "Do something? What do you want me to do?" Xueqi was stunned. The old man had already rushed straight towards the black hole with a solemn expression. Xueqi didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of determination and tragedy in the old man's eyes. Even a hint of disregard for life and death. When he arrived in front of the black hole, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and slammed it towards the black hole. A layer of ripples spread out in front of the black hole, as if an invisible door had been opened. The old man directly passed through the door and rushed into the black hole. After the ripples passed, the old man's figure disappeared, and the skeleton also disappeared strangely. Looking around, only the black hole remained in place. A different kind of power fluctuation came from the black hole, one that Xueqi was somewhat familiar with. Xueqi's heart stirred, and he quickly took out a jade slip from his space ring. This jade slip was snatched from Wu Mengchuan's hands by the embodiment when he killed him. According to the embodiment, Wu Mengchuan seemed to want to destroy this jade slip before he died, and Xueqi didn't know what secrets were hidden in it. There was a mysterious barrier on the jade slip, and Xueqi had tried to crack it before, but to no avail. At this moment, Xueqi was surprised to find that the power fluctuations coming from the black hole were exactly the same as the aura on the jade slip, as if they had been left behind by the same person. The moment Yang Kai took out the jade slip, it bloomed with light, and then the barrier on the jade slip opened on its own, forming a strange resonance with the power fluctuations coming from the black hole. An extremely powerful suction force suddenly came from the black hole, trying to swallow him. Yang Kai was shocked, and his face changed wildly as he tried to leave this place. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The black hole was like the open maw of a beast at this moment, trying to swallow him in one gulp. After only holding on for a few breaths, Yang Kai was powerless. Just before he was swallowed, he waved his hand and threw the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Shaoqi into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he also took in Lu Yen. After doing this, Yang Kai's vision went dark, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He kept falling, with no light around him and no end under his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had stepped on something solid under his feet. With a bang, he found himself falling into an inexplicable world. In this world, there was no sun, moon, or stars, and even the world energy was extremely thin, but the whole world was a strange red color. As far as the eye could see, there was blood flowing on the ground under his feet. This blood was extremely fresh, exuding a strong bloody smell, and was slowly converging in a certain direction. On the ground around him, there were countless broken limbs and corpses. It was a horrifying sight. These are... Yang Kai looked around for a while, and his face changed as he whispered, "The cultivator who died in the Source Sea?" The blood and broken limbs he saw were obviously left behind by the cultivator who had died not long ago, because all the broken limbs and corpses were very fresh and showed no signs of decay. They were all swallowed here. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he found it hard to believe. Chapter 2495. Previously, in the Source Sea, countless cultivator fought over source strength, and countless people died. Those dead cultivators all fell into the Source Sea and disappeared. Unexpectedly, they were all swallowed here in the end. The jade slip no longer existed. When he had been swallowed, Kai Yang had felt the jade slip in his hand suddenly burst apart, turning into a strange energy that lingered around his body, as if it was protecting him. By the time he entered this place, the energy had also disappeared. It seemed that the function of the jade slip was to protect him from entering this place. Without the jade slip, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him if he had been swallowed here. Before Wu Mengchuan died, he desperately destroyed the jade slip. Obviously, he did not want the jade slip to fall into the hands of others and enter this place. What secrets were hidden in this place? Why did the old man enter this place? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he looked around but found nothing. He also released his divine sense but couldn't detect the old man's aura. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai shifted his gaze to the blood on the ground and rushed in the direction where the blood was converging. No matter where this place was or what secrets were hidden, the direction in which the blood was flowing was probably the source. This strange world seemed to be very big. Yang Kai walked for more than an hour, but the surrounding scenery did not change at all. If it weren't for his extraordinary perseverance, he would have thought that he was still in the same place. After an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction. He heard some bursting sounds from that direction. Looking around, there were some faint rays of light blooming, and some powerful fluctuations of power were transmitted from that direction. Someone was fighting over there. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he only saw the old man enter this place alone. If there were really people fighting over there, then one of them must be the old man, but who was the other person? Judging from the fluctuations of power, the strength of the person fighting seemed to be extremely high. Yang Kai didn't know how strong the old man was, but he was certain that the average cultivator in the Emperor realm was no match for him. How could someone who could fight with him in full swing be an ordinary person? How could there be experts in this god-forsaken place? Yang Kai was getting more and more confused. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, he used the Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. The closer they got, the more obvious the aftermath of the battle became. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai hid behind a small hill and stuck his head out to look ahead. What he saw caused his expression to change drastically. His mind was filled with shock. The old man was indeed there, standing in the air. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His back carried a sense of indifference and vicissitudes, a sense of true aloofness and indifference. Not far in front of him, the skeleton that he had seen through the black hole was sitting cross-legged. However, it was different from what he had seen before. There was actually some flesh on the bones of the skeleton. Those pieces of flesh were dark red, absorbing the blood that flowed from all around, and constantly wriggling and growing. All the blood in the world seemed to be gathering towards this skeleton. At this moment, there wasn't much flesh on the skeleton, and it seemed that it had just begun to grow. Even the bones were not completely covered, but this made the skeleton look even more terrifying. The skeleton's hand formed a mysterious seal, and an astonishing suction force came from the white bones, constantly swallowing the surrounding blood. Every time this happened, the old man would launch an extremely fierce attack, blocking the flow of blood so that the skeleton could not devour it. The powerful aftermath of the attack slammed into the skeleton, but it remained motionless. This situation continued for an unknown period of time. The old man tirelessly waved his power, evaporating a large amount of the blood that had gathered. However, there was simply too much blood in this world. Even though the old man kept trying to stop it, there was still more blood coming from all directions, wanting to enter the skeleton. Xueqi suppressed the shock in his heart, his face slightly pale. This was because he actually felt an aura of life from the skeleton. Although it was very weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time in the wind and rain, it was undoubtedly a life force. In other words, the skeleton was alive. No one knew which great emperors this skeleton belonged to, but according to the various clues obtained by Xueqi, he guessed that it was the skeleton of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul was destroyed in the war of great emperors tens of thousands of years ago and could not be more dead, but now it seemed that this rumor was wrong. If this skeleton really belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it meant that the heaven-devouring great emperor was not dead, but had fallen into some kind of deep sleep. The blood that had gathered here might be the opportunity for him to wake up again. Xueqi suddenly remembered something that Wu Mengchuan had said when he was fighting a life-and-death battle with him. He said that how could a person like his ancestor die so easily? It seemed that Wu Mengchuan knew some inside information. After all, he was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so it was not too strange for him to know that his ancestor was still alive. He even knew that his ancestor was hiding here, and was waiting for the right time to use the jade slip to enter this place. Unfortunately, he was killed by Xueqi in the end, and before he died, he wanted to destroy the jade slip. Various thoughts flashed through Xueqi's mind, and he was almost certain that the skeleton belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If the blood here really gathered here and allowed him to regrow his body, then the heaven-devouring great emperor might be resurrected again. In order to kill him, for great emperors died here. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were resurrected, the star boundary would be in danger. Thinking of this, Xueqi broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, a strange aura suddenly rippled out. At first, it was extremely weak, but as time passed, it gradually became stronger, as if a sleeping dragon was slowly waking up. The old man standing in the void obviously noticed this aura as well, and his expression turned solemn as his hands suddenly moved a lot faster. All kinds of incredible but incomparably powerful secret techniques bloomed from his hands and blasted towards the skeleton. In an instant, the place where the skeleton was located collapsed, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and after a while, he coldly snorted. When the dust settled, a thick wall of bloodlight appeared in front of the skeleton. The wall was full of cracks, and the attack just now seemed to have been blocked by the wall of bloodlight. It did not hurt the skeleton at all. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. A sharp gaze suddenly shot out from behind the wall of bloodlight. It seemed to have come from the ancient era, and it made the world turn cold. "You're awake." The old man curled his lips and said with an unhappy expression. The skeleton stared at the old man with a pair of unformed eyes, and there was a bright ghost fire flickering in his eye sockets. After staring at the old man for a long time, he opened his mouth and said in a creepy voice, "Duan Hongchen?" The old man laughed and said wildly, "Yes, it's this old master Wukong. It's rare that you still remember this old master after sleeping for so many years." The skeleton said in a cold voice, "How can this king forget your cheap face? I'm really unlucky to see you first when I woke up." Duan Hongchen smiled faintly and said, "Are you disappointed? Then who do you want to see?" Tell me, this old master can disguise himself as him. You also know that this old master's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world. The skeleton was indifferent, and after a moment of silence he said, "How long has this king been asleep?" Duan Hongchen's expression turned solemn as he said, "Tens of thousands of years, but this old master can't remember exactly how long." The skeleton sighed and said, "It seems that it's really been a long time." The man and the skeleton were chatting like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and there was no tension at all. Yang Kai, who was hiding on a small hill in the distance, felt a storm in his heart. The old man called the skeleton Wukong, which meant that he was indeed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were actually not dead, but had used a mysterious secret technique to sleep in this strange space for tens of thousands of years, waiting for the moment of resurrection. If this news were to spread, the entire star boundary would be in an uproar. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was the old man's name. Duan Hongchen. Yang Kai had never heard of this name, but he had heard of another honorific title. The Great Emperors of the Mortal World. The Great Emperors of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor, Wukong, knew the old man, which meant that the two of them were people of the same era and status. Only the Great Emperors could match the name Duan Hongchen. Was he really the Great Emperors of the Mortal World? Yang Kai was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. Previously, when the old man said that the next time he saw Wen Zishan, he would ask Temple Master 1 to expel Yang Kai from the sect, Yang Kai had even ridiculed him. Who would have thought that this ridicule would actually come true? It was possible to say that the old man was the great emperors of the mortal world, because it was rumored that the great emperors of the mortal world had always been unrestrained, and the style of the old man that Yang Kai knew was consistent with the rumors. The reason why Hyoji obediently left, and even showed a humble expression, was probably because he knew his identity. But what was the matter with his cultivation? The great emperors of the mortal world were extremely powerful, so how could they only be in the third-order Tao source realm? Not only was Yang Kai puzzled by this question, but Wukong was also very curious. How did your cultivation drop so much? This old man cut off his own cultivation. Duan Hongchen smiled slightly, not caring at all. Cut off your own cultivation. Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, "You're actually willing to do this? You can't catch the wolf without risking the child." Wukong seemed to understand something and said, "Did you cut off your own cultivation to come here to find me?" Duan Hongchen nodded and said, "Of course. You may not know, but after you died, the realm barrier here became a little fragile, and the Emperor realm can't enter this place. If you want to enter, you can only do this." Chapter 2496. A Hero Cuts His Wrist. Wukong stared at Duan Hongchen in a daze. "Amazing. This king admires you the most among all the emperors back then. You really didn't disappoint this king." Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "Same to you. You are also the one this old master admires the most." Wukong sighed. "It must have been hard for you to maintain your Tao source realm cultivation for so many years." "You're wrong." Duan Hongchen raised a finger and shook it slowly, saying in a serious tone, "I didn't deliberately maintain my cultivation, I just cut off my own cultivation countless times." "Countless times?" Wukong exclaimed in horror, truly shocked. "You can cultivate again every time? You didn't damage your foundation?" Duan Hongchen said lightly, "It's all thanks to you. Although it was indeed dangerous a few times, I managed to survive. I remember one time when I made a mistake and lost all my cultivation. It took this old master 2,000 years to cultivate again. During those 2,000 years, this old master didn't live a good life." As if recalling that incident, Duan Hongchen had a look of lingering fear on his face. Wukong murmured with a dull look in his eyes, "Was it really worth it, to do this?" Duan Hongchen's expression turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice, "Yes. As long as I can enter the Shattered Star Sea, find you, and destroy your soul, anything is worth it." Wukong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that you hate this king." Duan Hongchen smiled lightly and said, "This old master doesn't hate you. Everyone has their own aspirations, and people who walk different paths cannot work together. It's just Qing Lian. Yuan Ding, Yan Wu, and Song Hai are all dead, so if you don't die, it will be a bit outrageous." So you're here to avenge those old friends of yours. Wukong nodded in understanding. Duan Hongchen sighed softly and said, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? This old man also feels that this matter is very troublesome. Why don't you obediently stop resisting and let this old man send you to meet those old friends of yours? Wukong snorted coldly and said, my soul was almost scattered by you all back then. If he hadn't faked his death to escape at the critical moment, how could he have woken up today? I thought that everything was flawless. How do you know that I'm still alive? Duan Hongchen said solemnly, your methods are indeed impressive. At that time, almost everyone was fooled by you, thinking that you were really dead. But have you forgotten that there is a person who can see through the mysteries of heaven? He saw through the past and saw the future. He was the one who told me that you weren't dead and told me to be more vigilant. Wukong's eyes flashed wildly as he said ferociously, heaven's revelations. Duan Hongchen nodded and said, that's right. It was heaven's revelations. So every time the shattered star sea opened, this old man would come in to take a look. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and everything has been peaceful. I never thought that this time, you would finally be unable to bear the loneliness and prepare to make a comeback. It's not that this king can't bear the loneliness, it's just that the time has come. Wukong snorted coldly. Seeing through the mysteries of heaven. This king also has the ability to see the past and the future. What heaven's revelations can see, this king can also see. What heaven's revelations can't see, this king can also see. Since this king has chosen to wake up at this time, naturally, I won't repeat the same mistakes. Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, that depends on how much ability you have in the past. Wukong laughed loudly, even if it's only 1% of what it was in the past, what can you do to stop me in your current state? 1%? Wukong has also learned to talk big. Your body hasn't taken shape yet, so I'm afraid you can't even use 1% of your strength, right? This old man doesn't need to fight with you, I just need to block the blood flow to stop your resurrection. Duan Hongchen, you really want to be this king's enemy? Wukong shouted angrily. Duan Hongchen said seriously, it's you who is the enemy of the world, the enemy of the common people. If you are reborn, the star boundary will be in chaos. You're just enjoying your time in the mortal world, but you've actually learned to care about the common people. Duan Hongchen, if you dare to stop me, this place will be your burial ground. Since this old man has come in, he has no intention of leaving alive. Duan Hongchen's face was resolute, and he suddenly changed his hand seals and shouted, break. In an instant, his aura rose to the limit, and there was no sign of it stopping. It still continued to climb. Honglong, star. A wave of chi visible to the naked eye erupted from the body of the great emperors of the mortal world, sweeping in all directions and causing the blood to churn. At the same time, Duan Hongchen's cultivation broke through from the third-order Dao Source Realm directly to the first-order Emperor Realm. This breakthrough was as simple as piercing through a thin layer of paper. It was unbelievably simple, and there wasn't even a world energy baptism. It happened in the blink of an eye. Good. The higher your cultivation, the more useful it will be to this king when I devour you later. Wukong was not surprised when he saw Duan Hongchen's breakthrough. Instead, he was delighted. He shouted loudly, and a concept of devouring all things spread out, enveloping Duan Hongchen in it. The surrounding blood seemed to be attracted by something, and madly gathered towards Wukong's skeleton. The territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai, who was watching from afar, immediately recognized that this was the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor. He had used this move in his previous battle with Wu Mengchuan. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor, everything was devoured, and even the mysterious principles and concepts were not spared. The territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor displayed by Wukong was not something that Wu Mengchuan could hope for. It really had the concept of devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor's land. Just looking at it made one feel insignificant. Duan Hongchen was suddenly wrapped in the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and his aura suddenly weakened. His face changed drastically, and he clasped his hands together and slammed them forward, chanting in a low voice, "Boundless mortal world, 3,000 worries." The huge seal slammed down, and before the attack arrived, it had already set off monstrous waves in the surrounding blood. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he quickly said, not bad. It's a bit like back then, but it's impossible for you to defeat this king. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Devour. As soon as his voice fell, the skeleton seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, not only devouring the surrounding blood, but also Duan Hongchen's secret technique. Wukong laughed loudly, his laughter full of disdain. Duan Hongchen's face remained impassive as he pushed his Emperor Qi to maintain his secret technique to resist this attack. A moment later, Wukong's body shook, and the blood flowing into his skeleton was suddenly cut off. Not only that, the regenerated flesh fell to the ground and turned into a pool of dirty water. He shouted angrily, "Old thing, you cheated!" Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Keep devouring, why did you stop? Isn't your heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique supposed to be able to devour everything under heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Why did you stop?" Wukong angrily said, "What kind of concept does this secret technique of yours contain? It can actually hurt this king secretly. This is unforgivable." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted. "Do you think this old master has severed his cultivation countless times over the past tens of thousands of years just to enter the Shattered Star Sea to find you? Since this old master is known as the mortal world, it is natural for this old master to experience the power of the mortal world. This old master is no longer the old master of the past." The power of the mortal world, the power of heaven and earth? Wukong's eyes flashed, as if he had comprehended something, and said fiercely, "You actually comprehended a trace of the power of heaven and earth. No wonder you are so confident. Wukong, this time you will definitely die, so don't resist." What a joke. There is no one in this world who can kill this king. This king is the heavens and the earth. Those who resist this king are violating the will of the heavens and earth, and can't be tolerated by all laws. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "Wukong, you are confused. Under the heavens and earth, all living things are ants. How dare you compare yourself to the heavens and earth? The heavens will not tolerate you. I am the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and the heavens will not tolerate me." Of these two great emperors, one had an incomplete body, and the other had cut off his own cultivation. Neither of them was at their peak, but in this strange world, they were fighting to the death, and did not hold back at all. When the energy surged, they were even more fierce, and the heavens and earth trembled. Their words sounded ordinary, but they seemed to contain a very deep truth, which triggered the pattern of the heavens. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his mind tremble violently, and the qi in his body was tumbling. This was the Tao. This was the heavens' Tao that countless cultivators were bitterly searching for but could not touch. The two great emperors were secretly fighting with their own Tao, trying to suppress each other. In such a battle, the one with a firmer heart and deeper understanding of the heavens' Tao would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai was immersed in it all at once. After carefully thinking about it, he only felt that what these two people said was very reasonable. It was like a gem, and it was priceless advice that benefited him a lot. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart moved, and a look of realization appeared on his face, as if he had understood something. The tumbling qi in his body also reached its peak at this moment. Yang Kai was shocked and suddenly recovered from that kind of enlightenment. With an ugly expression, he whispered, "Oh no!" He did not expect that he would feel the opportunity to break through at this time. It had been almost 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. Recently, he had seen many new cultivators from the Emperor realm and fought with many of them. Although he was confident that his strength was not inferior to any new cultivator from the Emperor realm, he was still only a Tao Source realm cultivator. Without a high enough realm, one could never be called an emperor. He had been looking for an opportunity to break through, but unfortunately, this kind of thing could not be rushed. When the opportunity came, it would naturally come naturally. If the opportunity did not come, it would be useless to force it. And at this time, this opportunity suddenly fell on Yang Kai. If it were anywhere else, Yang Kai would have been ecstatic. He had long been mentally prepared to break through to the Emperor realm. His source qi also showed signs of transforming into Emperor qi, so it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Emperor realm. But there were two great emperors not far from here in a life-and-death battle, so how could he break through with peace of mind? If he was caught in the middle of the battle between these two, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wanted to suppress it, but found that he could not at all. The feeling of breaking through was getting stronger and stronger. If he forcibly suppressed it, his foundation would be destroyed and his cultivation would be lost. Chapter 2497. Now that the arrow was knocked on the string, Xueqi gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and scattered countless source crystals from his space ring around his body. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, emptied his mind and body, ignoring all the unstable factors, and only comprehending the fluctuations of the heavenly way brought about by the battle between the two great emperors. This kind of promotion was something that no one had ever done before in history. Xueqi had no choice but to do so. But he soon discovered that this might be an opportunity for him, because the two great emperors' every move and even their words carried a trace of mysterious power that coincided with the truth of the heavenly way. It was as if he was absorbing the two great emperors' perception of the heavenly way, using it as a cornerstone to spy on his own path of martial Tao. The benefits were simply indescribable. Xueqi soon forgot everything around him and was completely immersed in it. The source crystals around him were shaken violently and turned into dust. Pure and rich world energy escaped from the source crystals and slowly gathered above Xueqi's head, gradually forming a heavenly vision. Oh, there's a little bug. Although the two great emperors were fighting fiercely and seemed to be distracted, at their level of cultivation, their perception was extremely sharp. They noticed the slightest movement on Xueqi's side. Wukong took a moment to look at Xueqi, then his eyes flashed with disdain. A trivial third-order Tao source realm was nothing in his eyes. Not to mention when he was at his peak. Even now, he could easily crush a Tao source realm cultivator like crushing an ant. How did this boy come in? Duan Hongchen was slightly surprised. This was the place where Wukong had faked his death, so the entrance to the black hole had been set up with his own unique barrier. Let alone coming in, it was impossible to even discover it. Otherwise, Duan Hongchen would not have only found this place today after so many openings of the Shattered Star Sea over the past tens of thousands of years. He already knew that the Origin Sea was Wukong's hiding place. However, he did not know exactly where it was hidden until the Origin Sea changed and the black hole formed, devouring a large amount of the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Only then was he able to enter this place. It was thanks to his understanding of Wukong that he was able to break the restriction on the entrance. If it was any other place in the Emperor Realm, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would only be able to look on helplessly. How did Xueqi have the ability to enter this place? Could it be that after he entered, the restriction at the entrance loosened, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it? Duan Hongchen was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have destroyed the entrance after coming in. But he didn't know. The only reason Xueqi could enter this place was because of the jade strip left behind by Wu Mengchuan after his death. The jade slip could be said to be a key. The person holding the jade slip would be able to ignore the restriction at the entrance and enter this place. This was what Wukong had left behind for his descendants. Everything was a coincidence. To Duan Hongchen's relief, he only found Xueqi's trace and did not see Mo Shaoqi or Zhang Ruoxi. If those two girls were also here, then today's matter would be troublesome. You dare to be distracted while fighting with this king? Duan Hongchen, you deserve to die today. Wukong shouted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo. Asterisk a strange sound was heard as a violent wind suddenly swept out from his palm and swept towards Duan Hongchen. This wind did not seem to be an ordinary one. It actually contained the aura of the elemental sources. Wherever it swept, the world collapsed and space shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchen's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "You have lost your physical body, but you can still use the primordial astral wind." Wukong smiled contemptuously. The primordial astral wind is the power of the elemental sources. It is invisible and formless, and it is connected to this king's mind. Who told you that you can't use it after losing your physical body? Ha ha ha, you dare to look down on this king? You will pay the price. Even if this king is only a skeleton left, he is still not someone you can look up to. As he spoke, the primordial astral wind had already arrived in front of Duan Hongchen and was about to engulf him. At this moment of crisis, the panic in Duan Hongchen's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. He formed a seal with his hands and suddenly rose from the ground as he shouted in a low voice. Prison circle. Asterisk walala. Asterisk a dark green light suddenly bloomed and enveloped Duan Hongchen. At the same time, the phantom image of a huge tree appeared and stretched across the world. This dark green phantom image was similar to the primordial astral wind, exuding pure elemental sources. Bang, 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 The primordial astral wind rushed over and caused the dark green tree to sway unsteadily, causing its leaves to rustle, yet it was unable to invade Duan Hongchen in the slightest. All of its might was actually resisted and didn't injure him in the slightest. Divine Wood Barbarian! Wukong cried out in shock when he saw this scene, and he seemed to look at the dark green phantom image with slight disbelief. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Duan Hongchen, you dare to play tricks on this king?" Earlier, Duan Hongchen revealed a panicked expression, and Wukong thought that Duan Hongchen was unable to do anything against his primordial astral wind. But never had he imagined that in the blink of an eye, Duan Hongchen actually utilized the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian to completely block off the primordial astral wind. Duan Hongchen was obviously toying with him, causing him to experience a huge drop from joy to disappointment. It was simply unforgivable. Duan Hongchen urged his Emperor Qi to support the phantom image of the Divine Wood Barbarian while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a grin, "You really scared this old master to death." Fortunately, this old master was prepared. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really would have failed miserably. "Bastard! How dare you slander this king? Duan Hongchen, you've got guts. And isn't this primordial astral wind from that bastard Iron Blood? He has always regarded it as a treasure, so how could it have fallen into your hands?" Wukong roared again and again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, "Could it be? Iron Blood has fallen." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, "Although this old master wishes Iron Blood to die early and reincarnate, what's disappointing is that that bastard doesn't even show any signs of aging. Instead, he's getting younger and younger. It's really enviable. Recently, he seems to have taken in a little disciple and spent a lot of effort to teach her, but I don't know what he's after. Disciples are meant to be deceived by their master. It's really sad to talk about it." It was unknown if he was thinking of Wen Zishan when he said this, but he seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. Wukong said angrily, "Since he's still alive, why would he hand over the Divine Wood Origin to you? How could he bear to?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said, "Because this old master told him that if he didn't hand over the Divine Wood Origin, this old master would find hundreds and thousands of young and strong men and form a group to seduce his precious disciple. Let's see if his disciple can control herself." He obediently gave in. Wukong's face darkened when he heard this. He was speechless and said, "You can do that?" Duan Hongchen curled his lips and said, "You don't know how much he cares about his precious disciple. That little girl seems to have a special constitution and is extremely suitable to inherit his legacy. This old master has seen that little girl before. She's amazing. Young people nowadays are amazing. At such a young age, she vaguely has the demeanor of Iron Blood back then. She can kill her master with one punch. When this old master left Iron Blood Castle, he punched me. My eyebrows were cracked and my blood spilled everywhere." Wukong laughed and said, "You deserve it. I'm afraid no one in this world can be more shameless than you." "You flatter me, you flatter me." Duan Hongchen smiled slightly. Wukong said, "So what if you have the Divine Wood Origin? After all, you're not the first owner of the Divine Wood Origin. How can you win against this old master's primordial astral wind?" "Whether or not I can win, I still have to try. Don't tell me this old master should just sit and wait for death?" As the two fought, they exchanged words. One moment, they acted like old friends reminiscing about the past, and the next moment, they acted like they were mortal enemies. If there was anyone else here, they would have been confused by this scene. However, the two elemental origins collided madly without rest, causing the space to shatter and fill the sky with the power of wind and wood. It was extremely shocking. The sweeping primordial astral wind was extremely powerful. Even if the Emperor realm was swept into it, there would be nothing left of them. However, the Divine Wood White Barbarian's shadow was impregnable. No matter how strong the wind blew, it would not move. The leaves rustled as it guarded Duan Hongchen tightly. Within a radius of 100 miles, the space and line of sight had been distorted. The blood on the ground had all evaporated. This kind of competition was a competition of the two's control of their respective elemental origins. Moreover, the result could not be determined in a short period of time. With such a situation, whether it was Wukong or Duan Hongchen, it was difficult for them to back down. If Wu Guang withdrew the primordial astral wind, Duan Hongchen would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. In his current state, there was no way he could resist the attack of the Divine Wood Origin. Whether it was the primordial astral wind or the divine wood origin, they were both treasures comparable to the true phoenix fire. Not only were they precious and difficult to find, but they were also infinitely powerful. In particular, Wu Kuang was still a skeleton at the moment, so the divine tree's origin was especially lethal to him. Once the divine tree's origin power invaded his body, he would never be able to reconstruct his body. He did not dare to let his guard down. At the beginning, he was dismissive, but now he had to treat this battle seriously. Duan Hongchen had waited for tens of thousands of years to enter this place to deal with him. How could he not be prepared? And judging from the results, everything that Duan Hongchen had displayed was deliberately aimed at him. The two great emperors were fighting fiercely here. Although they knew that Yang Kai was still advancing to the emperor realm, they did not intend to pay attention to him. They did not even deliberately restrain the aftermath of their attacks. Wukong did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but Duan Hongchen had no choice. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had the idea of protecting him as much as possible, he could not spare the slightest thought to consider other things when fighting the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. He could only do his best to fight against Wukong. Chapter 2498. While the two great emperors were fighting fiercely over there, Yang Kai was gradually entering a good state. Traces of emperor intent spread out from his body. At first, it was not obvious, but as time passed, this emperor intent became clearer and clearer. To advance to the emperor realm, condensing one's own emperor intent was the most basic standard. Only by having one's own emperor intent could one touch the threshold of the emperor realm and open the door to the supreme martial Tao. Rich world energy gathered above Yang Kai's head, forming an extremely terrifying world energy manifestation. The dense world energy gathered into a cloud, as if the sky was about to collapse. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed through the cloud of world energy, giving off a deafening rumbling sound. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. In his mind, all the experiences of his life flashed. It was not that he wanted to recall them, but these experiences appeared in his mind involuntarily. He could not control them at all. Joining High Heaven Pavilion, cultivating hard, but not finding the right way. Being bullied by many brothers, but unwilling to give up on pursuing the martial Tao. Occasionally obtaining the wordless black book, peeking into the inheritance of the demon god, soaring to the heavens from then on. Fighting in Central Capital, walking Tongxian Realm, entering the Starfield Corridor, breaking through Hangluo Starfield, entering the star boundary. Passion with Su Yan, tenderness with Xiaoning Chong, emotional entanglements with Shanqing Luo, friendship without discord with Xueqi. Tirelessly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, the road to the Tao, accompanied by beauty, although occasionally lonely, there were thoughts in his heart. In this life, no regrets, no resentment. On this road, no hatred, no regrets. No demons in the heart, no external force can invade. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, shining like stars, and he let out a long roar. The tumbling chi in his body reached its peak in an instant. Kacha. A dense sound suddenly came from all over his body. His bones, meridians, flesh and blood wriggled to the limit at this moment. His meridians became wider and tougher, and his flesh and bones became more solid. Even his divine sense. It also seemed to have expanded a lot. Rumble. In the sky, a bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket suddenly struck down. It contained the power of the heavens and seemed to be able to destroy everything. With the force of thunder, it blasted towards Yang Kai's head. Along with the lightning, there was also an incomparable amount of spiritual chi. It was as if it wanted to drown Yang Kai. Crack. As Yang Kai's body trembled violently, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular body. His skin was cracked, and blood was flowing out. The Supreme Martial Emperor. The Heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. Only by enduring the condemnation of the Heavenly Tao, and withstanding the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth, only then could one truly advance to the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless proud sons of heaven and countless elite cultivators had fallen at this stage, their souls scattered. This was also the reason why there were so many Dao Source Realm cultivators in the entire star boundary but so few in the Emperor Realm. Those who could truly advance to the Emperor Realm were those who were extremely firm in their own path of martial Dao, and would not be disturbed by external forces. They were those who could go against the current, firm in their beliefs, and not waver in the slightest. The World Force baptism in the Emperor Realm was more terrifying than any that Yang Kai had encountered before. When the first strike fell, Yang Kai was already injured. However, his physical body was extremely strong, and the golden blood in his body had an extremely strong self-healing ability, so his cracked skin quickly began to repair itself. The world energy that poured into his body was also swallowed up by him at once, causing his aura to increase instead of decrease. Before his injuries could recover, the second baptism had already arrived. Compared to the first one, the second one was even more terrifying. As the lightning fell, the aura of extinction spread out, making Yang Kai smell the scent of death. He focused his mind and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He formed seals with his hands and urged his strength to resist. Hong long long. Yang Kai's injuries suddenly worsened. His entire body was dripping with blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The raging world energy invaded his body, rampaging through his flesh and meridians, making him suffer unspeakably. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing the world energy that poured into his body as much as he could while constantly comprehending the heavenly way, sweeping away the barriers that blinded his eyes and prying into his own path of martial Dao. Hong. The third wave of baptism came crashing down without stopping. In the distance, the two great emperors, who were doing their best to resist, could not help but be attracted by the commotion and turned their heads to look. After watching for a while, Wukong's eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted in a low voice, "This little brat is not simple." He was one of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, the strongest master in the star boundary since ancient times. He did not dare say that there would be no one to surpass him in the future, but there was definitely no one before him. Even though he was also one of the great emperors, he did not put them in his eyes. For him to say that Yang Kai was not simple was already an extremely high compliment. He is indeed a little strange. Duan Hongchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded in agreement. If he was simple, how could he have suppressed the Emperor Realm with just a Dao Source Realm cultivation? If he was simple, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly in just a few years? Duan Hongchen and Yang Kai had known each other for some time now. Although they did not have a deep relationship, Duan Hongchen's vision was extremely good. Ever since he saw Yang Kai in Maplewood City, he felt that he would become a great man in the future. Although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, he found that he had still underestimated this boy. Hongchen, when you and I broke through to the Emperor Realm, was there such a phenomenon? Wukong suddenly asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchen grinned. If the world energy baptism was as terrifying as this when I advanced to the Emperor Realm, there would be no bustling world great emperor in this world. Wukong nodded lightly and said, "This boy has the characteristics of great emperors." Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "I think this boy has more than just the characteristics of great emperors. He will surpass you sooner or later." Surpass this king? Wukong sneered when he heard this. Dream on. No one can surpass this king's ability. Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Whatever you say. You won't have the chance to see it anyway." Wukong's voice turned cold. "Are you so confident that you can kill this king?" Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice. "This old master has said it before. Since I have come here, I have no intention of leaving alive. Today, even if my soul is destroyed, I will eliminate you completely." "Good, since you've said so, this king won't be polite when dealing with you, As he spoke, Wu Kuang's expression suddenly changed as he turned his attention to Yang Kai again. Duan Hongchen also seemed to have noticed something wrong. When he turned his head, he saw the heavenly vision change again. The world's might gathered above Yang Kai's head turned into an inverted funnel, connecting the sky to the earth. The terrifying world's might made the two great emperors' faces turn solemn. As soon as the funnel appeared, it madly blasted down and directly connected with Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing up the rich and surging world's might. A clear aura of the Emperor Realm rippled out, growing stronger and stronger. This. Duan Hongchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What's going on? Is this brat courting death? Ha ha ha. Wukong laughed loudly, He overestimates himself and dares to compete with the heavenly might. Hong Chen, this brat probably won't have the chance to surpass this king. He will definitely die like this. Duan Hong Chen heard this and didn't refute. He just sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity." Normally, when he saw this scene, he might have helped Yang Kai because of his love for talent. However, at this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Wukong, so he didn't have the spare energy to care about Yang Kai's business. Under this terrifying world's might, how could Yang Kai possibly survive? As he spoke, the commotion on the other side became more and more violent. The entire earth was shaking, and bottomless ravines appeared in this strange world, crisscrossing with each other. A roar suddenly came from the other side. At the same time, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it met the world's might head-on. Golden Divine Dragon Source. Wukong cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if he had been greatly shocked. Impossible! Duan Hong Chen also looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As soon as the golden dragon phantom appeared, it attracted most of the attention of the two great emperors, causing their focus to shift to Yang Kai, causing their expressions to change greatly. Who the hell is this kid? How can he have the golden divine dragon source? Wukong shouted. For some reason, he suddenly became very agitated. Duan Hong Chen was absent-minded for a while before he said, "How would this old man know about this? The golden divine dragon is the ancestor of the dragon race. Rumor has it that it was the one who gave birth to the entire dragon race. However, after giving birth to the dragon race, it turned into ashes. How can the golden divine dragon source still exist in this world?" Tsk. Wu Kuang's hollow eye sockets twitched like will-o'-the-wisps. He had an extremely greedy look on his face. If those old dragons on Dragon Island knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. What the hell are you planning? Duan Hong Chen suddenly became alert and turned his head to glare at Wukong. Wukong coldly snorted, "Even if this king has any plans, I'll have to kill you first." While the two were talking, the golden divine dragon roared towards the sky, facing the terrifying world energy head-on. From the dragon's mouth, an unparalleled suction force emerged, sucking in the world energy in large mouthfuls before transmitting it to Yang Kai. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly lessened a lot. Previously, he had felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he had been forced to use the golden divine dragon source, but he had not expected it to have such a miraculous effect. It could resist the world energy. This golden holy dragon origin source was truly extraordinary. As the dragon's mouth continued to swallow, the aura in Yang Kai's body grew stronger and stronger, and his strength increased exponentially. He could not help but feel a sense of heroism, and his entire spirit seemed to have been refreshed. He did not know what it was like for others to break through to the Emperor realm, but he felt that if the other emperors from the Emperor realm he had encountered before had done the same, they would have all died long ago. He was probably the only one who could cause such a huge commotion when breaking through. Chapter 2499. Time passed slowly as the golden divine dragon continued to devour the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, while Yang Kai's strength was also growing steadily. As a result, the power of heaven and earth became weaker and weaker. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the heavenly vision above Yang Kai's head was swept away and everything returned to normal. The thunder and lightning no longer existed, and the cloud pressure phenomenon that seemed like the sky was collapsing also disappeared. The surrounding world energy were all sucked into Yang Kai's body. Although he remained motionless, the bones in his body crackled, transmitting a joyful aura. This time, the promotion seemed to have passed peacefully. Wukong and Duan Hong Chen were both dumbfounded and lost in thought for a long time. Yang Kai, however, did not feel the slightest joy. Not only that, but he also felt a faint sense of fear. This feeling was even stronger than when he had just broken through, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. He clearly felt that his realm had not truly reached the Emperor realm, but had instead stopped at the threshold of the Emperor realm, only one step away. What's going on? The heavenly vision for my breakthrough has already disappeared, and I've also survived the terrifying world energy baptism, so why haven't I broken through to the Emperor realm? While Yang Kai was puzzled, The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, a magnificent and awe-inspiring aura suddenly emerged from the heavens and earth, turning into a stream of light and falling straight towards Yang Kai's head as fast as lightning. Kai Yang's complexion changed greatly. In front of this magnificent and overwhelming qi, he felt as if he was unable to resist it. It seemed that after the stream of light fell, he would not be able to resist it. It was as if the moment it fell, he would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the aura that fell gave him a familiar yet strange feeling, as if he had vaguely seen it somewhere before. World energy. Wukong and Duan Hongchen both cried out in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared in Yang Kai's direction. The two great emperors' emotions instantly became extremely complicated. They didn't know what Yang Kai had done to actually draw upon the power of heaven and earth when he ascended to the emperor realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth was an extremely special and mysterious power. The origin was even more profound and mysterious. The great emperors were proficient in all kinds of law powers, and when they fought, they could use the power of law origin as easily as blowing off dust. However, no one could underestimate the power of heaven and earth. That was the power of heaven and earth. Under the heavens and earth, all living beings were ants. If heaven and earth wanted you to live, you would live. If heaven and earth wanted you to die, you would die. Even characters like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors could not completely control the power of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Duan Hongchen was able to secretly injure him earlier. Duan Hongchen had been constantly severing his cultivation for tens of thousands of years, wandering on the path of martial arts, and struggling in the mortal world. It actually allowed him to comprehend the power of the mortal world. This power of the mortal world was also a kind of power of heaven and earth. Naturally, it could cause harm to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. Even so, Duan Hongchen's power of the mortal world still couldn't compare with the true power of heaven and earth. Once the power of heaven and earth appeared, it was equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. No one could resist it. That boy was dead for sure. The two great emperors thought that they had witnessed the birth of a genius, but they didn't expect it to be such an ending. They couldn't help but sigh. Under such a power of heaven and earth, how could Yang Kai resist? The golden divine dragon phantom roared to the sky. It rose to the sky, wanting to fight against heaven and earth. A stream of light fell. The golden divine dragon phantom suddenly disintegrated and disappeared, but its momentum didn't diminish as it continued towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked up, his eyes cold. The vast sea torrent revealed its heroic nature. At such a critical moment, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became incomparably clear, and his whole person was incredibly calm. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell was suddenly summoned. The simple mountains and rivers bell expanded in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. The complex patterns on it also seemed to come to life, flowing vividly. A kind of aura that suppressed heaven and earth suddenly filled the air. The mountains and rivers bell. Duan Hongchen's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in horror, "The mountains and rivers bell. This is Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell." Wukong was also so shocked that the ghost fire in his eyes flickered wildly. He didn't even care about fighting with Duan Hongchen as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Since Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm, the strength he had shown and the means he had used had shocked the eyes and minds of the two great emperors. In the past, the two of them would never have dared to imagine that a single person could have so many good things on him. The golden divine dragon was the ancestor of the dragon race. It was rumored that it had long been reduced to ashes, but its source strength had appeared in Yang Kai's body. Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure, a treasure that even the great emperors coveted. During the War of Emperors, Yuan Ding had used his last bit of strength to throw it into the void, and since then, it had disappeared. At this moment, it was blooming with a strange brilliance in Yang Kai's hands. Who is this little brat? How can he be so favored by heaven and earth? However, in this way, the two great emperors somewhat understood why his breakthrough to the emperor realm would attract the world force to target him. In the process of his growth, he must have had infinite opportunities and great blessings, but the heavenly way was fair and just. On the path of martial arts, there were gains and losses. The better the opportunities and the better the cultivator's aptitude, the greater the resistance they would encounter during their breakthrough. The two were directly proportional. No one could explain why, but there had never been an exception since ancient times. It would be outrageous if a person who possessed the golden divine dragon source strength and the mountains and rivers bell did not attract the world force to target him. After realizing this, the two great emperors no longer felt the slightest pity for Yang Kai, because the tribulation he had experienced was inevitable. Even if it did not appear at this moment, it would come to him in the future. It was only a matter of time, and there was no way to avoid it. The previous baptism of the world force was just an appetizer. This bombardment of the world force was the real ordeal. If Yang Kai could survive, he would definitely soar to the sky, but if he could not, he would be reduced to ashes. Wukong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you think he can survive? Duan Hongchen swallowed his saliva and asked. Wukong's Adam's apple also moved, but as a skeleton, there was no saliva to swallow, so he said lightly, the mountains and rivers' bell's sound can suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura can change the world. Among all the emperors back then, this old master admired you the most, but the one I feared the most was Yuan Ding, because he had the mountains and rivers' bell. Is this why you risked your life to be the first to severely injure him? Wukong coldly snorted. This king wanted to kill him, but unfortunately, you got in the way and ruined this king's good deed. What happened back then is already in the past. Let's change the subject, Duan Hongchen grinned. Wukong said, if Yuan Ding personally used the mountains and rivers' bell, this world force would not be able to do anything. The mountains and rivers' bell can suppress the world force, which is the nemesis of the world force. But this kid, how much of the mountains and rivers' bell's power can he use? Duan Hongchen said seriously, so you think he will definitely die? Wukong said, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Duan Hongchen rolled his eyes and said, then how about we make a bet? What bet? What bet? Wukong asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchen pointed his finger. Let's bet whether he can survive or not. What if he lives? What if he dies? If he dies, this old master will kill himself in front of you and detonate my divine soul. If he lives, you have to do the same. As soon as he said this, Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, Duan Hongchen, you want to kill this king so badly? You don't hesitate to use your own life as a bet? Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, this old master said that even if my divine soul is destroyed today, I will drag you to the grave with me. I don't care about my life, so what is this old master afraid of? Wukong's eyes kept twitching, obviously very angry. Scared? Duan Hongchen smiled contemptuously and glanced at him. Don't try to provoke this king. Wukong snorted coldly. This king has never been afraid of anything since he was born. So you agree to it? Wukong snorted. This king's life is in my control. Others can't decide for me. Duan Hongchen laughed. Wukong, oh Wukong, I didn't expect you to become so cautious. It seems that you have changed a lot after being asleep for tens of thousands of years. If it were you in the past, you wouldn't say this. What would this king have said in the past? Wukong looked at him coldly. Duan Hongchen said, if it were you in the past, you would definitely have agreed and then secretly killed that little brat. In your eyes, is this king such a despicable person? Wukong snorted coldly. Despicable or not, you don't know in your heart, yet you ask me. While the two great emperors were talking, the stream of light formed by the world force was already very close to Yang Kai. But after Yang Kai summoned the mountains and rivers' bell, the speed of the stream of light was greatly reduced. The mountains and rivers' bell's suppressive aura seemed to have a great effect on it. However, Yang Kai was under a great deal of pressure at this moment. The consumption of using the mountains and rivers' bell was enormous, and even though his strength had improved a lot compared to before, Yang Kai was still unable to bear it. Moreover, watching an attack that could threaten his life slowly descend would be a great psychological deterrent to anyone. Yang Kai knew that if he couldn't stop the world force, he would undoubtedly die. Shrouded in the aura of death, Yang Kai had never felt so uncomfortable and difficult as he did at this moment. Quang, quang, quang. The mountains and rivers' bell continued to emit sounds, and the suppressive force became more and more violent, but it still couldn't stop the stream of light from falling. Instead, it shook Yang Kai, making him bleed from his mouth and nose, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that the stream of light was getting closer and closer to him, and that the mountains and rivers' bell could no longer stop it, Yang Kai's mood sank to the bottom. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind and he suddenly understood what this inexplicable force was. This was the world force. This was the will of heaven and earth. No wonder it was somewhat familiar. He had used the world force before. After understanding this, a very bold idea popped up in his mind. The next moment, He stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Through a mental connection, a strange force suddenly emerged from the sealed world bead and blasted towards the world force. Chapter 2500. The power born from the sealed world bead was very similar to the world force, and the two could almost be said to come from the same source. Another world force? Wukong exclaimed in shock. How can this little brat control the world force? Where did he get it from? Duan Hongchen was also surprised. Not to mention Yang Kai, who had yet to break through from the Emperor realm. Even those who had reached the Third Order Emperor realm many years ago could not control this kind of power. Only great emperors, could comprehend the world force, and only great emperors were qualified to control a trace of it. The Third Order Emperor realm was the pinnacle of the martial Tao, and the cultivation of the great emperors did not jump out of this category, but the difference between them and ordinary Third Order emperors was their comprehension of the world force. Those who could comprehend the world force were qualified to become great emperors, and they could suppress ordinary Third Order emperors. But now, Yang Kai could actually control a trace of the world force. Although this trace of power paled in comparison to the world force like the difference between a father and son, it was undoubtedly the world force. The two great emperors were deeply shocked, even more so than when they saw the golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell. Is it because of that bead? Wukong looked at the sealed world bead with burning eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. If not for his scruples about the world force, he would have released his divine sense to investigate it carefully. It was also because of his scruples that he did not know what kind of artifact the sealed world bead was. If Wukong could discover this, so could Duan Hongchen. He stared at the sealed world bead with a frown, comparing it with the many famous artifacts in his memory, but he found that none of them matched. He had never seen this artifact before. This was a very strange thing. Duan Hongchen had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to not know of any famous secret treasures in the star boundary. But now, one of them had appeared before him. However, no matter what the hell this bead was, Yang Kai's ability to control the power of heaven and earth was definitely related to it. Could this also be a prehistoric unique treasure? Duan Hongchen was shocked when he thought of this. But he quickly denied this conjecture, because it was very easy to identify a primeval treasure. The aura that came from the primeval couldn't be concealed at all, and this was the case for the mountains and rivers belts. The interior of the sealed world bead was a small world of its own. Since it was a small world, it naturally had the power of heaven and earth. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's mind was connected to the sealed world bead. Naturally, he could draw out the power of heaven and earth from the sealed world bead to fight against the calamity. However, the sealed world bead was only a small world. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real world. The difference between the two world forces was strong and weak. It could be distinguished at a glance. Kong long long. The sealed world bead's world force surged forward to meet the world force. Soon, it collided with the true power of heaven and earth. Yang Kai watched nervously. If he couldn't resist even this, then he only had one last trump card left, which was to undo the seal on his demonic chi and use his ancient great demon body to resist this calamity. However, after doing this, Yang Kai didn't know if he could reseal the demonic chi. It had been several years since the last seal was undone, and the firmament tree planted in the sealed world bead had accumulated a lot of sealing power. Logically speaking, it should be enough. After all, it was in the medicine garden. 1 year of the firmament tree's growth was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. With hundreds of years of sealing power, how could it not be able to seal the demonic chi? However, there was also a drawback to doing this. Every time the seal was undone, more sealing power would be needed to reseal the demonic chi. Yang Kai discovered this drawback last time, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use this trump card. Who knew if there would be a time when the sealing power of the firmament tree was insufficient, resulting in it being unable to seal the ancient demonic chi, causing him to fall and lose his consciousness. Yang Kai never dared to underestimate the pure demonic chi of the ancient great demon. The world shook, and the universe collapsed. This strange space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Wukong and Duan Hongchen both paled. The two world forces collided, sending out shockwaves beyond imagination. It was as if two worlds had collided, and the world had changed in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world force produced by the small sealed world gradually melted away. It was obviously no match for the real world force. However, in the process of its melting, Yongkai clearly felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. This discovery made Yongkai couldn't help but smile. After the sealed world bead's world force completely disappeared, Yongkai's expression turned solemn. He constantly formed seals with his hands, desperately stirring up his source qi. His knowledge sea opened wide, and his spiritual energy leaked out like a tide. The mountains and rivers' bells shone brightly, and the suppressive aura became more and more intense. The remaining world force seemed to be struggling, but under Yongkai's desperate struggle, it was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers' bell. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud explosion, the mountains and rivers' bell fell not far in front of Yongkai. The light on its surface gradually faded, and the remaining world force was suppressed and sealed, unable to move. The shock waves gradually subsided, and everything returned to normal. At the same time, the weakened Yongkai felt a different feeling. With a wave of his hand, he threw out countless source crystals, which exploded into powder and turned into pure world energy. Yongkai's body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. His weak aura climbed steadily, and soon reached the peak of the Tao source realm, but it still didn't stop, and continued to rise. At a certain moment, Yongkai suddenly heard a cracking sound coming from his body. Immediately afterward, his whole body became light, and a comfortable feeling spread from his limbs to his bones. The source qi in his body also underwent a magical change at this moment, and even his overused knowledge sea was filled up in an instant. The whole world seemed to be very different from before. Kai Yong felt as if he had been reborn. From head to toe, every piece of his flesh and blood was pulsing, containing an extremely terrifying power. Emperor intent spread out. It was clear and distinct, as if it was real. The Emperor realm. It had been several decades since he started cultivating at the age of 13, and he had reached the Emperor realm today. He had experienced countless life and death tribulations, and although there was still a long way to go before he reached the true peak, Yongkai truly had the qualifications to reach the peak today. With a surge of emotions, he let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He actually succeeded. Wukong was shocked. At least you have foresight. Otherwise, you would have to commit suicide in front of this old master right now. Duan Hongchen couldn't help but curl his lips, a look of annoyance on his face. Although he had proposed a bet before, unfortunately, Wukong was cautious and didn't agree. If he had agreed, there would have been a good show to watch. How could he have succeeded? Wukong's face was extremely ugly. As the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors, the #1 person in the star boundary since ancient times, he felt that it was impossible for anyone to surpass him, no matter in which aspect. But today someone had done it, even though it was just the movement of advancing to the Emperor realm. Although there were many difficulties when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, it was far less terrifying than what he had seen today. This boy had encountered such hardships when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, so he could imagine how bright his future would be. Duan Hongchen had said before that he would surpass him in the future. He had thought it was just a joke, but now it seemed that it might really come true. He had so many rare treasures, and his own strength and aptitude were also extremely outstanding. How bad could such a person be in the future? Wukong couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. For the first time in his life, he felt inferior to others. Suddenly his face changed dramatically, and he turned to look at Duan Hongchen and shouted, "Old thing, you dare to do such a thing? How shameless!" He didn't know what Duan Hongchen had done to him secretly, but Wukong instantly flew into a rage. Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "It seems that you really care about that boy. You didn't even notice this old master's trick, but it's too late now." Saying so, Duan Hongchen urged his Emperor Qi, and the divine wood-white barbarian source that had been enveloping him suddenly turned blood-red. The divine wood-white barbarian source was a wood attribute source. It was originally a lush green color, but now it had somehow turned blood-red, giving off an extremely strange aura. "How dare you devour the vitality I worked so hard to collect?" Wukong shouted, looking at Duan Hongchen in disbelief. "You've used the white barbarian source so fiercely, you'll definitely destroy it. How will you explain it to Iron Blood then?" Duan Hongchen said solemnly, "Iron Blood knows that this old master won't go back, so he'll let this old master do whatever he wants with this divine wood source. Without so much vitality, I'd like to see how you'll reconstruct your body. With your skeleton that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, you won't be able to do anything. Impudent. All of you want this king to die, but this king will show you that he's still alive. Wukong roared hysterically. Duan Hongchen sneered. You're powerless to reverse the situation. Just accept your death obediently. This old master will accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. I promise you won't be lonely. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hongchen's figure moved and directly rushed towards Wukong. While he was in mid-air, the Emperor Qi in his body violently surged, giving off an extremely uneasy aura. Self-destruct. Wukong's eyes twitched violently. For the first time in his life, he understood the meaning of fear. Even when he was besieged by great emperors, he did not panic like this, but when he saw Duan Hongchen rushing towards him so resolutely, he could not help but tremble in fear. Although Duan Hongchen was only a first-order emperor realm master, he still had the heritage of great emperors. If he self-destructed like this, Wukong would definitely not be able to withstand it. If that happened, he would really have to go to the Yellow Springs with him. How dare you push this king to this extent? Duan Hongchen, don't think you'll have an easy time. As Wukong shouted, he suddenly formed a series of seals with his hands. The ancient astral wind that filled the space between him and Duan Hongchen suddenly became restless, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Duan Hongchen's face sank. He understood that Wukong had been forced into a corner and was about to explode the ancient astral wind. The ancient astral wind was a wind attribute source, so if it exploded, its power would be unimaginable. What a pity. I don't know if that little brat named Yang Kai can survive the aftermath, but now that the arrow has been knocked, Duan Hongchen can only hope that Yang Kai will survive. Chapter 25:01. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a terrifying explosion, the world was filled with white light, and nothing could be seen anymore. Duan Hongchen, who was rushing towards Wukong and preparing to blow himself up, suddenly frowned as an extremely uneasy feeling surged from the depths of his heart. Because Wukong had blown up the primordial astral wind one step ahead of him. What is he doing? Before he could figure it out, the aftermath of the shattering world had already spread in all directions. This was the impact of the primordial astral wind's self-destruction. Wherever the violent astral wind passed, everything turned into nothingness, no longer existing. Even this strange world suddenly collapsed, with cracking sounds coming from every corner. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for long. Not good. Duan Hongchen seemed to have realized something and hurriedly reached out to madly press a few key acupoints on his body, immediately stopping the self-destruction. Asterisk huff huff huff. Asterisk the astral wind blew, blowing him from side to side, like a lone boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the divine wood by Yi's source strength had been guarding him, providing him with a little protection. Even so, his clothes were torn and his flesh was badly mangled. Releasing his divine sense, he clearly noticed that Wukong's skeleton had disintegrated after the primordial astral wind's self-destruction, gradually turning into dust. This skeleton that belonged to the heaven-devouring great emperor, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was finally completely destroyed today. In other words, the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, would never be able to reconstruct his body again. However, Duan Hongchen did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt that the situation had become even more serious. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. This strange world finally could not hold on and completely collapsed. A huge black hole formed, and in less than 10 breaths, it swallowed everything here and then disappeared with a slight flicker. In the void corridor connected to the black hole, Yang Kai was dizzy and drifted along with the flow, a look of lingering fear on his face. He had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was rejoicing in his new strength and the transformation of his Emperor Qi, the aftermath of the battle between the two great emperors actually destroyed this strange world. He didn't even have time to escape before he was sucked into the void corridor by the black hole. Even though he was very far away from the battlefield of the two great emperors, he was still heavily injured at this moment. After being swallowed into this place, It took a long time for him to gradually recover. There was a look of fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened between the two great emperors. Previously, all his attention had been on the breakthrough and promotion. By the time he noticed that something was wrong, everything was already a foregone conclusion. What happened to the great emperors? Was he dead or alive? Duan Hongchen had a deep relationship with the Azure Sun Temple. After all, Temple Master Wen Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongchen, and Yang Kai was also a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Naturally, he would be concerned about his situation. Even without this layer of involvement, the great emperors of the secular world had no regard for life and death. For tens of thousands of years, they had constantly cut off their cultivation and entered the shattered star sea to search for Wukong. Their approach of caring for the common people was enough to make people respect them. The terrifying power just now was very likely to be produced by something exploding. The only thing Yang Kai could think of was that the great emperors of the secular world chose to self-destruct in order to perish together with Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression darkened, feeling that the great emperors of the secular world had really perished. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Taking out some healing pills from the space ring, Yang Kai ate them like eating beans, then sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense to check his situation. Looking at himself, Yang Kai was suddenly startled. Because when he used his divine sense, he noticed that there was a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him, and that gaze was not coming from around, but from inside his body. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Condense!" The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. In his knowledge sea, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing quietly above the tumbling seawater, looking around with great interest, a look of wonder on his face. Yang Kai looked at the figure, gritted his teeth with an ugly expression, and shouted, "Wukong!" Hearing the shout, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This person's appearance was dignified, as if he had a natural noble majesty, and his eyes were shining brightly. Although Yang Kai had never seen this person's face, he still recognized his identity at a glance. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Wukong. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't even noticed how the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had broken through the defenses of his knowledge sea and broken into this place. If it weren't for the other party having no intention of hiding at all, he likely would have been kept in the dark. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and his soul tremble. Wukong was also a soul avatar at this moment, but his soul avatar was even tougher than Yang Kai's, almost corporeal. "Junior, this king's name is not for you to shout." Wukong coldly snorted and suddenly sent an invisible shockwave towards Yang Kai. This shockwave was obviously a soul attack, and its power was extremely terrifying. Yang Kai's face changed and he waved his hand, raising the seawater below to form a protective barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the shockwave slammed into the seawater, stirring up the entire knowledge sea and not calming down for a long time. Yang Kai's face paled as he took a few steps back, staring at Wukong vigilantly, and quickly said, "Wukong, get out of here, otherwise don't blame this young master for being impolite." Wukong's soul avatar suddenly appearing in his knowledge sea gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. Naturally, he didn't dare to let him stay here. Letting him spy on some of his secrets was a small matter, but he was afraid this guy had some ulterior motive. "Impolite to me?" Wukong glanced at Yang Kai and sneered. "These words sound new, I haven't heard them for a long time, but since this king has come, he naturally won't leave easily. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wukong chuckled and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? Junior, you seem to be a smart person. Don't tell me you don't know the purpose of this king's visit?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. What he feared most really happened. Wukong said, "This king's body has been destroyed by that old fart in Duan Hongchen. Without a body, no matter how strong this king is, he is just a wandering soul. Junior, your body is good. This king likes it very much. Obediently hand it over to this king and this king will take you to witness what is called the peak of the martial Tao." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "You want to possess me?" Wukong coldly snorted and said, "Why make it sound so unpleasant? This king just needs a body. If you cooperate, this king won't devour your soul and let you stay here, but if you don't cooperate, this king doesn't mind letting you know what the gap in strength is." Yang Kai sneered. "This is my knowledge sea. Are you sure it's okay for you to boast so shamelessly? Wukong looked at him in astonishment, then slowly shook his head and said, "Stubborn." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but turned his head to look around again. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Junior, the strength of your soul is indeed extraordinary. It's not comparable to the ordinary the Emperor realm, and it's actually a mutated soul fire, which is in line with this king's requirements. It's really surprising that you can cultivate to this level." He acted like he was the host, openly commenting, not caring about how Yang Kai felt. Yang Kai wanted to sneak attack him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This kind of old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, his strength and means couldn't be measured by common sense. If the sneak attack failed, the situation would be even more passive. While looking around, Wukong's eyes suddenly narrowed as he fixed his gaze in a certain direction and whispered, "That island." He stared blankly at the seven-colored island floating in his knowledge sea, revealing a look of suspicion and surprise as he looked at it seriously. After a long time, his body suddenly shook as he exclaimed, "Soul-warming lotus. It's actually the soul-warming lotus." Even though Wukong was experienced and knowledgeable, and was even known as the #1 master in the star boundary, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional at this moment. He stared at the seven-colored soul-warming lotus with a fiery gaze and said with a bitter expression, "Junior actually has the soul-warming lotus." Yang Kai coldly said, "Don't make a fuss." Wukong laughed loudly and said, "I really didn't expect that this king would be able to see the soul-warming lotus here. In the past, in order to find it, this king had walked through countless stars' territory, but to no avail. I didn't expect to see it here today. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort." "Humph, why are you so happy? It's not yours." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. "It'll be this king's in a bit." Wukong seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Yang Kai's ridicule. He greedily looked at the soul-warming lotus for a while before nodding. "Good, good, with this soul-warming lotus, this king can perfectly fuse with your body. There's no need to worry about any backlash. In time, it won't be difficult for this king to return to his peak." He seemed to have foreseen the light of the future and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around again. When he saw the sky full of stars, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, "Junior, I didn't expect you to have so many good things." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he said, "You know this thing?" He was naturally referring to the star in the sky full of stars. This star was obtained by Yang Kai a long time ago. Each of the stars here corresponded to the stars in the Hang Luo star field. When Yang Kai was wandering in the Hang Luo star field, he used the star in the sky above his knowledge sea to identify directions and paths. Otherwise, with such a large territory, he would definitely get lost without any guidance. It was just that he never understood what this star was and why it corresponded to the entire territory. At this moment, when he heard Wukong say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but want to inquire. Wukong glanced at him with a smile and said meaningfully, "You should have come to the star boundary from the territory of the lower plains, right?" Yang Kai frowned and said that's right. There was no need to deny this, so he readily admitted it. Chapter 2502. That's right, Wukong nodded. This star should be something you obtained from that territory. You can see that? Yang Kai looked at him in astonishment. Wukong smiled. It's not that this king has good eyesight, but that such a star can only be born in that territory. Why is that? Yang Kai quickly asked. Although he couldn't wait to drive Wukong out of his knowledge sea, it was rare for him to encounter someone who could answer his questions, so he naturally seized the opportunity to ask clearly. It wouldn't be too late to drive him away after he finished asking. Wukong pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. In this world, all things have an origin. Grass and trees have grass and wood origins. Divine spirits have divine spirits origins, and even those bright stars have stars origins. The power of origins is the source of power, infinitely mysterious and infinite. The world force is the power of heaven and earth, a power that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If a cultivator like us can learn a thing or two about it, we will benefit immensely. Yang Kai listened attentively with a meticulous expression. Although the heaven-devouring great emperor was a person who was condemned by many, It was undeniable that his strength was obvious to all, so it was an extremely rare opportunity to listen to his lecture. Wukong stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky above his knowledge sea and said lightly, "This star is also an origin." Yang Kai whispered, "This is also an origin?" Wukong smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, and it is not an ordinary origin, it is the origin of the territory of this star." The origin of the territory of this star? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. Wukong said, "You can think of it as the origin of the entire territory of this star. With your current ability, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to refine it. If you can refine it, you will find that it has infinite uses, but you probably won't have this opportunity." The origin of the territory of this star. Yang Kai muttered repeatedly, then asked humbly, "What's the use of refining it? Can it be like the origin of the stars of this star, bringing benefits to a cultivator like me in terms of cultivation?" Wukong snorted. "This is only a small part of its use. If a cultivator has a complete origin of the stars of this star, then his cultivation speed will be much faster than other cultivators, because the origin can help a cultivator to comprehend many things. Such a starting point, for example, a cultivator with a complete origin, a cultivator with a complete origin. The origin of the stars of this star is 10 times, or even hundreds of times more than a complete origin of the stars of the star. He Wukong says, he had the complete origin of the stars of the stars of this. The benefits were not small, but now Wukong was saying that the origin of the stars of this star's territory was hundreds of times more powerful than the origin of the stars of this star, which naturally shocked him. In addition, if you can refine the origin of the star's territory, it is equivalent to having the entire star's territory recognize your existence, and you can become the master of the star's territory. Everything within this star's territory will be under your control, and you can decide whether to live or die with a single thought. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Isn't that the same as being a star master?" When he was Shadowed Star's Star Master, he could control the entirety of Shadowed Star. He could control the situation on Shadowed Star with a single thought and could even travel to any location on Shadowed Star, regardless of the barriers of space. According to Wukong, if he could become the master of this star's territory, he could also have many of these conveniences. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming excited. The star in his knowledge sea was the star of Hung Luo Starfield, if he could completely refine it. If he could fully refine it, he could become the master of Hung Luo Starfield and control the entire Hung Luo Starfield in his hands. You can say that. It's just that the effects are magnified many times over. Wukong nodded before changing the topic. However, it is not so simple to refine the origin of a star's territory. This king destroyed countless stars' territory in the past and found several stars' territory origins, but never succeeded in refining them. Why is that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Wukong grinned and said, because the stars' territory origins were unwilling to accept this king swallowed them all in a fit of anger. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Wukong continued, if the star's territory origin still exists, no matter how badly damaged the entire star's territory is, there will be a day when it will be restored. However, if the star's territory origin is destroyed, then this star's territory will truly be finished, just like a person's soul. Once the soul is destroyed, it will never be able to reincarnate. Outrageous! Yang Kai spat. Wukong coldly snorted, those who dare to resist this king, no matter what they are, never have a good ending. While speaking, he coldly looked at Yang Kai, containing a great pressure, as if he was warning Yang Kai of something. Yang Kai pretended not to see and was about to ask some more secrets when his expression suddenly changed. Wukong said lightly, all right, enough with the small talk. This king is in a good mood, so he casually chatted with you. Now obediently offer up your body and this king can spare your life. Yang Kai laughed and said, if you want my body, take it yourself. Wukong slowly shook his head and said, seeing that you are a promising talent, I wanted to spare your life, but since you are so stubborn, there is no need to keep you alive. Saying so, he waved his hand and in an instant, an arrow-like attack suddenly took shape and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai's face changed and he was alarmed. His entire knowledge sea tumbled and the sea water below rose up, forming a strong barrier in front of him. Wukong snorted. This king is the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. Even if I have been weak for tens of thousands of years, my strength is not something a junior like you can resist. If you don't want to suffer, then don't make such useless efforts. As if to prove what he had said, when the attack came, All the defenses along the way were unable to stop it at all and were all shattered. Yang Kai only felt a tearing pain in his soul and quickly retreated while constantly using his spiritual energy to resist. Hong hong hong. After a while, Yang Kai flew around his knowledge sea several times before the arrow-like attack was resolved. His face was filled with difficulty and his soul avatar was somewhat dim. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Fighting in this knowledge sea, no matter who won or lost, Yang Kai would not have it easy because this was his knowledge sea and everything that was destroyed here was related to him. You can block this king's attack, but can you block this king's second or third attack? Wukong looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and raised his hand, preparing to launch another terrifying attack. Yang Kai did not show much panic on his face and just looked at Wukong playfully. Compared with an old monster like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years, this young master is indeed a bit tender, but even if this young master is not your opponent, others may not be. Others? Wukong furrowed his brow when he heard this. Just as he was wondering who Yang Kai was referring to, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the figure appeared, it slammed its palm towards him. Wukong did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on him in such a place and was caught off guard. With a loud bang, Wukong let out a muffled groan and his soul avatar flashed wildly as he hurriedly fled. After regaining his footing, Wukong looked back with a pained expression and when he saw the appearance of the person who had launched the sneak attack on him, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, didn't you blow yourself up? Why aren't you dead?" The person who had strangely appeared behind Wukong and launched a sneak attack on him was none other than the great emperors of the secular world. Yang Kai did not know what kind of communication he had with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had quietly let his soul avatar in. In the knowledge sea of a newly promoted cultivator in the Emperor realm, the soul avatars of two great emperors were gathered. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, "As soon as you stuck out your butt, this old master knew what you were going to do. Before this old master blew himself up, you blew up the astral wind in order to interfere with this old master's vision and perception and use your golden cicada shell-shedding technique. Your skeletal body has been destroyed, so if you want to continue living, you can only use possession, and there is only one person here who can allow you to possess. If this old master could not guess that you were here, then this old master would be an idiot." "Bastard!" Wukong shouted with a ferocious expression, no longer as calm as before. With his ability, it would be easy for him to possess Yang Kai. But now, Duan Hongchen's soul avatar had also come in, so his wishful thinking could not be carried out. If he wanted to possess Yang Kai and regain his own body, he would have to first get past Duan Hongchen. This old man looked like he would rather die with Wu Kuang than let Wu Kuang off easily. Wu Kuang was terrified. "Wukong, you will die today whether you want to or not. It is not up to you." Duan Hongchen coldly looked forward with a resolute expression. Previously, in order to kill Wukong, he was even willing to use self-detonation, so his words now carried a lot of weight. After tens of thousands of years of friendship, you can't even tolerate this king. Wukong roared with a sullen face. Duan Hongchen's eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said indifferently, "It is not this old master who cannot tolerate you, it is you who cannot tolerate yourself. Since ancient times, those who commit injustice will bring about their own destruction. If you had wholeheartedly done good in the past, how could today's situation have occurred?" "Don't preach to this king," Wukong roared and said angrily. "This king sees the world more clearly than you do. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Hongchen, don't make things difficult for this king today. This king will not cause trouble for you in the future. This king will also not touch anything related to Duan Hongchen." Duan Hongchen said indifferently, "Are you begging for mercy?" Wukong's expression turned ruthless as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't look down on this king. This king is only giving you a chance to choose." Duan Hongchen sighed and said, "It seems that we really have nothing to say. This is really a sad thing." At this point, the two great emperors suddenly fell silent. They just looked at each other, and when their gazes collided, there seemed to be sparks dancing. The seawater below seemed to be disturbed as it kept bubbling. Yang Kai said with an ugly expression, "You two, if there is anything you want to say, why don't you go out and talk about it?" This was his knowledge sea, and these two people looked like they were going to fight here. Yang Kai felt a little scared. How could his knowledge sea withstand a fight between great emperors? If they really fought here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, these two people's leg hair was thicker than his thigh. He wanted to chase them away, but he was powerless. Chapter 2503. Whether it was Duan Hongchen or Wukong, both turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. Hey, I'm talking to you. Yang Kai looked at the two bitterly. Can't you give me some reaction? Wukong said coldly. Tell him to get lost, and I'll leave this place immediately. Duan Hongchen shouted in a low voice. You have the nerve to say such words to fool a child. Wukong, you're getting more and more shameless. He spat at Wukong, then looked straight at Yang Kai and said, Kid, you have to be patient. Today, the two of us are going to fight to the death here. If your soul is destroyed because of this, it can only be said that your luck is not good. If you're lucky enough to survive, you'll benefit immensely. Yang Kai sighed and said, Forget it, Senior Hongchen, you can do whatever you want. This junior will take care of himself. Duan Hongchen laughed and said excitedly, Good with your words, this old man can do his best. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly pointed at Wukong. Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, Are you serious? Duan Hongchen's face was cold, and he said coldly, Do I look like I'm playing with you? This is really infuriating, Duan Hongchen. Don't think you can leave this place alive today. Even if this king's divine soul is injured, this king will destroy your soul. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone the famous heaven-devouring great emperors. After being cornered by Duan Hongchen again and again, and even his divine soul was chased into this place, Wukong also had no way out, and when he shouted, he had to give it his all. As they spoke, the two of them were already fighting. In an instant, the sea of knowledge was turbulent, and the sea was set off monstrous waves. The two figures crisscrossed back and forth in the sky above Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, and they were locked in a fierce battle. This was a battle of divine souls. It was more dangerous than an ordinary life and death battle. The moves used by the two of them were all divine sense secret techniques, and as their divine senses collided, rings of light visible to the naked eye burst out one after another. Yang Kai's sea of knowledge was completely unstable. As soon as Duan Hongchen made his first move, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered and directly arrived at the center of the island transformed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. Soul Lotus's power. Seven-colored light shone brightly, enshrouding him within it. Two great emperor-level soul avatars were fighting in his knowledge sea, so no matter how well he hid, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed, because he himself was the battlefield, and the only thing he could rely on was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In the past, 7 to Hongchen's to the territory to the other star territory in the past, and Yang Hong was in Hongyang. To the Hong Sea Soul to search in the past Hong into Hongyang. Was 2 to Hongyang in his. Under the cover of the seven-colored light, it was like a solid defense. The aftermath of the two great emperors' bombardment only caused ripples to appear on the seven-colored light, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really afraid that even the soul-warming lotus wouldn't be of any use. If that were the case, then he really would be doomed this time. However, even with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai still had a splitting headache. His soul avatar was constantly trembling uneasily, as if his whole body was being torn apart. Every attack by Duan Hongchen and Wukong. It was like a sharp blade cutting into his body, inevitably causing him some wounds. The soul-warming lotus played a wonderful role. When the tearing pain came, a gentle force would spread throughout his body, like an invisible hand, gently soothing Yang Kai's pain. It allowed him to settle down in a very short period of time. Gradually, Yang Kai also got used to this feeling. He no longer felt much pain and began to focus his attention on the two great emperors. He didn't need to observe too much, as every move of the two great emperors was imprinted in his mind, and he could see it clearly. If it were any other place, Yang Kai definitely couldn't do this, but this was his knowledge sea, and everything was within his perception. No matter how fast Wukong and Duan Hongchen were, or how fierce their moves were, he could clearly feel them. Yang Kai watched in amazement, unable to take his eyes off of them. Because the two great emperors were using all mysterious and unparalleled soul secret techniques, as well as the wonderful use of soul power. No wonder Duan Hongchen had said that if he was lucky enough to survive, he would benefit immensely. So it was like this. In this situation, no matter how the two great emperors used their secret techniques, it would be difficult to escape Yang Kai's observation. Moreover, Yang Kai could completely understand the mystery of their secret techniques, which was much more effective than the careful teaching of a close master and disciple. It was like being enlightened. It was as if the two great emperors were doing their best to teach Yang Kai all kinds of divine technique, without holding anything back, and Yang Kai could learn it as soon as he tried. After watching for a while, Yang Kai was greatly shocked, because he found that his understanding and use of soul power was simply not on the same level as the two great emperors. He could use the same amount of soul power to break a boulder, but the two great emperors could split a mountain. This was the difference between them. Yang Kai was excited, knowing that this rare opportunity had given him a very high starting point. Even if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm and was still in the third-order Tao Source realm, the strength he could now display was several times stronger than before. If soul power could be used so wonderfully, then Source Qi was naturally the same. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Senior Hong Chen, don't hold back, this junior is fine." After watching for a while, he found that Duan Hong Chen was completely at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Wukong, forcing him to constantly retreat above his knowledge sea. It was not that Duan Hong Chen's soul power was inferior to Wukong's, but Duan Hong Chen was still a little cautious and did not dare to use too much soul power, so he did not want to implicate Yang Kai. Don't be fooled by his bold words just now. Since a person had the heart to care for the common people, he would naturally care about any life. Hearing this, Duan Hong Chen took a moment to glance at Yang Kai, and after seeing the seven-colored soul-warming lotus transformed into an island, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Good, now this old master has no more worries. He obviously saw the soul-warming lotus's true form at a glance and knew that with the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai, even if he and Wukong fought fiercely, Yang Kai would not be affected too much. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared, turning the situation around in an instant. He fought back and forth with Wukong, enjoying himself very much. More and more violent attacks were launched, causing Yang Kai's knowledge sea to become turbulent, but his soul avatar was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so no matter what happened to his knowledge sea, he would not suffer too serious injuries. Yang Kai gradually became immersed in the mysterious soul secret technique and the use of soul power, unable to extricate himself. He felt as if a new door was slowly being pushed open in front of him, allowing him to see the dazzling light inside. The two great emperors also became fiercer and fiercer, both of them riddled with wounds. Above their soul avatars, light flashed wildly, both winning and losing. This was a battle of life and death. Without seeing life and death, there would be no stopping. As time passed, the power that the two of them displayed gradually weakened. Clearly, it was because they had exhausted too much of their strength and were heavily injured. The tumbling knowledge sea began to gradually calm down, no longer as crazy as before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the mysterious feeling, suddenly heard a low shout in his ear, "Boy!" Yang Kai was startled and immediately pulled himself out of the state of enlightenment. Looking over, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Because at some point, the two great emperors who were fighting to the death had stopped. The two soul avatars were intertwined, each of them using some kind of secret technique to seal the other's movements. It was as if two wrestlers had fallen to the ground, their bodies twisted into a twist. The two soul avatars were dim and their auras were weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. Duan Hong Chen's expression was solemn and Wukong's face was gloomy, but neither of them was willing to let go of the other. "What is Senior's command?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. "Use your strongest soul secret technique to attack us, preferably one that can destroy our souls." Duan Hong Chen gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Wukong's expression also became cold as he glanced at Yang Kai and snorted disdainfully. "Duan Hong Chen, you're an old fool. What kind of secret technique can a trifling newly promoted Emperor Realm Master use to hurt us?" Duan Hong Chen grinned and said, "This boy is not an ordinary person. Since you dare look down on him, I'll teach you a lesson." Wukong said disdainfully, "Then this king will have to wait and see." Duan Hong Chen snorted, "Boy, what are you hesitating for? This old thing wants to see what you're capable of. Why don't you open his eyes?" Yang Kai hesitated. "Senior." Duan Hong Chen didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, "If Wukong is reborn, the tragedy from tens of thousands of years ago will happen again. This old master has waited for tens of thousands of years for today's opportunity, and has long been prepared to perish together with him. If we miss today, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Boy, don't let this old master down. Duan Hongchen used some kind of secret technique when he shouted, but his resolute voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in Yang Kai's ears and stirring his emotions. As their eyes met, Yang Kai could clearly feel the pleading look in Duan Hongchen's eyes and the determination in his heart. Yang Kai was filled with awe and respect as he slowly stood up from the soul-warming lotus and walked towards the two. When he was above the two, Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, do you have any words for Temple Master One?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said in a carefree manner, "No need. He knows what this old master has been doing all these years." Yang Kai nodded, bowed, and said in a deep voice, "Then Senior, have a safe journey." Duan Hongchen smiled and closed his eyes. Wukong didn't say a word and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a disdainful expression. Obviously, he didn't think he could really kill him. "Saber, come!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand, and a long saber suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade seemed to be able to sense his inner turmoil and buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound. Chapter 2504. A Soul-Type Emperor Artifact. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the long saber in Yang Kai's hand and could not help exclaiming. Emperor artifacts were rare, let alone soul-type emperor artifacts. Among 1,000 emperor artifacts, there might not even be one that could be used by one's soul, which showed how precious they were. Wukong also did not expect that Yang Kai would have a soul-type emperor artifact. He did not know where this boy had hidden this long saber in his knowledge sea before, but he did not notice it. This was a little troublesome. A soul-type emperor artifact specialized in damaging one's soul, and with the help of Yang Kai's rich and pure spiritual energy, it might really be able to cause some damage to him. Although he was a little afraid in his heart, Wukong still showed a disdainful expression and sneered, "A good treasure, but it's still not enough to kill this king." Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he wiped the soul-splitting saber with his finger, causing it to stop buzzing. He pointed the soul-splitting saber at Wukong and shouted coldly, "This treasure is called the soul-splitting saber. To be able to die under this saber, Wukong, you can consider yourself lucky." Ha 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 ha. Wukong could not help but laugh. He was amused by Yang Kai's shameless boasting and clicked his tongue. This king does not deny that this emperor artifact may pose a threat to this king, but if you want to kill this king, boy, you'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Yang Kai joked, "In that case, please wait and see. Heaven-devouring great emperor master." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his spiritual energy, causing the calm sea water below to roar and tumble again, pouring into the saber. In an instant, the soul-splitting saber released a dazzling brilliance. But this was not the end. Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. He kept slapping the soul-splitting saber. Might and murderous intent filled the air together, so thick that it was almost tangible. Wukong's expression slowly turned solemn as he secretly urged his spiritual energy, as if he wanted to make some kind of protection. Clang! A clear and strange sound was heard. The soul cutter's saber momentum seemed to have been pushed to the limit. It kept jumping in front of Yang Kai, trying to escape from Yang Kai's control. He slashed at the enemy. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he muttered, "Heaven-breaking strike." A mysterious power emerged and enveloped the soul-severing blade, covering the dazzling soul-severing blade with a layer of light golden film. The soul-slicing saber's aura suddenly increased by several times. What kind of secret technique is this? Wukong turned pale with fright and couldn't help exclaiming. As one of the great emperors, he was naturally able to sense the changes in the soul cutter. He had no idea what Yang Kai had done to increase its power by several times. If the power of the soul-slashing saber had surprised him before, he was now truly terrified. Because he clearly felt it. The power of that soul-type emperor artifact was enough to threaten his soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he shouted, "Heaven-devouring great emperor. The name of the person who will kill you is Yang Kai." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the soul-severing saber suddenly turned into a streak of light, shooting towards the two great emperors like an arrow released from a bow. It was as if a round sun was falling, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-breaking strike was a secret technique that Yang Kai learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror in the Azure Sun Temple. Tianyan was only a soul avatar. He didn't have a physical body, but his cultivation was at the level of the great emperors. Because he didn't have a physical body, he spent his entire life studying the power of the soul, so his soul secret techniques were more powerful than those of Wukong and Duanhong Chen. The heaven-breaking strike was especially terrifying. Normally, Yang Kai would use his soul to nourish the soul-severing saber, accumulating its power, and unleash it when needed. The lethality of this secret technique was simply unimaginable. Although he had to start accumulating power again every time he used it, this secret technique could often play a decisive role in a crucial moment. The soul-severing saber was a soul-type emperor artifact, so it was most compatible with the heaven-breaking strike. The two could almost be said to complement each other. A mere ant wants to kill this king? Wukong roared hysterically, no longer showing any of his previous disdain and contempt. Yang Kai's attack was enough to make him take him seriously. As he spoke, he desperately circulated his power, trying to break free from Duanhong Chen's grip. However, how could Duanhong Chen let him do as he wished? He laughed maniacally as he said, "Wukong, stop struggling. Isn't it great that the two of us can go to the Yellow Springs together? We can be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs." Scram! Wukong shouted, his strength becoming extremely unstable. Duanhong Chen's expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was going to do, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill him, so he could only do his best to restrain his figure and prepare for the terrifying attack. A sun-like light descended and directly enveloped the two great emperors' soul avatars. Wukong's screams immediately rang out, mixed with Duanhong Chen's muffled groans. It seemed that neither of them had a good time under this attack. After Yang Kai displayed this move, he immediately turned around and fled to the island formed by the soul-warming lotus, once again urging the seven-colored light to envelop him. Hong long long. A huge shockwave erupted, causing his entire knowledge sea to boil. Monstrous waves continued to spread in all directions, and at the center of the attack, a huge crater was formed. Yang Kai felt a splitting headache. Using his own secret technique and artifact to attack his own knowledge sea was something Yang Kai had never even considered before, but today he had no choice but to do so. The damage caused by this attack was even more intense than the previous battle between the two great emperors. Yang Kai suddenly felt himself being overwhelmed by pain and felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. Hong hong hong. The shockwaves continued to spread, seemingly continuing until the end of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the terrifying movement gradually subsided and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. Yang Kai grimaced in pain and his first reaction was to investigate the situation of Wukong and Duanhong Chen, but after sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. Inside his knowledge sea, only Duanhong Chen's soul avatar was floating awkwardly. At this moment, a huge gash had appeared on his soul avatar from his shoulder blade to his lower abdomen, almost splitting it in two. Traces of pure spiritual energy were escaping from the wound, causing his aura to weaken. Looking around, Yang Kai asked with difficulty, "Where's Wukong? Has his soul been scattered?" Yang Kai replied with an ugly expression. "He escaped. When he was investigating earlier, he clearly felt that someone had torn through his spiritual energy defenses and escaped. Since Duanhong Chen was still here, it could only be Wukong who escaped." Hearing this, Duanhong Chen's face changed and he struggled to stand up, shouting in a low voice, "Boy, send me away." Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, sending him out of his knowledge sea. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure swayed and he almost fell down. Although he also wanted to investigate whether Wukong and Duanhong Chen would fight again, his current situation forced him to give up on this idea. No matter what happened to others, if he didn't adjust his breathing, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. This time, the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea had benefited him greatly, but it had also left him with many scars. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a gentle light and under his urging, it constantly radiated around his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged knowledge sea and damaged soul avatar. After half a day, Yang Kai felt that his situation had stabilized slightly. Only now did he have the ability to continue moving. Yang Kai immediately sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea and back into his body. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai found that he was still in the void corridor, drifting along with the flow, not knowing where he was going. Not far in front of him, Duanhong Chen was sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully probed his condition, discovering that Duan Hongchen was still breathing, but it was extremely weak, and even the fluctuations of Emperor Qi in his body were almost imperceptible. It's good that he's not dead. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he didn't hold back when he used the soul-splitting saber earlier, he was really afraid that he would kill Duan Hongchen while killing Wukong. Although this was the request of the great emperors of the secular world, how could Yang Kai bear to kill a respected great emperor? He and Duan Hongchen were both here. So where was Wukong? Wukong's physical body was definitely destroyed, and his soul avatar was definitely severely injured. So where could he go in this void corridor? If he ran around in this place, he would sooner or later be swallowed up by the void. Even if he was once the strongest master in the star boundary, there was no way he could continue to survive with such a broken body. From the looks of it, the odds were against Wu Kuang. Thinking so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. After carefully examining Duan Hongchen's condition, Yang Kai couldn't help worrying. Duan Hongchen's aura was so weak at the moment, it seemed that he would die at any moment. If he didn't think of a way, he might not be able to escape this disaster. Yang Kai quickly took out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, apologized, and opened Duan Hongchen's mouth, stuffed these pills into his mouth, and then circulated his strength to help him refine them. As soon as he circulated his strength, Yang Kai immediately found that something was wrong. Because the strength in his body was actually extremely pure Emperor Qi. There was no trace of impurities. What's going on? Yang Kai was both surprised and overjoyed. Any cultivator would have to spend a lot of time transforming their source Qi into Emperor Qi after breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could avoid this process. It could take as little as a few years, or as long as a few hundred years, just like how a new Dao Source Realm cultivator would need to transform their source Qi. But he had clearly just broken through to the Emperor realm, so why had all the source Qi in his body been transformed into Emperor Qi? Yang Kai recalled carefully. When he had just broken through, his source Qi was indeed rapidly transforming into Emperor Qi, but before he could feel it, he was swept into the void corridor, and then Wukong invaded his knowledge sea. By the time he came out, his strength had been completely transformed. He didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong, but this was a great thing for anyone. Perhaps it had something to do with the tribulations during his breakthrough, or perhaps it had something to do with the insights he had gained from the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea, but overall, this had saved Yang Kai at least several years. Chapter 25:05. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yang Kai calmed his emotions and focused his attention on Duan Hongchen again. Duan Hongchen's situation was not optimistic. Even after taking so many healing pills, he still could not stop his aura and vitality from weakening. Yang Kai understood that it was not that the pills he refined were ineffective, but rather that Duan Hongchen's injuries were too serious. Not to mention the injuries caused by his heaven-breaking slash. Even his previous battle with Wukong was not light. This was definitely not something that could be healed by his spirit pills. This is bad. Yang Kai's mood was heavy. Seeing that the bustling world great emperor's aura was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where even his light of life was about to be extinguished, Yang Kai could no longer care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed the void, and when he opened his hand again, there was a green leaf in his palm. This green leaf had clear veins and was verdant, just like a piece of top-grade jade, and contained an unimaginable vitality. When Yang Kai grabbed it, it was as if he was grabbing a living creature of flesh and blood. The strength of its vitality was shocking. A leaf from the immortal tree. Yang Kai was forced into a corner and could only take a leaf from the immortal tree as a last resort. The immortal tree was the same as the soul-warming lotus, a precious treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was only one in this world, not a second. Immortal source liquid was born from the immortal tree and was known as one of the three great divine waters. It had the bizarre effect of regenerating flesh and bones and reviving the dead. It was a sacred healing treasure that no pill could compare to. Unfortunately, although Yang Kai had the immortal tree, he did not have immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid he collected when he obtained the immortal tree had long since been used up. Since immortal source liquid had such a miraculous effect, how could the immortal tree's leaf not? Yang Kai didn't know if the leaf could save Duan Hongchen's life, but seeing the great emperors of the human world dying, Yang Kai had no choice but to make this choice. After plucking the green leaf, Yang Kai immediately threw it into Duan Hongchen's mouth, at the same time circulating his emperor qi to help him refine it. Suddenly, a green light bloomed from the dantian in Duan Hongchen. Then, the green light shone brightly and completely enveloped Duan Hongchen. Yang Kai was taken aback by this sight, but he could clearly feel that this green light contained an astonishing life aura. Under the cover of this green light, all of Duan Hongchen's wounds, big and small, were healing at an extremely fast speed. The originally extremely weak aura also began to slowly increase. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved, knowing that he had done the right thing. The immortal tree's leaf did indeed have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, and this effect seemed to be even stronger than the immortal source liquid. Yang Kai didn't need to help Duan Hongchen anymore. All he needed to do was stand guard for him. The green light bloomed with a different kind of brilliance in this dim void corridor as Duan Hongchen's aura gradually stabilized and his blood began to flow through his body. Gradually, a clear and distinct heartbeat could be heard from his chest. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the green light gradually dissipated. Duan Hongchen was no longer in any serious condition, but for some reason, he still hadn't woken up. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief as he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. From the moment he broke through to the Emperor realm until now, he had hardly had a moment to catch his breath. During his breakthrough, the world energy baptism and the world force had formed an inexplicable black hole that swallowed him whole, followed by the Wukong sneaking into his knowledge sea in an attempt to possess him. Duan Hongchen had followed suit and fought with it. From beginning to end, Yang Kai's nerves were extremely tense. It was only now that the dust had settled that he truly relaxed. Staring at Duan Hongchen in front of him in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly felt that everything was unreal. The names of the great emperors shook the star boundary and had always been legendary figures. They were elusive, and ordinary people would never be able to see them even once in their lifetime. Since Yang Kai came to the star boundary, he had constantly heard people mention the 10 great emperors. Everyone who mentioned them had a look of reverence and worship on their faces, as if the great emperors were the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai also didn't expect that he would meet the great emperors in this shattered star sea, and 2 of them at once. What was even more bizarre was that these 2 great emperors were extremely ancient existences, yet they were still fighting a life and death battle in front of him. One of them was even known as the most vicious man in the star boundary since ancient times. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was his fortune or misfortune. Suddenly, the eyelids of Duan Hongchen, who was sitting in front of him, moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out in a low voice, "Senior Duan." Duan Hongchen looked at him with a complicated look and asked with a heavy expression, "What did you give this old master to take? How could it pull this old master back from the gates of hell?" Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. I obtained a spirit pill a few years ago when I was cultivating. I don't know what kind of spirit pill it is, but I thought it was pretty good, so I gave it to Senior." It wasn't that he didn't trust Duan Hongchen, but the immortal tree was too shocking, so it was best not to reveal it. He believed that with Duan Hongchen's previous state, there was no way he could discover what he had given him. "Boy, you're a fool." Duan Hongchen suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare dodge and took the hit head-on, grimacing in pain as he said with an innocent expression, "Senior, why did you hit me?" If it weren't for the great emperors in front of him, and if it weren't for him disregarding life and death and dragging Wukong down with him, Yang Kai would have already violently resisted. But being hit for no reason, Kai Yang's heart was filled with grievances. In order to save Duan Hongchen, he had even plucked a leaf from the immortal tree. One had to know that there weren't many leaves in total. He didn't know if plucking a leaf from the immortal tree would cause any damage. If the immortal tree was damaged because of this, Yang Kai wouldn't even have a place to cry. "Aye." Duan Hongchen put on a pained expression as he raised his hand and pretended to slap himself, but in the end, he slapped himself and sighed heavily. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in the depths of his heart, so he tentatively asked, "Senior, you don't have a problem here, right?" As he spoke, he pointed at the melon seed on his head. "If you want to say that this old master is crazy, then just say it. This old master won't hit you." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I wonder who hit me when I opened my eyes," but he only thought about it and didn't dare say it out loud. "You shouldn't have saved me. You made a mistake." Duan Hongchen sighed heavily, looking as if he had lost his entire life. Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, I don't like what you're saying. Senior is willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the world, so what does it matter if Junior saves your life? Duan Hongchen was extremely angry and was about to say something when suddenly, a look of great pain appeared on his face, followed by a twisted expression. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, "Senior, what happened to you?" Duan Hongchen did not answer, but his entire body was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to investigate and found that there was nothing wrong with him, but he suddenly felt very strange, wondering what was wrong with the great emperors of the secular world. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Duan Hongchen laughed loudly, and there was a sense of pride in his laughter that was completely different from before. He looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and praised, not bad, Junior, this king must thank you. This king was almost turned into ashes. Sure enough, the heavens didn't forsake me." As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai suddenly jumped back, creating a distance between him and Duan Hongchen. He looked at Duan Hongchen seriously for a moment before a terrifying thought appeared in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth and shout, "Wukong!" Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer as he said lightly, "You saw through this king's identity with just a few words? Junior, you have good eyes. Is it really you?" Yang Kai's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He looked in front of him in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "You actually possessed Senior Duan?" "Not really." Wukong shook his head. "Then what is the meaning of this situation?" Yang Kai asked fiercely. He was sure that the one talking to him at this moment was undoubtedly the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. But heaven-devouring Great Emperor was using Duan Hongchen's body. If this wasn't possession, then what was? What made Yang Kai feel the most inconceivable was that he had actually succeeded in possessing Duan Hongchen's body. How could he have succeeded? Duan Hongchen was one of the great emperors, and the strength he had shown before was not inferior to his. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wukong to possess Duan Hongchen's body. Before Wukong had time to answer, Duan Hongchen's face suddenly showed an extremely ferocious and twisted expression, and his body trembled violently. After a while, he calmed down. The aggressive gaze from before disappeared and was replaced by a peaceful look. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess, but he still asked tentatively, "Senior Duan?" Duan Hongchen gently nodded while gasping for breath. "It's me." What the hell is going on?" Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and asked blankly. Duan Hongchen sighed and said, "After that old thing escaped from your knowledge, see? He sneaked into this old man's body and wanted to possess it. How could this old man do as he wished? Naturally, a fight was inevitable, but both of us were exhausted and scarred. Neither of us could do anything to the other. If this had continued, this old man could have fought to the death with him, but what?" Duan Hongchen glared at him and said, "But I don't know what you gave this old man, but the two of us regained our strength. Not only that old thing Wukong also used a secret technique to coexist with this old man's soul, forcibly occupying half of this old man's body." This. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Is this really possible? Chapter 2506. Duan Hongchen snorted. "Do you think the title of heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors is just for show? If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to kill him in the future." After saying this, he laughed again. "No one in this world can kill this king." 2 sentences, 2 different tones. It was as if Duan Hongchen had schizophrenia. Yang Kai snorted, "Shut up." Duan Hongchen turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, "Boy, if you have the guts, I dare you to say that again. Do you believe?" Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, don't say anything fierce. This young master has just advanced to the emperor realm and can already make you suffer. When this young master becomes one of the great emperors one day, destroying you will be as easy as spitting. Quickly, let Senior Duan come out and talk." "You." Wukong only spat out one word before Duan Hongchen seemed to have taken over his body again, helplessly saying, "Boy, you saw it too. Now, this old master's body not only contains my own soul, but also Wukong's soul. This old master can't even self-destruct now, and I can't drive him away. From now on, this old master will be neither human nor ghost, So what's the point of living? Yang Kai listened with cold sweat, hurriedly comforting him. Senior, don't be so discouraged. Everything has its pros and cons. Since the heavens arranged it this way, there must be a reason. What reason? Tell this old master. If it's really reasonable, this old master won't blame you for saving my life. Yang Kai was bitter. How could he have known that saving Duan Hongchen would lead to trouble? Moreover, he was just comforting him, so how could he say anything reasonable? However, he only pondered for a moment before saying, Senior Duan, think about it. Wukong's soul is now in your body. Although it will cause you a lot of inconvenience, in other words, you can monitor him anytime and anywhere in the future. With you watching over him, Wukong won't be able to cause any trouble, and he won't be able to cause any harm to the star boundary in the future. Duan Hongchen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He smiled and nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. Yang Kai said with a smile. Since the two seniors are going to share the same body in the future, I'm sure you'll be happy. Come, let's hold hands and be good friends in the future. Duan Hongchen snorted and said, I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore. If this old man gets the chance, I'll still self-destruct. Wukong, you have to be careful. Don't let your guard down. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not know what Wukong, who was hiding in Duan Hongchen's body, was thinking. It wasn't easy for him to possess half a body and allow his soul to survive, but he had to constantly be on guard against the self-destruction of the owner of this body. It was tiring just thinking about it. Okay, now that we're done here, let's go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai stood up and said. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, I'm afraid we can't go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Why? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Duan Hongchen said, the place where Wukong was previously hiding was the center of the Shattered Star Sea. When I fought with him, that place was destroyed. The Shattered Star Sea also collapsed at that time. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, the Shattered Star Sea collapsed? What about the people in it? Although Lu Yen, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Shaoqi were all taken into the small sealed world, Yang Kai was still in the Shattered Star Sea. But Hua Qingxi was still in the Shattered Star Sea, and there were still Xia Shang, Murong Xiao, and Xiao Bai, as well as thousands of elite disciples from the 4 territories of the star boundary. If these people died because of the collapse of the Shattered Star Sea, the Yuan Qi of the star boundary would be greatly damaged, and it would take 100 years to recover. Duan Hongchen said, You don't have to worry about that. When the Shattered Star Sea collapsed, they were already expelled, so there won't be any danger to their lives. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. But from now on, there will be no Shattered Star Sea, and the cultivator in this world will have one less place to gain experience. Duan Hongchen said with some regret. Although Wukong, an extremely dangerous character, had always been hidden in the Shattered Star Sea, and no one knew when he would suddenly appear and bring danger to the star boundary, it was undeniable that the existence of the Shattered Star Sea had created a lot of the Emperor realm for the star boundary. Just by looking at the situation of the Shattered Star Sea this time, it could be seen that some cultivator with enough heritage and good aptitude had already been promoted to the Emperor realm. Even if some cultivators did not promote in the Shattered Star Sea, they might still have a chance after returning to their respective sects and entering seclusion for a while. It was conceivable that in the next 10, 50, or even 100 years, the Emperor realm would continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In fact, every 100 years after the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, such a situation would occur, and new cultivators of the Emperor realm would be born constantly. There's nothing we can do about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There are gains and losses in everything. If we can solve the hidden danger of Wukong, it's worth it even if the Shattered Star Sea collapses. Duan Hongchen looked at him and said, You're right. While speaking, he slowly got up and said, All right, let's leave here first. Let this old master take a look. This is a void corridor. If we want to leave this place, we must first find a weak space barrier. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He saw Yang Kai's body rippling with strange energy fluctuations as he waved his hand in front of him, causing a crack to suddenly appear. You're proficient in the Tao of space? Duan Hongchen's mouth was wide open and his eyes shone. He was extremely shocked. Yang Kai's previous performance was already shocking enough, but he never expected that he was also proficient in the divine technique of the Tao of space. If he was not proficient in the Tao of space, How could he break open this void corridor so easily? Even with his current strength, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first find a weak point in the space barrier and then blast it open with brute force. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Moreover, he had to be very careful when blasting the void corridor, lest he collapse it and be trapped in the void. Kai grinned and said, "Just some insignificant skill. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior." The corners of Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Amazing, amazing. Young people these days are really amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, Chen, if it weren't for your interference, this king would have seized this boy's body. I'm afraid this king will never find such an excellent body again." Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that the one who spoke was Wukong, he was still not used to people changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. He gestured with his hand and said, "Senior Duan, please go first." Chen nodded lightly and took the lead to walk out of the void corridor, soon disappearing from sight. After he left, Kai followed unhurriedly. Stepping out of the void corridor, a bleak scene came into view. Looking around, this place was like a desert. Yellow sand was rolling on the ground and no end could be seen at a glance. Strong winds were blowing and clouds were flying, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 10 meters away. Chen, who came out before Kai, also turned his head and looked around. Kai stood beside him, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked around for a while before asking, "Senior Duan, what is this place?" He was sure that this was the star boundary. In other words, after coming out of the void corridor, he had already returned to the star boundary. However, this place was definitely not the northern territory where he entered the Shattered Star Sea, because the northern territory was freezing cold, so it was impossible to have such a scene. Chen pondered for a while and said, "This should be the Purple Mountain Desert in the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had planned to go to the Eastern Territory to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts after he understood the situation in the Shattered Star Sea. After all, he had already inquired about Xiao Xiao from Yin Leshang. It was just that the Eastern Territory was a long way away, and there were many dangers along the way. He wanted to find some big cities or big sects and borrow their territory crossing space arrays, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to the Eastern Territory. This was really a pleasant surprise. "Did you have something to do in the Eastern Territory?" Chen looked at Kai curiously. Kai smiled slightly and said, "Just a little personal matter." Chen didn't continue to ask and nodded. "In that case, this old master will part with you here. In the future, when you travel the star boundary, remember to be upright and have a clear conscience." Kai said solemnly, "This junior will remember Senior's instructions." After that, he asked, "Senior won't go back to Azure Sun Temple?" Chen shook his head and said, "This old master's current state is not suitable for going to crowded places, so I won't go. If you see Wen Zishan in the future, you don't have to tell him about this old master, lest he worries." Kai said, "This junior will remember." Chen nodded before his figure flickered and soon disappeared into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Kai sighed slightly. Chen was obviously very worried about Wukong's soul in his body, so he couldn't wait to separate from him and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Kai didn't know what he planned to do in the future. Now that he and Wukong were sharing a body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but fortunately, he couldn't even self-destruct now. If there was a chance in the future, he could find a way to expel Wukong's soul from his body. However, this required an extremely powerful strength to accomplish. After a while, Kai also summoned his own wooden boat and left like lightning. Half a day later, Kai left the area covered in yellow sand and saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he flew closer, Kai realized that this was a very small oasis. In the desert, oases were extremely rare. Such a small place could often bring vitality and hope to people who were lost in the desert. There were some traces of human activity in the oasis, but at the moment, there was not a single person. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Kai flew down and found a slightly cleaner place to sit down. Then his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. Previously, when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, in order to resist the world force that fell from the sky, he had to draw a trace of world force from the sealed world bead. He didn't know if this would cause any damage to the small sealed world. After his advancement, He didn't have time to investigate at all. It was only now that he found the time. Chapter 25:07. As soon as he entered the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He looked around in horror and exclaimed, How did this place become like this? Although Yang Kai was mentally prepared that the trace of world force he extracted would have a certain impact on the small sealed world bead, he didn't expect it to be so huge. At this moment, the small sealed world bead was in a complete mess. Ravines crisscrossed the ground, as if the great battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong had taken place here. The flowers, grass, and lush trees that could be seen everywhere in the past had disappeared in large swaths. Even the rich world energy had dimmed a little. The entire small sealed world bead looked lifeless, as if the end of the world had come. Yang Kai's heart bled when he saw this. Ever since he obtained the sealed world bead on Shadowed Star, this space artifact had provided him with many conveniences and saved him from danger many times. But he didn't expect it to become like this at this moment. The embodiment stood beside Yang Kai with a distressed expression and said, Wukong said that the world force is the world's source strength. You extracted a trace of this world's source strength, so naturally, there won't be any good results. What about Lu Yen and the others? Are they all right? Yang Kai asked in surprise while releasing his divine sense to check the situation of Lu Yen and the others. The embodiment said, They are fine, but Ruoxi and Xueqi are still asleep. I don't know when they will wake up. Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered, arriving at the place where Lu Yen and the others were. He found that, as the embodiment said, Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Xueqi were still asleep. Previously, Mo Xueqi's emotional outburst triggered the divine soul seal. Later, Duan Hongchen took a drop of Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence and sealed it, causing her to pass out directly. The two girls were probably like this because they had overexerted themselves. At this moment, their breathing was stable. Although they were asleep, they were fine. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai was relieved. He then shifted his divine sense to the medicine garden and found that the immortal tree, firmament tree, and the exotic flowers and grasses he planted in the medicine garden were not affected. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If the immortal tree and firmament tree were affected, Yang Kai had no place to cry. Fortunately, although the small sealed world bead, it was still a blessing. How can I repair this small sealed bead? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was also proficient in the Tao of space, this small sealed world was not something he could refine. Even if he wanted to repair it, he didn't know where to start. In the Source Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of source strength, which filled the world at this moment, but because of the damage, the world energy and source strength stored in the small sealed world bead were constantly flowing out. One could imagine what would happen if he didn't think of a way. Sooner or later, the world energy and source strength would all flow out. At that time, the small sealed world wouldn't be able to provide Lu Yen and the others with a good place to cultivate. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the small sealed world bead became like this was because he had extracted the world energy from this world. In the final analysis, it was because he had lost a trace of its world energy. If he could make up for this lost trace of world energy, the small sealed world bead should be able to recover. World energy filled the entire world, but those who weren't great emperors couldn't comprehend it. Yang Kai couldn't comprehend it either, but he had ready-made world energy. It was suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. If he flooded the small sealed world with the world energy under the mountains and rivers bell, would there be any miraculous effects? The suppressed world energy was much larger than the one he had extracted. If he used it well, not only could he repair the small sealed world bead, but he might also be able to make the small sealed world bead even better than before, perfecting the world principles here. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but get excited and couldn't wait to give it a try. Anyway, if he didn't work hard, this small sealed world would become a broken world sooner or later, but if he succeeded, the benefits were self-evident. After making up his mind, Yang Kai's figure flickered and reappeared in the oasis. Then, he waved his hand and released the embodiment, Lu Yen, and the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Xueqi. What orders does Master have? Lu Yen looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't release all of them from the small sealed world. Once he did, it must be something important. Yang Kai said solemnly, I want to repair the small sealed world bead. It's not necessarily safe for you to stay inside. Repair the small sealed world bead? A trace of doubt flashed in the embodiment's eyes, but he soon reacted and whispered, "Are you going to use the suppressed world energy?" Kai nodded and said in a deep voice, "This is the only possibility. I have to give it a try." The embodiment pondered for a while and said, "It's an opportunity. But before that, Lu Yen, I want to give you something." Kai looked at Lu Yen with burning eyes. "What about the Phoenix True Fire?" Lu Yan's breathing paused slightly. "So you felt it," Kai grinned. After collecting the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea, Kai threw it into the small sealed world bead. Lu Yen could naturally feel it after entering the small sealed world bead. The Phoenix True Fire was a remnant of the martial flame Great Emperors and was the source of the fire phoenix. Lu Yan's body was a fire attribute artifact spirit, so there was naturally a subtle connection between the two. What's more, Lu Yen had refined a Luan Phoenix feather. Whether it was the Fire Phoenix or the Luan Phoenix, they were all branches of the Phoenix clan and came from the same source. Lu Yen could refine the Luan Phoenix feather and had a trace of the Luan Phoenix's divine technique, so there was no reason why he couldn't refine the Phoenix True Fire. However, it must be accompanied by great danger, and his soul could be destroyed at any time. Kai said solemnly, "Lu Yen, the Phoenix True Fire is the source of the Fire Phoenix. If you succeed in refining it, you can inherit the inheritance and memories of the Fire Phoenix bloodline and truly be reborn. In time, it is not impossible for you to become a true Fire Phoenix, but you must know the dangers involved. If there is even the slightest mistake, you will definitely be burned to death." Before Kai could finish, Lu Yen said, "Master, I am ready." Kai was slightly stunned and looked at her seriously for a while before nodding. "You can choose your own path. Since you are mentally prepared, I won't say anything more. Just be careful." Lu Yen pursed her red lips and said softly, "If Lu Yen fails to refine the Phoenix True Fire, please don't be sad for me, Master. Lu Yen is just an artifact spirit incarnation who gave birth to sentience by chance. I have been able to follow Master for so many years and have been taken care of in every possible way. I have long been satisfied. This servant has lived a life like a human, and that is enough." When it came to emotional parts, her eyes turned slightly red. However, because she was a soul puppet, she couldn't shed a single tear. Kai said softly, "It is my honor to be able to know you and accompany you all the way. Don't think too much, you will succeed." Lu Yen nodded firmly and said, "I will definitely not disappoint Master." Kai's expression turned solemn and he suddenly urged the golden divine dragon source in his body. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind him and bared its fangs and claws. Kai reached into the sealed world bead and grasped fiercely, directly pulling out the Phoenix True Fire. Above the dragon claw, the Phoenix True Fire was like a living little phoenix, fluttering its wings as if it wanted to fly away, but it was firmly bound by the golden divine dragon source. "Catch!" Kai shouted and slowly pressed the Phoenix True Fire towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen took a deep breath and her expression instantly became tranquil as she opened her mouth and swallowed the Phoenix True Fire. Immediately afterwards, her figure flickered and she flew towards the depths of the desert like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon, an extremely scorching fluctuation of power came from the other side and a ball of fire burned fiercely. From the yellow sand, a clear and loud phoenix cry rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense and carefully observed the situation. If he had any other choice, he would not have let Lu Yen refine the Phoenix True Fire at this time. He originally planned to wait until Lu Yen was a little stronger before giving the Phoenix True Fire to her, but now that the sealed world bead was seriously damaged and would collapse sooner or later, it was no longer suitable to store the Phoenix True Fire in it. As for the Phoenix True Fire, it could only be stored in the sealed world bead. A space ring could not contain it at all. Once the sealed world bead collapsed, this precious Phoenix True Fire was very likely to be swallowed into a void crack, never to be found again. With no other choice, Kai could only choose to let Lu Yen refine the Phoenix True Fire at this time. However, Kai was also fully prepared. It would be best if Lu Yen could successfully refine the Phoenix True Fire, but if the refining process was not ideal, he would directly intervene and use his golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell to suppress it. Presumably, Lu Yan's life would not be in danger. He did not tell Lu Yen about these plans because he did not want Lu Yen to have a fluke mentality, thinking that even if the refining failed, it would not matter. Only in this way could Lu Yan's potential be forced out. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Because Lu Yan, who was refining the phoenix true fire, was burning up. The phantom of the fire phoenix appeared behind her small body and stared at her coldly with its majestic phoenix eyes. Obviously, it was unwilling to be refined like this. Fortunately, Lu Yan was a soul puppet and a fire attribute artifact spirit. She had even swallowed the sun's true fire over the years, so she had a strong resistance and adaptability to this scorching power. She constantly urged her own strength to resist the terrifying power of the phoenix true fire. She was not in a hurry to refine and swallow it, instead releasing her divine sense to constantly communicate with the phoenix true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this, realizing that he seemed to be worrying too much. Lu Yan was not a child and had her own thoughts and ideas. If she communicated with the phoenix true fire like this, it was very likely that the phoenix true fire would recognize her as its master and allow her to refine it without any danger. The most important thing now was how to make the phoenix true fire recognize her. Yang Kai stared at her intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Chapter 2508. Amidst the raging flames, the earth was scorched, and the flowing yellow sand melted before it even touched the flames. Where Lu Yan stood, the desert within 1,000 feet radius had turned into a magma-like zone, scorching hot and terrifying. A huge fire phoenix phantom stood behind Lu Yan, its majestic phoenix eyes looking down at her with disdain and ridicule. Wrapped in the phantom, Lu Yan didn't use any strength to resist, allowing the flames that could burn all things to burn her, a look of pain on her small face. Two divine senses were communicating in the void. One was as weak as an ant, while the other was as strong as heaven and earth. The contrast was extremely obvious. It was unknown what kind of communication was going on between the two, but the powerful divine sense belonging to the fire phoenix suddenly became violent, and with a cry, the flames burned even more fiercely. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently, and he almost couldn't help but take action. Although Lu Yan was a spirit puppet, which was different from ordinary people, it was unknown how long she could last under the burning of the phoenix true fire. If she couldn't hold on, she would inevitably be burned to ashes. But just before Yang Kai took action, he glanced at Lu Yan as if he had sensed something and stopped abruptly. He found that although Lu Yan's expression was painful, there was peace between her eyebrows. Two contradictory emotions appeared on the same face, which was very strange. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Although it wasn't as loud and clear as the phoenix cry, it was still crisp and pleasant. Immediately afterward, a strange bird with a red body and an extremely long tail suddenly flew out of Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan's true body. Yang Kai watched with a dignified expression. Although the yellow sand in the sky blocked his vision, he could see everything clearly with his divine sense. Lu Yan hadn't shown her true body for a long time. Yang Kai still remembered that when he first met Lu Yan, she had met him in this appearance. At that time, Yang Kai thought this was a fire spirit, but later he learned that she was just a tool spirit of a crafting furnace. Unless she was forced to, Lu Yan would never show her true body. As soon as the strange bird appeared, it swayed upward, riding the clouds and the wind, and instantly came to the head of the fire phoenix. It kept flying around it. The flame phoenix cried out incessantly as its flaming feathers unfurled. A monstrous wave of heat swept out in all directions. Lu Yan's body was like a small boat in the middle of a storm, each wave crashing down on her, threatening to drown her at any moment. The fluctuations of divine sense communication had never stopped since the beginning as Lu Yan kept trying. Yang Kai didn't know what Lu Yan was doing during this period of time. He only saw her flying around the fire phoenix. Strange divine soul ripples spread out. Slowly, the irritable phantom of the fire phoenix calmed down, and its flaming feathers also folded, but its disdainful eyes were still full of disdain, as if the whole world was nothing in its eyes. Seeing this situation, Lu Yan moved a little closer to the fire phoenix, as if trying to let it accept her. Although the process was slow, there were not many changes. After a long time, Lu Yan finally landed on the head of the fire phoenix and gently combed its feathers. At the same time, the fire phoenix also slowly closed its majestic phoenix eyes. Was this a success? Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't sure what kind of situation this was. However, it was reasonable to say that Lu Yan had an extremely high success rate in refining the Fire Phoenix's origin source. Her success rate was much higher than anyone else's because Lu Yan was a fire attribute artifact spirit, and could be considered to have the same origin as the Phoenix True Fire. The monstrous pressure slowly withdrew. The huge phantom of the Fire Phoenix also slowly retracted into Lu Yan's body. The scorching power suddenly lost its source and dissipated, leaving only the red magma and half-solidified yellow sand on the ground. Lu Yan's body also returned to her body with the phantom of the Fire Phoenix. Yang Kai probed with his divine sense and saw Lu Yan's current situation. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Because at this moment, Lu Yan seemed to have been burned for countless years. Her whole body was charred, and the outline of a human being couldn't be seen at all. Her hair had also disappeared. All that could be seen was a human-shaped object that looked like black charcoal. Even the body of a spiritual puppet was burned like this. Any other cultivator would have turned into ashes long ago. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He resisted the urge to help, but was ready to take a leaf of the immortal tree at any time. Lu Yan's weak divine sense fluctuations came from the charred human-shaped object. Traces of crimson energy suddenly diffused from her body. The crimson energy was like a burning flame, dazzling everyone's eyes. It had both a terrifying aura that could burn all things and an incredible vitality. True Phoenix Fire. It was said that the true Phoenix Fire was immortal. Every death was just a nirvana in the cycle of reincarnation. It was this magical true Phoenix Fire that allowed them to create such a legend. Therefore, in the true Phoenix Fire, there was both endless destruction and abundant vitality. Destruction was for the enemy, and vitality was for oneself. Soon, Lu Yan was wrapped up by the crimson energy, and the crimson energy gradually solidified into a rock-like existence. Looking at it, Lu Yan seemed to have transformed into an egg half the height of a person at this moment. On the surface of the eggshell, there were countless extremely complex patterns, as if they contained a great secret. Yang Kai was curious and took a few more glances, only to feel a pair of extremely majestic eyes suddenly appear in his knowledge sea, coldly glaring at him, causing his knowledge sea to tumble and tremble. He was so scared that he quickly looked away. That pair of majestic eyes were the eyes of the Fire Phoenix. Yang Kai didn't know why it appeared in his knowledge sea, but he knew that if he continued to look at it like this, he would be attacked by an invisible secret technique. This should be the inheritance of the Phoenix clan, and those patterns should be the secrets of the Phoenix clan. Anyone who tried to pry into it would not have a good end. But like this, Kai Yang's mood relaxed a lot. Because since the egg wrapped in Lu Yan had something of the Phoenix clan, it meant that Lu Yan had successfully made the true Phoenix Fire accept her. With the protection of the true Phoenix Fire, even if Lu Yan was seriously injured, it was impossible for her to die. All he needed to do now was wait. Wait for the moment when Lu Yan was reborn and witness the magical scene. Yang Kai also didn't expect that Lu Yan would refine the true Phoenix Fire so quickly. Although it seemed very anxious, it was still a daunting experience. He secretly sent a message to the embodiment, asking him to pay more attention to the situation of Lu Yan and to contact him immediately if anything went wrong. The embodiment naturally agreed. Yang Kai then entered the small sealed world again. The problem of the true Phoenix Fire was solved, so the next thing to solve was the small sealed world. Radiating his divine sense in all directions, Yang Kai quickly understood the situation of the small sealed world. This time, after extracting a trace of world force, the damage caused to the small sealed world was not small. 1/3 of the entire small sealed world was a mess. Many places were no longer separated from the heavens and earth, as if they were still in a state of chaos. These places were constantly collapsing and spreading in all directions. Looking at this situation, if left alone, the small sealed world would collapse completely in less than a month. At that time, the immortal tree, firmament tree, and so on would all be finished. Although Yang Kai could move them away in advance, Yang Kai couldn't be at ease with these kinds of treasures, especially the immortal tree. Once others learned about it, he was afraid that the entire star boundary would be plunged into a bloodbath. So in any case, Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the small sealed world as soon as possible, not for anything else, but for the immortal tree and firmament tree to continue to be safely hidden inside in the future. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a big bell suddenly appeared in front of him. Ancient exotic artifact, Mountains and Rivers Bell. Perhaps because it was suppressing a trace of world force, this Mountains and Rivers Bell had not shrunk, and the mysterious pattern on the bell was constantly flashing as a primordial force swept in all directions. When Xueqi summoned the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he could clearly feel that the suppressed world force was constantly colliding with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, as if it was trying to break free from the shackles of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. After staring at the Mountains and Rivers Bell for a long time, Xueqi formed a few seals with a serious expression. The Mountains and Rivers Bell suddenly buzzed, and the primordial force that was enough to suppress the world force also revealed a crack. The mighty force of heaven and earth that had been suppressed was like a cat that had smelled fish. It turned into a stream of light and broke free from the crack at an extremely fast speed. *1. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky, and there seemed to be an extremely strong will growing above Xueqi's head, exuding a destructive aura. Xueqi's body was pressed down. When he was breaking through before, Xueqi was bombarded by the world force, and he was unable to resist it at all. But now, he was different from yesterday. Now, he was the real deal of the Emperor realm. His Emperor Qi was vigorous and pure, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. What's more, this was the small sealed world, where he dominated everything. Even if it was a little damaged, it could not change this fact. He looked up coldly, staring at the stream of world force that had turned into a stream of light, and with a single thought, the power of the entire small sealed world was mobilized. It was as if countless invisible hands were attacking from all directions, firmly grasping the stream of world force. The stream of light buzzed and struggled, but it could not move at all. This stream of world force was indeed the source of the outside world, but after all, it was only a trace, so how could it compete with the power of the entire small sealed world? This was like a cheetah and a cat. The cheetah was fierce, but how could a single hair of the cheetah be more powerful than a cat? After imprisoning the world force, Xueqi suddenly sat down cross-legged and radiated his spiritual energy around, instantly enveloping the entire small sealed world. Soon, Xueqi felt a strange sensation. He felt that he had become the embodiment of the small sealed world. He was the small sealed world and the small sealed world was him. Chapter 2509. After connecting with the entire small sealed world, Xueqi immediately understood that his previous idea was correct. Because the small sealed world was transmitting a very eager message to the imprisoned world force, eager to use it to repair its broken place. This was the world will of this small sealed world. It was like the instinctive reaction of an injured person seeing a healing pill. Xueqi rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. His eyes were closed tightly, but his hands were constantly casting mysterious seals. He didn't know what these seals were, and he didn't even know what he was doing, but he was just responding to the world will of the small sealed world. His body responded involuntarily. He slapped out a series of seals and blasted them on the imprisoned mighty force of heaven and earth in mid-air. Soon, the mighty force of heaven and earth that was like a stream of light was densely packed with seals. At the same time, the world force that was struggling to break free stopped struggling. At a certain moment, Xueqi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Release!" As soon as his words fell, the imprisoned world force suddenly burst open, turning into smaller streams of light, like fireworks exploding in the sky, blooming with extremely dazzling beauty. They broke down into countless streams and radiated to every corner of the small sealed world. The streams of light dispersed and hid in the small sealed world, disappearing one by one. The broken small sealed world seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment, and the whole world hummed with excitement. The broken place stopped collapsing, and the world was separated again. Everything was clear, and the chaos was no longer there. As time passed, the ravines in the earth were smoothed out again, and the devastated small sealed world began to change its appearance. The lifeless small sealed world. Inexplicably, there was a trace of invigorating vitality. The large amount of broken source strength that had been swallowed in the source sea before seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes at this time, quickly integrating into the small sealed world, turning into traces of clear world principles, strengthening the foundation of the small sealed world. The wind rose, the clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed, rain fell, and sprouts sprouted. The entire mysterious small world seemed to have received a new lease of life and was brimming with vitality. Even the exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden began to sway gently. The entire process lasted for an unknown amount of time. When all the dust settled, Xueqi suddenly felt that his mind had been severed from the small sealed world bead. awakening from that wonderful feeling. Looking around, the mysterious small world was still the same mysterious small world, but the bleak scene was no longer there. Compared to before, he was even more outstanding. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world principles in this small sealed world had become more complete. Although it was still not comparable to a real great world, it was much better than before. The world force can actually make a small sealed world evolve. Seeing this, Kai Yang's eyebrows rose up in joy. His small sealed world had never been perfect, something Yang Kai also knew, but he didn't know how to make the small sealed world the same as the great world. However, after a series of attempts, Yang Kai seemed to have found some useful information. Just a single strand of world force was enough to cause such a huge change in the small sealed world. The world principles were also much more complete, so if more world force was brought in, wouldn't the small sealed world be completely perfect? At that time, this place would become a cultivation holy land. When one reached the limit of their cultivation, they could also receive a baptism of world energy here and break through. However, world force was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was impossible to comprehend it unless one reached the level of great emperors. With Yang Kai's current first-order emperor realm cultivation, he could only sigh and lament. However, Yang Kai finally had a direction, so he was still very excited. After thoroughly inspecting the small sealed world again, he found that there were indeed no more hidden dangers in this small sealed world. In fact, it was even better than before. Yang Kai was really relieved. I wonder how Lu Yen is doing outside. With a thought, he flew out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world. Big brother Yang. As soon as he appeared, Mo Xueqi's call reached his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and found that Mo Xueqi and Zhang Ruoxi had both woken up. Their complexions were quite good, and there were no hidden dangers. With a slight smile, Yang Kai said, "You're awake." Mo Xueqi asked, "Big brother Yang, why did you come to the Purple Mountain Desert? Is the Shattered Star Sea closed? What happened after that? Who helped me to seal my divine soul? I didn't hurt you, did I?" She asked a lot of questions in rapid succession, with a nervous and uneasy look on her face. It seemed that she knew that the reason she lost consciousness was related to the divine soul seal being unsealed, but she had no memory of what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment standing not far away in amazement and asked, "You didn't explain to her?" The embodiment shrugged and said, "They just woke up, so I didn't have time." Yang Kai nodded and gave a brief account of what happened after she went berserk. Of course, he didn't dare to mention the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wu Kong, as it would be too shocking. As for the Shattered Star Sea's closure, he only said that he didn't know. After hearing this, Mo Xueqi patted her chest in fear and sighed. "It's good that I didn't hurt you. If I did, Xueqi would never have the face to see you again." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Don't undo the seal casually in the future. The power of the divine soul is too terrifying. With your current strength, you won't be able to control it." Mo Xueqi stuck out her tongue and said, "I know." Zhang Ruoxi didn't have a chance to interject until now. She glanced worriedly not far away and asked, "Sir, what's wrong with Sister Lu Yen now? Why do I feel that her aura is so weak?" Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and found that the phoenix egg was still the same as when he left. There wasn't much change, so he said in a deep voice, "This is her opportunity, don't worry." While speaking, he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi intentionally or unintentionally. To be honest, there were too many things that shocked him on this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Whether it was the mountains and rivers bell, the phoenix true fire, the resurrection of the heaven-devouring great emperor, or the great emperors of the secular world who cut off their cultivation for tens of thousands of years, they were all rare occurrences. But what puzzled him the most was Zhang Ruoxi. Duan Hongchen took a drop of Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence and resealed Mo Xueqi's divine soul seal. Moreover, Duan Hongchen's interest in Zhang Ruoxi also made him very concerned. The great emperors of the secular world asked Yang Kai to lead Zhang Ruoxi to do good, saying that when she cultivated to the peak, she could summon even more terrifying power than Wukong. Once she did evil, it would be a disaster for the star boundary. If he didn't know Duan Hongchen's true identity, Yang Kai might have thought that he was exaggerating, but after knowing that Duan Hongchen was one of the great emperors of the secular world, Yang Kai didn't dare to think so. There was no reason for a person who could disregard his own life for the world to scare him. What kind of bloodline does this little girl of the Zhang family have to make Duan Hongchen treat her so seriously? Moreover, in the Flowing Time Temple, the divine spirit Xueqi gave Zhang Ruoxi a pink cloud's phoenix robe. How could an ordinary person have such a privilege? Encountering a fierce beast like Xueqi, it would be a miracle if one didn't get swallowed whole. How could one obtain a defensive emperor artifact from it? There's also that strange space spirit jade, which can only be activated by Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Thinking of the space spirit jade, Yang Kai suddenly felt that it was time to give it to Zhang Ruoxi. After all, this was a treasure passed down by the Zhang family's ancestors. In the past, Zhang Ruoxi wasn't strong enough to unlock the secrets of the space spirit jade. But now that Zhang Ruoxi was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, she should be able to make progress. Yang Kai didn't really care about the secrets hidden in the space spirit jade, but it might be able to unlock the mysteries of Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Thinking about it this way, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little tempted. Curiosity killed the cat. The more Duan Hongchen tried to hide it, the more he wanted to know about Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. Sir, why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Ruoxi found that Yang Kai had been staring at her with burning eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. She couldn't help but lower her head and blush slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, Ruoxi has become a big girl. Compared to when he first met Zhang Ruoxi, she had indeed grown a lot. Moreover, the best years of her teenage years were by Yang Kai's side. It could be said that Yang Kai watched her grow up. This reminded him of Lin Yun. This little girl went to the star boundary with Yang Inflammation. When she left, her body hadn't grown up yet. Calculating the time, she should be about the same age as Zhang Ruoxi. At that time, Yang Inflammation said that Lin Yun was very suitable to inherit the mantle of a friend of hers. Yang Kai wondered how the little girl was doing after so many years. There was also Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai had been in the star boundary for so long, but he hadn't heard any news about Yang Inflammation, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, Yang Inflammation should be a master of a generation, so there was no reason for him to be so obscure. Zhang Ruoxi's face turned even redder, and there seemed to be a different kind of brilliance in her shyness. Mo Xueqi joined in the fun and said, What about me? I'm not a little girl anymore. Yes, Yang Kai nodded quickly, turning his mind back from his memories. Big brother Yang, where are you going next? Can you take me with you? Mo Xueqi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, a look of excitement on her face. Yang Kai smiled and said, Of course I can take you with me, but aren't you afraid that Auntie Feng will come and take you back? Auntie Feng doesn't seem to like you running around outside. Mo Xueqi wrinkled her nose and said, Humph, after she took me back last time, I was locked up on the island to cultivate. It was so boring. Now that I'm finally out, I won't go back so soon. Moreover, we just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, so Auntie Feng definitely doesn't know that I'm here. When I have enough fun, I will naturally go back. Does the Beast Warrior Master know that you are so capricious? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mo Xueqi stuck out her tongue and said, Big brother Yang, you guessed it? Yang Kai laughed. You have such a strong cultivation at such a young age, so you must have an extraordinary background. You are also proficient in enslaving monster beast. You claim to be from the Eastern Territory and mention the word island from time to time. If I didn't know that you were from Spirit Beast Island, wouldn't I be an idiot? Chapter 25:10. Mo Xueqi shyly said, Big brother Yang, Xueqi didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that my father, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, You don't need to explain, I understand. Mo Xueqi was obviously afraid that her father's name was too scary, so she had never mentioned her identity to Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had pointed it out, she was somewhat uneasy. Yang Kai smiled and said, The Beast Martial Master is the master of beast martial arts, and you are you. The one I know is the mischievous Mo Xueqi, not the daughter of a martial beast. Mo Xueqi heard this and thought seriously for a while, then suddenly showed a relieved smile. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents, making her look very beautiful. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious and he looked up into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Ruoxi also called out in a low voice, Sir. While speaking, she urged her source qi uneasily and looked up into the sky vigilantly. Ruoxi can sense it. Kai Yang glanced at her in amazement, discovering that her pair of beautiful eyes were emitting an extremely cold aura, completely different from her usual gentle and weak self. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and felt that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was a bit strange. Suddenly, a faint ripple appeared in the calm sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. Then, the ripple spread out rapidly and became more and more obvious. Soon, the space in a certain part of the sky distorted and a clear and strange energy fluctuation came from there. Space Force. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such clear space force in this place. It was clear that someone had torn space and crossed over from a very distant place. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of space force, this person's use and research of space force was no worse than his, perhaps even better than his. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. Although he didn't know who was coming, if someone could tear space and cross over, their strength was definitely extraordinary. Who is it? Why did they come here? Yang Kai didn't dare to take them lightly. While quickly putting away his embodiment, Yang Kai secretly urged his Emperor Qi to be on guard. If he was alone, he could just leave here and hide quietly to observe, but now he had Zhang Ruoxi, Emo Shaoqi, and Lu Yan, who was inside the phoenix egg, so he couldn't leave. Emo Shaoqi also noticed the anomaly in the sky and after letting out a scream, her beautiful face turned pale as she dodged. She hid behind Yang Kai's back like a mouse meeting a cat. Her delicate body trembled as she whispered, "Big brother Yang, let's run quickly. If we don't run now, it will be too late." Yang Kai's face darkened. "It's too late to run now." Crash. The sky was torn apart like an invisible beast. It opened its beastly mouth, wanting to devour someone. Under the close attention of Yang Kai, a foot suddenly stepped out of the dark crevice. Dong, although the foot was stepping on the void, Yang Kai felt as if it was stepping on his heart. His face paled slightly, and his aura instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. So strong! Yang Kai's eyes were filled with shock, even though he already knew that the person who came would not be weak. But it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated the strength of this person. This guy is definitely a third-order Emperor Realm Master. And not just any ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. After that foot, a figure slowly walked out of the crack, as if he was leaving his home for a walk. His face calm and relaxed, leisurely and carefree. Only then did Yang Kai see the appearance of the person who came. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had an extraordinary temperament and a smile on his face, looking harmless to humans and animals. After this person appeared, he only glanced around slightly before fixing his gaze on Yang Kai with a strange smile. Gudong. Although Yang Kai knew that he could not be at a disadvantage in terms of aura, he could not help but gulp. Being stared at by this person, Yang Kai felt like a lamb being stared at by a hungry wolf. Every part of his body involuntarily trembled. This was not the end of it. After this middle-aged scholar appeared, another figure walked out of the void crack. Unlike the middle-aged scholar's leisurely stroll, the second person who appeared was like a burning flame. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. This was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Her chest was full, her waist was graceful, her red lips were as bright as gems, suffused with a peculiar luster. Her skin was as white as porcelain, so delicate that it could be broken with a single blow. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and any man who saw her would involuntarily have endless fantasies. Especially that head of fiery red hair, it gave people a strong visual impact, making people unable to move their eyes away. Fuck! Why is it her? Yang Kai almost bit his tongue and could not help but curse in his heart. Because he actually knew this beautiful woman. She was the Auntie Feng that Emo Shaoqi often mentioned. Yang Kai did not know this Auntie Feng's name before, but when Emo Shaoqi and Lan Sun quarreled in the Shattered Star Sea, Lan Sun mentioned her name. Spirit Beast Island's Jiu Feng. Although she was not one of the 10 great emperors, the name Jiu Feng still shook the star boundary. Few cultivators with higher cultivation did not know her name. If this beautiful woman was Jiu Feng, then the identity of the other middle-aged scholar was also obvious. Li Wuyi. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burst with light as he looked at Li Wuyi without any hesitation. Although this was the first time he had met Li Wuyi, Yang Kai had long heard of his name because Li Wuyi was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary. He was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Xueqi had also said before that she would introduce Yang Kai to Li Wuyi, and let him worship Li Wuyi as his master to learn the mysteries of the Tao of Space. After realizing that these two were masters from Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai quickly understood why they were here. They were clearly here for Xueqi. But how did they know that Xueqi was here? Moreover, they directly tore space and arrived here precisely. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and realized that they must have done something to Xueqi that allowed the people from Spirit Beast Island to sense her location. That was why Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng came here together not long after they left the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder Xueqi hid behind me as soon as she saw the vision in the sky and urged me to run away. It turns out that she saw someone coming to catch her at a glance. Li Wuyi, you bastard. How dare you leave this old lady in a void crack? Do you know that this old lady was almost swallowed by the void undercurrent? As soon as Jiu Feng appeared, she grabbed Li Wuyi's clothes, lifted him up, and shouted angrily. Li Wuyi was a top third-order Emperor Realmaster, but at this moment, he was like a powerless chicken, letting Jiu Feng carry him without even having the guts to resist. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he said with an embarrassed expression, "There are juniors watching from below. If you do this, I will lose face." Face. Jiu Feng glared at him and shouted tenderly, "Face is something you earn yourself, not given by others. If you want face, you have to treat this old lady better, understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." Li Wuyi nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and begged, "Can you put me down first? This is a disgrace to a gentleman." "Gentleman?" Jiu Feng sneered and said furiously, "What is that? Can it be eaten?" Li Wuyi immediately put on a long face and looked pitifully in Yang Kai's direction. "Xueqi, save me. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Xueqi hid behind Yang Kai and kept muttering to herself, "Next time you dare to leave this old lady in a void crack, this old lady will break your third leg." Jiu Feng gritted her teeth with a fierce look on her face. Li Wuyi involuntarily clamped his legs together and hurriedly said, I won't do it again. Please spare me, great aunt." Humph. Only then did Jiu Feng throw Li Wuyi away as if he was a piece of trash. Her tone changed and her demeanor changed greatly. She said shyly, "Really, don't you know that I'm afraid of the dark?" After saying this, she turned her beautiful eyes and glanced down before fixing them on Yang Kai and greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, little brother, we meet again. It seems we are fated to meet." Yang Kai swallowed hard, his expression extremely stiff. For a long time, the great impression Auntie Feng had of the great emperors in his mind was collapsing inch by inch as cracking sounds kept coming from the depths of his heart. He cupped his fists with a black face and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Li and Senior Jiu Feng." Li Wuyi smiled, a subtle cold light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Just now, did you see anything?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Just now, space force surged and distorted the void. Although this junior tried his best to see, his strength was too low and he couldn't see anything. I am ashamed." Hearing this, Li Wuyi raised his brow and the cold light in his eyes dissipated. He nodded and said, "You are worth teaching. This king often heard Xueqi mention you on the island. I heard that you are also proficient in the Tao of Space?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior is too kind. This junior has only studied a little about the Tao of Space. Naturally, this junior wouldn't dare to show off in front of an expert like Senior Li. If there is an opportunity, this junior would like to ask Senior for advice." Li Wuyi was delighted and beamed with joy. "Good, very good. If you go to Spirit Beast Island in the future, this king will teach you a unique divine technique." Yang Kai was overjoyed and took advantage of this opportunity, saying, "How about today?" Li Wuyi was still smiling and said lightly, "Boy, you are too shameless. This king's divine technique is not something you can learn just because you want to." Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Senior is so stingy and doesn't have the slightest intention to help this junior. This junior is very unhappy. Whether you are happy or not is none of my business." Li Wuyi laughed, "This king is happy." Chapter 25:11. Yang Kai snorted. "This brat likes to talk nonsense when he's unhappy. Perhaps today's events will be compiled into 12 Chapter S and 36 Chapter S and passed on to the storytellers of the major restaurants and tea houses in the Eastern Territory so that they can spread Senior Lee's peerless prestige. I've even thought of the title, The Daily Life of Spirit Beast Island's 9 Phoenix and Her Servant. What do you think, Senior Lee? Lee Wooey was furious. Didn't you just say that you didn't see anything? How can a junior's words be so untrustworthy? Yang Kai said leisurely, I suddenly saw something. You're so despicable. Lee Wooey was shocked. Yang Kai said lazily, people are all forced. 9 Phoenix giggled on the side, seemingly extremely happy. Good. Lee Wooey spoke incoherently, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yang Kai. You forced me to do this, so this king will have to teach you a lesson. Brat, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stream of light flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand to grab the stream of light. When the stream of light entered his hand, he paused slightly, rolled his eyes, and quietly put away the object in his hand. Now you know how powerful this king is? Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense and ruin this king's reputation. Lee Wooey snorted coldly. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Senior Lee's cultivation is profound. This brat is inferior to you. I hope Senior Lee can forgive me for offending you earlier. Lee Wooey said casually, this king is magnanimous. Why would I lower myself to your level? 9 Phoenix looked at the two coldly. She curled her lips and said, you two are having fun. Lee Wooey laughed. I just taught a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. This Lee is all ears to avoid young people being too arrogant. This Lee is all ears. 9 Phoenix snorted coldly and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she showed a hint of admiration. The last time we met, you were just in the First Order Tao Source realm. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you've already advanced to the Emperor realm. This queen has misjudged you. No matter who it was, to be able to advance from the First Order Tao Source realm to the First Order Emperor realm in such a short time with a solid foundation, without the slightest sign of instability, and pure and rich in pure energy, could be called a genius. Senior's praise is unwarranted. Junior being able to reach this step was also a coincidence, Yang Kai said modestly. Jiu Feng said, but the First Order Emperor realm is only the beginning of the peak of the martial Tao. If I want to pry into the pinnacle of martial arts, I will have to work even harder. I cannot be arrogant and impatient. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he quickly said, Junior will remember Senior's advice. Although Jiu Feng had only said a few words that didn't hurt her, her strength had already reached her level. If she didn't really think highly of Yang Kai, she wouldn't even bother to talk to him. He was afraid that she wouldn't even bother to say a word to him. Her encouraging and warning Kai Yang like this was already giving him a lot of face. 9 Phoenix nodded gently, obviously very satisfied with his attitude. Then, she narrowed her phoenix eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Her sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Yang Kai's body and stare at Emo Xueqi who was hiding behind him. She said coldly, Are you still not coming out? Emo Xueqi pouted when she heard this. She walked out from behind Yang Kai unwillingly. Her eyes drifted as she looked left and right, as if looking for an escape route. 9 Phoenix was both angry and amused. Do you think Uncle Lee and Auntie Feng can't find you just by hiding like this? Do you think you're blind, or do you think we're blind? Emo Xueqi said angrily, You're so strong. Isn't it the same no matter where I hide? You still dare to talk back? 9 Phoenix raised her eyebrows and shouted, If you don't teach me a lesson in 3 days, I think you're itching for a beating, little girl. Emo Xueqi pursed her lips and looked at Lee Wooey pitifully. She said with a tearful voice, Uncle Lee, Auntie Feng wants to hit me. You have to uphold justice for me. She dares. Lee Wooey was furious. His aura suddenly surged. His previous submissive expression was swept away and became as dazzling as the sun. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He was slightly aware of the huge gap between him and these veteran top masters of the Emperor realm. 9 Phoenix snorted and glanced sideways at Lee Wooey. Lee Wooey snorted Xueqi, Don't be afraid. If she really dares to hit you you'll what? 9 Phoenix looked at him coldly. Lee Wooey immediately grinned, I'll catch Xueqi and let you beat her to your heart's content. Asterisk creak creak. Asterisk Emo Xueqi, who was standing next to Yang Kai, ground her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At this moment, Li Wuyi's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Emo Xueqi with a solemn expression. Then his face changed drastically as he whispered, "Xueqi, did you break the seal?" "What?" Nine Phoenix was also shocked. She flashed to Emo Xueqi's side, grabbed her, and observed her carefully. After observing for a while, Nine Phoenix found that Emo Xueqi had indeed broken the Divine Soul Seal. Her beautiful face turned pale as she asked, "How did you break the seal? Did you encounter some kind of life-threatening danger? Which bastard dared to do this to you?" Her aura, which belonged to the peak of the Emperor realm, suddenly spread out. Her tender body exuded an extremely violent aura, as if she would kill at any moment. Yang Kai was careless and was directly knocked back several meters. He felt the blood and qi in his chest roil and he almost couldn't breathe. "Zhang Rua," she exclaimed and retreated even further than Yang Kai. "Who was it? Tell Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng will go and destroy his entire family now." Nine Phoenix's murderous intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Li Wuyi also walked down from the sky. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Although he didn't say a word, his murderous intent was even more obvious than Nine Phoenix's. Emo Xueqi's Divine Soul Seal was her last trump card. It was absolutely impossible to break it unless she encountered some life-threatening danger. Now that there were signs of it being broken, in other words, she must have been in life-threatening danger in the Shattered Star Sea. These two masters had watched Emo Xueqi grow up, so how could they tolerate anyone trying to harm her? So when they noticed that Emo Xueqi had broken the Divine Soul Seal, both of them were filled with murderous intent. Emo Xueqi naturally didn't dare to tell the truth when she saw their terrifying expressions. She could only stick out her tongue and say, "No one wants to harm me. I accidentally broke it." "Impossible." Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. "Master personally sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul with the burning moon rainbow flower seal. There is only one condition to break it, and that is that your life is in danger." Li Wuyi also said, "Xueqi, be a good girl and tell Uncle Li and Auntie Feng what happened." "It's really nothing. I accidentally broke it." Emo Xueqi waved her hand repeatedly. Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. She knew that Emo Xueqi must have a reason for being so insistent. She couldn't find out the truth from Emo Xueqi, so she could only turn to Yang Kai and say coldly, "Boy, since you appeared here with Xueqi, it means that you were traveling together in the Shattered Star Sea. Tell this queen what happened." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Seniors, please understand. The reason why little sister Xueqi broke the seal was because of me." "Because of you?" Li Wuyi frowned and asked suspiciously, "Did you try to kill Xueqi?" "But this is impossible. Although Xueqi is simple and naive, she is not a fool. If Yang Kai really tried to kill her, why would she still be with him? She would have run as far away as possible." Nine Phoenix said with a cold face, "Speak clearly." Yang Kai nodded, sorted out his thoughts a little, and explained why Emo Xueqi had mistakenly thought that his life was in danger. So she suddenly became emotional and unsealed her divine soul. After listening, Nine Phoenix and Li Wuyi couldn't help but look at each other. They never knew that Emo Xueqi could unseal her divine soul because someone else's life was in danger. But now that they thought about it carefully, the master only said that Xueqi would unlock the seal once she felt that her life was in danger. But he didn't say that it was Xueqi's own life. It seemed that Xueqi attached great importance to this little brat in front of her, almost raising him to the same level in her heart. So when he was in danger, the seal was unsealed. As their eyes met, Nine Phoenix and Li Wuyi both understood each other's thoughts, and a strange feeling welled up in their hearts. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai's hair stood on end, but he didn't dare to say anything. Then how was the divine soul resealed? This seal was not left by the master, but seems to be an extremely clever method. Could it be you were the one who sealed it? Nine Phoenix asked in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Junior doesn't have such ability. It was someone else who sealed the divine soul." Li Wuyi suddenly became interested. "There is someone among the younger generation who can seal the divine soul? Let's hear it. Who is this little brat with such ability?" "That person is not a junior. That person is..." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and after hesitating for a while, his lips wriggled and he softly spat out 3 words. Li Wuyi and Nine Phoenix were both taken aback, their expressions shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai said faintly, "There is no need to doubt. This person is the master you are thinking of." "Impossible!" Nine Phoenix screamed. "The Shattered Star Sea cannot be entered from the Emperor Realm. No matter how strong that master is, it is impossible for him to break this restriction." Li Wuyi also said with a solemn expression, "Yes, and that master is elusive. Why would he go to a place like the Shattered Star Sea? Although source strength is good, that master might not even care about it." Yang Kai said, "If others ask, this junior will not tell them in detail. After all, this matter is of great importance, but since the two seniors are from Spirit Beast Island, this junior will not hide it. I hope that after the two seniors return to Spirit Beast Island, you can tell what happened in the Shattered Star Sea to the master of Martial Beast Island so that he can think of a way." "Think of a way? What way?" Nine Phoenix looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a puzzled look on her face. "Boy, what are you trying to say?" Li Wuyi also looked at him strangely. Chapter 25:12. Next, Mo Xueqi and Zhang Ruoxi only saw Yang Kai's lips moving constantly as he sent a message to Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng with a solemn expression. After these two top masters of the Emperor Realm heard Yang Kai's words, they reacted violently. Shock, astonishment, horror, solemnity, reverence, regret. All kinds of expressions flashed across their faces. From time to time, Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng would interrupt and ask a question, and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. "What are they talking about?" Mo Xueqi asked Zhang Ruoxi quietly. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Mo Xueqi said, "Actually, I'm very curious. Do you know what happened in the Shattered Star Sea after I fell unconscious?" Zhang Ruoxi still shook her head and whispered, "I fainted almost at the same time as you. When I woke up, I was already here." The two little girls looked at each other and suddenly felt a subtle feeling of sympathy for each other. After a while, Li Wuyi said solemnly, "I can't believe such a thing happened." Jiu Feng also had a solemn expression and said, "This matter really needs to be told to the master. That master situation is not optimistic. I'm afraid he won't have a good time in the future." Yang Kai sighed. Senior Duan left not long ago, but he didn't say where he was going. It would be best if the martial beastmaster could find him. Senior Duan is willing to sacrifice his life for the world, and this junior respects him greatly. I can't bear to see him suffer in the future. Jiu Feng said solemnly, "Don't worry, my master will definitely not sit back and do nothing. After returning to Spirit Island, I will report this matter in detail." Yang Kai was overjoyed. He said, "Thank you, senior. With the help of the martial beast, they should be able to find Duan Hong Chen. Perhaps he would have a way to solve Duan Hong Chen's current awkward situation. I really didn't expect such a bizarre thing to happen in the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder the elite cultivator in the Fourth Territory was suddenly expelled from the Shattered Star Sea without any warning. Before coming here, the master had said that something must have happened in the Shattered Star Sea. I didn't think it would be such a big change." Li Wuyi sighed. Fortunately, they are all safe and sound. If they all died because of the change in the Shattered Star Sea. As Jiu Feng spoke, she shuddered and did not dare to continue. She changed the topic and looked at Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. "Kid, when we came here just now, there was something that made this queen very concerned." She pointed at the place where the phoenix egg was and said in a deep voice, "Why did this queen sense it? There's the aura of the true phoenix fire." Li Wuyi exclaimed in shock, "Phoenix true fire?" After he finished speaking, he immediately looked over there. When he saw the complicated patterns on the phoenix egg, he could not help but gasp and exclaim, "The inheritance of the phoenixes." Yang Kai looked at Li Wuyi in surprise. He asked, "Senior actually knows it?" His knowledge sea was attacked by a strange secret technique because he was spying on this pattern. Only then could he confirm that this was the inheritance of the phoenixes. He did not expect Li Wuyi to recognize it at a glance. Li Wuyi stared at it in a daze for a while before saying, "Spirit Beast Island has records about the phoenixes, and..." At this point, he glanced at Jiu Feng faintly and did not continue. Jiu Feng asked, "Is this the real true phoenix fire?" Yang Kai nodded yes. "I heard that there is a remnant of the true phoenix fire in the Shattered Star Sea, which was owned by the great emperors Yenwu. Since you just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, could it be? Zhou Feng was very thoughtful and quickly deduced some information. Yang Kai did not hide it. He admitted, Senior is right. The true phoenix fire does come from the Shattered Star Sea. It is also a remnant left by the great emperors Yenwu. Although she had guessed it, Zhou Feng could not help but gasp when Yang Kai admitted it. She looked at the phoenix egg with some envy and jealousy. This queen also went to the Shattered Star Sea in the past, trying to find the true phoenix fire, but in the end, she found nothing. I didn't expect to see it today. After a pause, she frowned and said, since it has become a phoenix egg, it means that someone has refined the true phoenix fire? This person can make the true phoenix fire recognize his existence. Who is he? Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Xueqi answered, it's elder sister Lu Yan. Zhou Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she whispered, that artifact spirit? Judging from her expression and tone, she seemed to have heard Mo Xueqi mention Lu Yan before, and knew that Lu Yan was an artifact spirit. She couldn't help but exclaim, a trivial artifact spirit can be recognized by the true phoenix fire. It seems that this is really destiny. Once she is reborn, she can inherit the Phoenix clan's inheritance and really have a chance to become a member of the Phoenix clan. Yang Kai's heart moved as he said, Senior Zhou Feng seems to know the Phoenix clan very well. No. Zhou Feng glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, did I say something wrong? Mo Xueqi smiled and said, Big brother Yang, Auntie Feng has an extremely pure Phoenix clan bloodline. In this world, except for the real Phoenix clan members, no one knows the Phoenix clan better than her. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Senior Zhou Feng has the Phoenix clan bloodline. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but after thinking about it carefully, Zhou Feng's name had the word Phoenix in it, and her scorching power was very consistent with the fire Phoenix, and she came from a place like Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Senior, since you have the Phoenix clan bloodline, may I ask when my friend will be able to break out of her egg and be reborn? Zhou Feng frowned and said, it's hard to say, but I want to know. If this queen didn't come here, what would you do? What would I do? Yang Kai was stunned and immediately said, wait. Zhou Feng looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Wait here for 1.5 years. 1.5 years? Why is it taking so long? Kai Yang was shocked. Is it long? It may be 1.5 years, or it may be 10 years, Zhou Feng sneered. Do you think it's easy to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Although your friend seems to have been recognized by the Phoenix True Fire at this moment and has turned into a Phoenix egg. But this is just the beginning. If you want to really refine it and completely possess the Phoenix True Fire, there is still a great test. If your friend can't hold on, she will only be burned to death. Even if she can hold on, she won't succeed in a short time. Even if she succeeds, how will she control the Phoenix True Fire? How will she learn the Phoenix clan's inherited secret skills? Yang Kai listened with a solemn expression. He realized that he had thought too simply of the matter. He fully thought that it would not be long before Lu Yan reappeared in front of him. But after hearing Zhou Feng's words, he realized that he had underestimated the danger. Since Zhou Feng had the Phoenix clan bloodline, she must know the Phoenix clan very well. She must be right. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and said, Senior, please give me some pointers. Zhou Feng said, even with my guidance, you can't do anything. You don't understand the Phoenix clan's inheritance. If you don't understand the mystery of the Phoenix True Fire, you can't even protect her. Yang Kai said, Senior, please explain it clearly. I should understand. Zhou Feng glanced at him and snorted coldly. If I give you so many ingredients, can you cook a table full of delicious food? Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his head and said guiltily, it's not a problem to roast them. Mo Xueqi walked up. She shook Zhou Feng's arm. She said, Auntie Feng, Sister Lu Yan is a very good person. If you can help her, please help her. Zhou Feng glared fiercely at her and said, don't give me that. I haven't settled the score with you yet. All you think about is going out to play all day long, but you don't care about your cultivation at all. If your Uncle Li and I didn't come to look for you this time, would you have run away again? Mo Xueqi pursed her lips and said, at worst, you can help Sister Lu Yan this time. I'll go back to the island with you to cultivate and won't come out until I reach the Emperor realm, okay? Zhou Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Mo Xueqi and said, you said it yourself. Mo Xueqi closed her eyes and said with a look of desperation, "Yes, it's mine." "That's a good deal." Li Wuyi smiled slightly. Zhou Feng also smiled and said, "Since you said so, Auntie Feng naturally can't stand by and do nothing." Mo Xueqi snorted. "You won't act until you see the incentive. Auntie Feng, you're so bad." Zhou Feng chuckled and looked at her with interest. "It's not too late to back out now. At worst, your Uncle Li and I will take you back by force. It's the same." Mo Xueqi was exasperated and stomped her feet. "I hate you." Zhou Feng's smile faded as she looked at Yang Kai and said, "If you don't mind, I will take the Phoenix Egg back to Spirit Beast Island and cast the Phoenix Clan's secret technique to protect her." "Take it back to Spirit Beast Island?" Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help but glance at the place where the Phoenix Egg was. Zhou Feng said, "You can also go to Spirit Beast Island. Although Spirit Beast Island doesn't have many guests, since you are Xueqi's friend, you can stay on the island for a while. I believe Master won't refuse." Mo Xueqi's eyes lit up and she immediately shouted, "Yes, Big Brother Yang, come with me to Spirit Beast Island. Our Spirit Beast Island is very beautiful." She had an expectant look on her face and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai couldn't bear to look at her, so he looked at Zhou Feng and said, "According to Senior's estimation, how long will it take for Lu Yan to refine the Phoenix True Fire?" Zhou Feng said, "At least a year. Legend has it that the great emperors of Yen Wu took 5 months to refine the Phoenix True Fire. A year is the most conservative estimate, and this is under the premise that everything goes smoothly." "A year." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Then Senior can take her away. As for Spirit Beast Island, Junior will go there when he has the chance. Right now, there are still some things to deal with." Hearing this, Mo Xueqi looked disappointed. Zhou Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, since this queen has promised you to protect her, I naturally won't hide anything. This queen also wants to see what magical changes will happen when an artifact spirit refines the Phoenix True Fire." At the end of her words, she looked expectant and excited, her beautiful eyes exuding an extremely dangerous light. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and directly pulled the Phoenix Egg in the distance over, wrapping it in her Emperor Qi. As if sensing something, the strange patterns on the Phoenix Egg began to squirm as if they were alive. Vaguely, a very faint cry came from the Phoenix Egg. Chapter 25:13. Purple Mountain City was an inconspicuous city among the tens of thousands of cities in the Eastern Territory. It was located near the Purple Mountain Desert. Due to the harsh environment and barren land, this city was not very prosperous. Its existence was just a transit point for many cultivator entering the Purple Mountain Desert. Many cultivator like to enter the Purple Mountain Desert for experience, so Purple Mountain City was naturally the best place for them to recuperate. The overall strength of the cultivator in the city was not too high, but it was not low either. It was stronger than Maplewood City in the past. Most of them were Saint Kings. Although there was no the Emperor realm, there were still many Dao Source realm cultivators. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi came all the way from the Purple Mountain Desert. They were travel-worn, so they casually found an inn to stay in. The Phoenix Egg that Lu Yan had turned into had been taken away by Zhou Feng and Li Wuyi. Yang Kai was not worried about Lu Yan's safety. Zhou Feng and Li Wuyi were both famous masters in the Star Boundary, and they were also martial beast subordinates. Coupled with his relationship with Mo Xueqi, Yang Kai believed that Zhou Feng would definitely take good care of Lu Yan and would not harm her. Yang Kai was only worried that Lu Yan's refining of the Phoenix True Fire would not go smoothly. However, he was now in a hurry to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, so he had no time to accompany Lu Yan. Otherwise, he would definitely go to Spirit Beast Island together and stay there for a year. This was the first time Zhang Ruoshi had gone out to experience the world with Yang Kai. In the past, no matter where Yang Kai went, she had always been properly placed in the small sealed world and cultivated in seclusion. But now, Zhang Ruoshi had a strong cultivation in the Third Order Dao Source realm, so she had enough strength to protect herself. Cultivation was not like building a cart behind closed doors. Yang Kai, who had been through thorns all the way, had a deep understanding of this. So he weighed the pros and cons. So he brought Zhang Ruoshi with him. This way, the little girl of the Zhang family could see more of the local customs of the Star Boundary, which would definitely be beneficial for her future growth. Zhang Ruoxi was naturally overjoyed. She was in high spirits along the way, her little face blushing, like a bird released from its cage. Look, everything is new. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had passed on all his cultivation experiences to Zhang Ruoxi. Although this little girl was usually quite silly, her talent in cultivation left Yang Kai speechless. Zhang Ruoxi was often able to draw inferences about many key cultivation questions, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's profound foundation, he wouldn't have been able to answer her questions. He racked his brains to confirm his own cultivation path. At least he didn't embarrass himself in front of her. While teaching Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai didn't forget about his own cultivation. Now that he had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he was barely worthy of the title of master. Although the Emperor Qi in his body had been completely transformed due to various accidents, it had only been a short time since he had broken through. His understanding of the use of his own power and the Emperor realm. There was still a gap between them and the veteran forces of the Emperor realm. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the martial Tao was limitless. Yang Kai looked up to a high mountain and felt his blood boil. Especially when he recalled the battle between the two great emperors, the monstrous power that was set off with every move they made, Yang Kai couldn't stop. He was looking forward to the day when he could reach such a level, or even surpass it. After arriving at Purple Mountain City, Yang Kai found an inn at random and asked for 2 rooms to stay in. Then, he casually placed some restrictions in his room. There weren't many masters in Purple Mountain City. He was the only one in the Emperor realm, so he wasn't worried about being troubled by anyone. However, it was always unpleasant to be disturbed during cultivation, so restrictions were inevitable. After placing the restrictions, Yang Kai reached out and took out something from his space ring. It was a blue stone about the size of a longan and had an extremely irregular shape. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. Apart from its strange color, its appearance was ordinary, and it didn't have strong energy fluctuations. It seemed to be an extremely cheap refining material. However, this blue stone was made by Li Wuyi. Previously, Li Wuyi stretched out his hand and sent a stream of light towards Yang Kai. The thing that Yang Kai grabbed was this blue stone. Along the way from the desert of Purple Mountain, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully examine the mystery contained in this stone. Only now did he have the opportunity to calm down and figure it out. Placing the stone on his palm, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it with a solemn look on his face. Soon, his expression became startled as his divine sense rushed out and wrapped around the stone like invisible threads. Yang Kai's expression became one of extreme shock, amazement, excitement, and admiration. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the surface of this blue stone was intact, its interior was fragmented. The reason for all of this was that the inside of this stone was filled with countless tiny hair-like void cracks. These void cracks were almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's divine sense, he would have missed them. The void cracks in this stone were definitely not made by Li Wuyi in advance. Most likely, when Yang Kai asked him to teach him the divine technique, Li Wuyi casually made them. Even so, it was enough to shock Yang Kai. He was also proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to create so many tiny spatial cracks within a rock without damaging it. This required extremely precise control over the Tao of space, as well as an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of space. Yang Kai had a lot of space secret techniques, including Moonblade, Exile, and Nihility. He could even use the principles of space to instantly freeze a certain area of space. This use of space force and the divine technique were all comprehended by him without any guidance from a good teacher. He thought that his attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep. But at this moment, after observing this blue stone, Yang Kai realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. A frog at the bottom of a well. At the very least, he couldn't do what Li Wuyi did. He couldn't control the Tao of space so delicately, and he couldn't create so many void cracks inside the stone without damaging its surface and keep it intact. Admirable, truly admirable. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. Although he had long heard that Li Wuyi of the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary, Yang Kai had always thought that he wasn't too far behind. But today, he had finally opened his eyes. If the Tao of space could be said to be a painting, then Li Wuyi was the most outstanding painter. With just a splash of ink, a wonderful painting appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was natural and unconstrained, giving people a sense of awe. As for Yang Kai, although he could also paint, he was much worse than Li Wuyi. he still had a long way to go. Every tiny void crack in the stone contained Li Wuyi's understanding and application of the Tao of space, and from the outside to the inside, it was gradually becoming more and more profound. The void cracks on the outside were relatively rough and seemed to be extremely unstable, as if they could collapse at any time. But the deeper inside, the more exquisite and stable the void cracks became. Yang Kai examined the void cracks layer by layer and discovered that Li Wuyi seemed to have perfectly presented his growth in the Tao of space in front of him, without the slightest concealment. These void cracks were simply the crystallization of Li Wuyi's life's work. He had unreservedly transformed it into a brand of void cracks in this stone and handed it over to Yang Kai. This kind of thing was many times more valuable than learning the space divine technique from Li Wuyi. This was equivalent to Li Wuyi imparting his entire legacy to Yang Kai. But how much Yang Kai could comprehend would depend on his own talent and hard work. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed and he used his divine sense to investigate the centermost position of the stone. The next moment, his breathing stagnated and his heart beat wildly. He discovered that at the centermost position of this stone, there was a very small black hole. It was just like the black hole he had formed using the banishing secret technique had shrunk countless times. Although this black hole was so small that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, it still gave off the impression that it could swallow all things. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe it, it was completely swallowed up. This was simply divine skill, uncanny craftsmanship. If the previous void cracks had already shocked Yang Kai enough, then the appearance of this last black hole made him feel deeply shocked and increasingly aware of the gap between himself and Li Wuyi. In terms of the Tao of space, Li Wuyi was indeed far ahead of him and was not someone he could compare with at the moment. Yang Kai was filled with awe. It was simply beyond his imagination that such a small stone could contain so many mysteries. After recovering from his shock, Yang Kai devoted all his attention to the stone as if he had gone mad. He wanted to peel off the mysteries contained in the stone layer by layer and absorb all of Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space. In an instant, Yang Kai forgot everything and was completely immersed in the mysteries of this stone, unable to extricate himself. He examined the spatial rifts one by one, feeling their stability and hidden mysteries, experiencing the process of their formation. It was as if he was going to break Li Wuyi apart and study him as he pleased. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. As Yang Kai studied the stone, Li Wuyi's growth in the Tao of space seemed to be vividly displayed in front of Yang Kai, allowing him to experience the process of Li Wuyi's gradual growth in the Tao of space, as if he was a fish in water. In the beginning, Yang Kai was still comprehending Li Wuyi's attainments in the Tao of space and learning his exquisite techniques. But as time passed, Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with learning other people's things. He would first comprehend Li Wuyi's attainments and understanding of the void cracks, then overturn them and try to transform them into his own capital. Yang Kai forgot to eat and sleep, completely forgetting himself. Although his strength did not increase and his eyes became deeply sunken and bloodshot, making him look like a madman, his eyes were extremely bright and his spirit was extremely excited. During this period of time, his growth in the Tao of space was greater than what he had gained in the past 10 or even 20 years. He clearly felt that he had taken a big step forward on the road of the Tao of space. Chapter 25:14. A sense of unwillingness to admit defeat lingered in Yang Kai's mind, making him study the blue stone day and night, completely forgetting everything else. At first, Zhang Ruoxi, who lived next door, would come to visit every now and then, wanting to ask when Yang Kai would leave Purple Mountain City, but as time passed, she found that Yang Kai had not appeared. She guessed that Yang Kai should be in secluded cultivation, so she did not dare to disturb him. She stayed in the inn with nothing to do, so when she was bored, she would leave the inn and wander around the city. Now that she was in the third-order Tao source realm, her cultivation was not low. Although there were some cultivator in Purple Mountain City whose strength was on par with hers, she was not afraid at all. During this stroll, she immediately found a novel thing. After plucking up the courage to try it once, she immediately fell in love with it. During the days when Yang Kai was in seclusion to study the stone, she would go to a certain place every day and stay there for a long time before returning to the inn. Time flew by, and a month passed. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his head with a calm expression, and withdrew his divine sense from the stone. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had exhausted all his energy and overdrawn his mind, But Kai Yang's eyes were still as bright as the stars. After a month of non-stop study, Yang Kai finally understood all the mysteries contained in the stone. He witnessed Li Wuyi's growth with his own eyes and gained a lot from it. In terms of his attainments in the Tao of space, he took a big step forward. It was not until now that he realized that the various space secret techniques he had comprehended before were not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. This made Yang Kai very happy. If he could improve it, it meant that the power of his space secret techniques could still be increased, which was exactly what he needed now. After advancing to the Emperor realm, the enemies he would face in the future would definitely be stronger. The Tao of space had always been one of his trump cards, and it played a vital role in many situations. There was a loud crash. The blue stone in his hand suddenly shattered. It turned into powder and slid down Yang Kai's fingers like a pool of quicksand. This stone was filled with countless void cracks and a black hole. Yang Kai had been constantly releasing his divine sense to investigate it during his research, so it was already his limit to last until now. Fortunately, Yang Kai had absorbed all the essence left in the stone by Li Wuyi, so even if it broke at this moment, he did not have much regret. Suddenly, Yang Kai slapped his forehead and whispered, "Oh no." It was only at this moment he remembered that he seemed to be too immersed in the Tao of space. That was the reason why he came here in the first place. Yang and now and then Yang to earth and day. He quickly released his divine sense, wanting to ask Zhang Ruoxi to leave Purple Mountain City with him. But he did not expect that in the next room. There was still a cup of tea on the table. Steam was still rising from it. Yang Kai's figure flickered, broke through the void, and came directly to the next room. He reached out to test the temperature of the tea and muttered to himself, "She should have left less than half a cup of tea. Where did this little girl go?" He had been in seclusion for a month, so it was normal for Zhang Ruoxi to go out for a walk. But since he was sure that she was not in danger, Yang Kai was not very worried. He released his divine sense and enveloped the entire Purple Mountain City in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found Zhang Ruoxi's figure on a high platform in the city, and it was an extremely vigorous figure. Yang Kai could not help but have a strange expression. After thinking for a while, he casually threw some source crystals on the table as payment for the inn. Then, he used his space secret technique and left the room directly. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure appeared next to a ring called the Rising Dragon Arena in Purple Mountain City. He appeared without a trace and no one noticed. Except for a few nearby cultivator who looked at him strangely, no one else noticed him. Even the few cultivator who looked at him only showed a puzzled expression and immediately looked away. The construction of this ring was extremely sturdy. It was surrounded by a barrier-like curtain, allowing the cultivator who competed in the ring to fight to their heart's content. Such arenas existed in many cities. When martial artists cultivated, they were willing to repay their debts of gratitude and enmity. They were determined to forge ahead. Naturally, many conflicts would occur. If a conflict occurred in the wild, it would naturally be a fierce fight. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. But in a place like a city, one could not take people's lives at will, unless it was an extremely chaotic city. Every city had its own set of rules. As the saying goes, without rules, there would be no order. Although Purple Mountain City was located on the edge of the desert, it was not an exception. A cultivator who had a conflict in the city could go to the ring to sign a life and death agreement and compete to the death. Even if there was no grudge, they could still go to the ring to compete. Gradually, the existence of the ring became a place for many cultivator to pass the time. In the ring, the cultivator could compete with others to their heart's content and improve their combat ability. The cultivator who did not compete in the ring could also watch the battle from the surrounding seats and learn from it. When Yang Kai arrived, the seats near the Rising Dragon Arena were full. Not only that, there were many cultivator who did not have a seat. They each summoned their secret treasures and stayed in the void, watching the ring. There were at least tens of thousands of people gathered here, and all of them were staring at the two cultivators competing on the ring with fiery gazes. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration, and when there were dangerous moments, they would exclaim in surprise. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator's battle to attract so many people to watch. Only the battles of highly prestigious and famous cultivators would attract the interest of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, one of the two people fighting in the ring was Zhang Ruoxi. However, Zhang Ruoxi was different from the gentle and weak image she usually displayed in front of Yang Kai. Now, she was dressed in a tight suit that outlined her well-developed curves. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, making her look extremely capable and experienced. Her aura was also extremely fierce, like a ferocious beast that had been released from a cage. Her entire body was suffused with a baleful aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Her opponent was a middle-aged man who also had the cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm. He cultivated some kind of secret technique, but his whole body was covered in a blood-red light. His aura was also extraordinary. At this moment, the two people were fighting fiercely in the ring. When their source chi collided, it made a rumbling sound, and the barrier on the ring flashed wildly. This girl from the Zhang family actually came to the ring. If Yang Kai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Where did she get the courage? She usually blushed when talking to strangers, so how could she have the courage to come to this place and be the center of attention? Moreover, her aura was completely different from usual, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power was very strange. All her changes were related to her bloodline. However, her opponent seemed to be an extremely powerful figure. He must be very famous in Purple Mountain City. Otherwise, how could he attract so many people to watch the battle? Sure enough, just as Yang Kai was secretly speculating, some people's voices came from all directions. Today's battle will be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the end. What's the suspense? Of course, it's Bloody Hand Gu Shan. Although Gu Shan doesn't belong to any sect, he has been wandering around Purple Mountain City since 50 years ago. He has a very high reputation and strength here, especially in the arena battle. He has never met a worthy opponent. All the enemies who have fought with him have been defeated. He is the golden signboard of Purple Mountain City. He can cultivate to the third-order Tao source realm without a sect? This Gu Shan is really amazing. If he joins a big sect, won't it be just around the corner for him to become an emperor? Hee, you don't know about this. I heard that Gu Shan found an ancient cave abode in the desolate Purple Mountain and obtained an extremely profound inheritance. That's why he doesn't need to join any sect. A few years ago, a cultivator from the third-order Tao source realm from Ahan Temple passed by here. I don't know what conflict he had with Gu Shan, but the two fought in the ring. Guess what happened? What happened? What else? Of course, Gu Shan won. The cultivator from Ahan Temple was knocked out of the ring in less than 10 moves. Gu Shan is so strong that even a disciple from Ahan Temple was no match for him? Ahan Temple was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, second only to Serene Soul Palace in terms of status, so the cultivators who came from it were definitely quite strong, not to mention an elite disciple with a third-order Tao source realm cultivation. Of course. He was able to defeat an elite disciple from Ahan Temple a few years ago, and his strength seems to have improved again after a few years. It's not difficult for him to defeat a little girl. Otherwise, why do you think so many people came to watch today? Everyone is here because of Gu Shan's fame. Little girl. Another person snorted coldly. This friend is really interesting. Do you dare to call her little girl in front of that Rakshasa girl? If you do, I'll call you ancestor. Cough cough. The cultivator who thought highly of Gu Shan coughed violently and almost coughed out tears. Rakshasa girl? The man looked at the speaker and asked in confusion. Is this woman also a very famous person? The third person glanced at him and said, Friend, you've only been in Purple Mountain City for a few days, right? The man chuckled and said, I've only been here for 3 days. I heard that there are many opportunities in the Purple Mountain Desert, so I came to try my luck. I just happened to be in time for this grand event, so I came to watch the fun. 3 days, no wonder you don't know. The third person nodded slightly and said, The woman in the ring isn't simple either, but everyone calls her Rakshasa girl. I don't know her real name. Is she very strong? More than strong. The third person snorted. She's invincible. 20 days ago, she suddenly appeared in this ring. With only 3 moves, she beat a cultivator of the same level to the point that he spat out 3 liters of blood and fainted. Her moves are extremely clean. Isn't that crushing? That's right, it's crushing. Chapter 25:15. It was a battle between 2 cultivators of the same level, but the winner was decided within 3 moves. It was indeed a one-sided battle. Every day after that, this girl would come to the Rising Dragon Arena to fight. None of her opponents could last more than a cup of tea's worth of time. Her aura was sharp and fierce, so everyone called her Rakshasa's daughter. I didn't know this girl was so powerful. That person's eyes lit up as he exclaimed and looked at the arena with great interest. Rakshasi is indeed powerful, but Gushan isn't weak either. I still think Gushan will win. The person who spoke earlier was unconvinced. The third person sneered. Gushan is indeed powerful. He has a solid foundation and abundant origin power. But he's definitely no match for Rakshasi. What makes you say that? That's right. My friend, you are being too presumptuous. Look at the situation in the arena. It's clear that Luo Shan is being suppressed by Gushan. Gushan is no less ferocious than that girl. The third person glanced at the arena leisurely and said calmly, I have my reasons for saying that. What do you think, friend? Let's hear it. Gushan's strength has reached his limit. Unless he can break through the Emperor realm, he won't be able to improve his strength for the rest of his life. However, Lady Shura was different. She rarely fought with others before, and she had never used her powerful strength. She was growing with every battle on the Rising Dragon Arena. Compared to 20 days ago, she was more than just a little bit more powerful. I wonder if you guys have noticed the fight between her and Gushan. In the beginning, she was at a disadvantage. But now, she's looking for a chance to fight back. If I'm not mistaken, she's growing rapidly in this battle. I'm afraid it won't be long before she surpasses Gushan and knocks him out of the Rising Dragon Arena. After hearing what this person said, the other 2 people nodded. The other 2 thought about it carefully and found that this was indeed the case. They couldn't help but admire him and said in unison, Friend, you're right. It seems that Gushan may not be her opponent. But where did this girl come from? She looks like she's in her early 20s. Did she cultivate some secret technique to retain her youthful appearance? Humph, this girl has a fierce aura. But he still has a childish air about him. He's obviously still young. Friend, you seem to know Rakshasi very well. Have you studied her? The corner of that person's mouth twitched as he said slowly. Yes, because her first opponent was me. Ha! The other 2 people looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect him to be the cultivator who vomited blood and fainted after being beaten by Rakshasi in 3 moves. It was awkward for a moment. On the spectator stands, many people were talking about this Rakshasa girl and wanted to know which sect she came from. However, her moves were so strange and unpredictable that no one could guess what she was from. What's more, there was no trace of her using an artifact at all, so naturally it was impossible to infer her identity from it. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he stared at the ring, his mood somewhat strange. And all the cultivators in Purple Mountain City were afraid of her. His impression of Zhang Ruo she wasn't like this. She was a completely different person from the little girl in the arena. He suddenly had a feeling that he had raised a dormant fierce beast for the past few years. It was usually very obedient in the cage, but once it was released, it would set off a bloody storm. The battle in the arena was in full swing. The cultivator who was beaten by Zhang Ruo in 3 moves in her first match may not have a high cultivation base, but his eyesight was extremely good. Perhaps he had endured humiliation for the past 20 days and had been studying Zhang Ruo, so he could clearly see Zhang Ruo's terrifying growth. Gushan and Zhang Ruo went from having the upper hand in the beginning to being evenly matched to being at a disadvantage. The change in attack and defense was extremely obvious. Neither of them used their artifacts. Zhang Ruo didn't have her own artifact, only a close-fitting pink cloud's phoenix robe. However, she didn't activate the defensive power of this Emperor artifact at the moment. Gushan was a famous figure in Purple Mountain City. If a little girl didn't use her artifact, he would be embarrassed to take it out even if he wanted to. Various secret techniques collided in the arena. The energy was so intense that layers of ripples were constantly sputtering out from the light curtain. Compared with Gushan's steady attacks, Zhang Ruo's style was agile and elegant. She seemed to have an extremely keen fighting instinct. Yang Kai had never seen or even heard of all kinds of secret techniques that she used. He didn't know when and where she learned them. The blood-red light on Gushan's body was constantly shaking and gradually dimming. Even his aura was fluctuating. A strong opponent. Gushan's heart trembled. Although he had long heard that the little girl who made the cultivator in Purple Mountain City suffer in 20 days was quite strong, Gu Shan didn't know that he had underestimated her until he actually fought her. In particular, his opponent's growth in battle had simply shocked him to the core. She had gone from being at a complete disadvantage to being in control of the battle in such a short time. He was afraid that she would really win in a while. Seeing that the blood-red light on his body was about to be completely extinguished, Gu Shan gritted his teeth and took a step back. With a flip of his palm, a tiger-headed warhammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Little girl, use your artifact. If you don't use your artifact now, you won't have a chance." He had a determined look on his face. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death. Although he had no enmity with Zhang Ruoxi, he had always been fighting in the vicinity of Purple Mountain City. He had always been very famous and was known as the strongest person below the Emperor realm. If he was defeated by a little girl today, how could he continue to stay here in the future? He could only use his most powerful trump card, his only trump card. However, he still kindly asked Zhang Ruoxi to use her artifact as well, so that he wouldn't take advantage of her in battle. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoxi just shook her head slowly and said indifferently, "I don't have an artifact." "What?" Gu Shan's eyes widened, and then he was furious. "You should have a bottom line when you look down on others." He thought that Zhang Ruoxi was looking down on him. After all, which cultivator didn't have their own artifact? What's more, Zhang Ruoxi was a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. With such strength, how could she not have an artifact? However, he didn't know that Zhang Ruoxi was telling the truth. The strength of this little girl from the Zhang family had improved too quickly. Although Yang Kai wanted to help her find an artifact, the grade of the artifact was too low to keep up with her cultivation speed. If the grade was too high, she wouldn't be able to refine it. What's more, Zhang Ruoxi had always been cultivating in the small sealed world, so she didn't need to use an artifact. As a result, she only wore the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe from head to toe. But in Gu Shan's view, this was an insult. She obviously wanted to fight with him bare-handed. Furious, Gu Shan shouted angrily, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for not being polite." Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. She didn't want to defend herself. She just looked solemn, as if she was ready to go all out at any time. With a roar, Gu Shan's entire body suddenly swelled up, turning into a round fatty. Then, he activated all of his source energy and crazily poured it into the tiger-head warhammer. The roar of the tiger shook the whole audience, as if the king of the jungle had rushed out of the jungle, with a determination to defend his territory to the death. "Activate your artifact." Gu Shan shouted again while urging the power of his artifact. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "You asked for it," Gu Shan was furious. Gu Shan flew into a rage. His fat body suddenly shrank as he poured all his power into the tiger-headed warhammer. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Above the arena, a bright light burst out as a lifelike giant tiger suddenly rushed out, pouncing straight at Zhang Ruoxi with a world-destroying momentum. Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have noticed the ferocity of this move. Her face turned serious, and she pointed all 10 of her fingers, turning them into finger swords. The finger swords let out incessant sizzling sounds as they met the monstrous momentum head-on. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk in the arena, the sound of explosions continued, and dazzling light burst out, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening in the arena. They only knew that this battle had reached the point of life and death. The huge energy impact completely distorted the light curtain of the arena. Everyone in the stands exclaimed, horrified by Gu Shan's world-destroying attack. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to seeing how Luo Shan would deal with this move, or if she would be turned into ashes by it. Pairs of eyes widened as they looked at the arena. After a long time, the terrifying energy gradually dissipated, and the light receded. The scene in the arena was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Huh? Why is Gu Shan alone? Where is Luo Shan? Where did she go? Is she hiding somewhere, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Gu Shan? The arena is so small. How could she hide? Look, there are pieces of clothes on the ground. They are the clothes that Luo Shan wore before. Hiss. Luo Shan is dead? She was smashed into pieces? Gu Shan won. In the stands, the noise was like a wave, rising and falling one after another. Bursts of exclamations, excitement, regret, pity, and curses could be heard. Luo Shanv, a master who rose like a comet in Purple Mountain City, was smashed into pieces by Gu Shan after only 20 days of glory. It was indeed a pity. Many cultivator who secretly supported and liked Luo Shanv cursed Gu Shan, thinking that he had an unfair advantage and used such a cruel artifact against a young girl. Gu Shan stood in the arena. His body was extremely weak. After using that move, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. He stood in place with a strange expression, staring blankly at the pieces of clothes on the ground, without the slightest joy of victory. Chapter 25:16. The way he won this battle was too strange. Because he clearly felt that his attack was mostly neutralized by Luo Shanv, and the remaining power was not enough to kill her. Moreover, although there were fragments of clothes left on the arena, there was no trace of blood. Even if she was really smashed to pieces, there should at least be some blood and flesh residue, right? But in fact, there was nothing left. That girl is not dead, Gu Shan concluded in his heart. But if she's not dead, where is she? Is it really like what the people in the stand said? Is she hiding somewhere and preparing to launch a sneak attack on me? Thinking of this, Gu Shan's face changed. He hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Luo Shan hiding. It was not until a long time later that Luo Shan did not appear again that Gu Shan accepted the cheers for his victory with a blank face. 10,000 miles away from Purple Mountain City, on the wooden boat, Yang Kai flew all the way with Zhang Ruoxi as fast as lightning. After exchanging the last blow with Gu Shan, Yang Kai flashed into the arena and brought Zhang Ruoxi out. The outcome had been decided, and there was no need to continue fighting. Gu Shan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but Zhang Ruoxi was fine. As long as Zhang Ruoxi got close to Gu Shan, she could easily throw him out of the arena. He was already in the Emperor realm, and with the help of his space secret technique, the strength and vision of the cultivator in Purple Mountain City could not detect any clues at all. This led to the illusion that Zhang Ruoxi had been smashed to pieces. After being brought out by Yang Kai, Zhang Ruoxi's fierce aura suddenly disappeared. She became very obedient. Standing quietly on the wooden boat, she kept looking at Yang Kai's back with timid eyes, fearing that he would be angry with her for acting recklessly during this time. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She, who had never fought with anyone before, felt her blood boiling when she stepped onto the stage. Every bit of pain and every drop of blood that flowed out of her body made her feel incomparably satisfied. It seemed that fighting to the death was her favorite thing to do. Every time she came back from the arena, she would be annoyed. She felt that she should not be like this. Why did she have to fight with others? Why did she have to fight with others? She secretly warned herself that she would never go to the Rising Dragon platform again. However, on the second day, the restlessness in her heart made her involuntarily take a step forward and head to the arena as Rakshas's daughter. She accepted the challenges of one cultivator after another and blasted them all down. She enjoyed the joy of fighting with others. Winning or losing was not what she cared about. What she enjoyed was the process. She was a little afraid of herself. She felt that there was a devil sealed in her body. "Do you like to use swords?" Yang Kai suddenly asked without turning his head. "Ah!" Zhang Ruoxi shuddered. She was startled. However, he quickly reacted and said, "I don't know either." Yang Kai said, "I noticed that you liked to use your finger sword when you fought with Gu Shan, and I sensed a strong sword intent from you." He paused for a moment before asking, "Have you used a sword-shaped artifact before?" "No," Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly and whispered, "I've never used an artifact before." "That's strange." Yang Kai looked suspicious. Although Zhang Ruoxi's finger sword was not yet proficient, it was extremely powerful. Moreover, the sword intent that shrouded her was not fake. If she was not a cultivator who had been immersed in swordsmanship for many years, it was impossible for her to have this kind of power. Among the masters that Yang Kai had seen, the one with the strongest sword intent was Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Chen Wenhao. He had an emperor artifact, the flowing water sword. Yang Kai still remembered the 3,000 sword principles. Yang Kai also occasionally used a sword. The myriad sword was a broad sword, but it was not his strength. The moves he used were all secret techniques of the myriad sword itself. They were not even 1,000th of Chen Wenhao's. However, Zhang Ruoxi's sword intent was completely natural and extremely fierce. Right now, she was like a piece of unpolished jade. If she could unleash all her potential, the brilliance she could bloom with would be absolutely shocking. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. When Zhang Ruoxi was breaking through to the Great Realm, a huge woman's figure appeared behind her more than once. He did not know who that woman was, but every time, she would open her mouth and suck in the heavenly vision caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, making Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough extremely easy. When that woman appeared, she was holding a huge long sword in both hands, which was extremely shocking. Perhaps, the reason why Zhang Ruoxi possessed sword intent and involuntarily used her finger sword was related to that phantom. Although this was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it was very likely. Since Zhang Ruoxi liked to use swords, Yang Kai felt that he could let her refine the myriad sword. The huge woman phantom was holding a wide long sword in both hands, and the myriad sword was also of the same type, so Zhang Ruoxi should like it. However, the myriad sword was not Yang Kai's own, after all. It was an ancestral treasure of the Qin family in Maplewood City. When Old Man Qin gave the myriad sword to Yang Kai, he made it very clear that one day, when Qin was able to break through to the Emperor realm, it would not be too late for Yang Kai to return it. Therefore, Yang Kai thought about it and decided to dispel the idea. It was not good to take someone else's things and give them away. It seemed that it was time to look for a broadsword-type Emperor artifact. Among his companions, Lu Yan obtained the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Hua Qingxi obtained the Five-Colored Spear, and even the embodiment obtained the Demonic Warhammer. Which one of them was not an Emperor artifact? Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Sir, I'm sorry. Ruoxi shouldn't have made such a big mess without your permission. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly plucked up her courage, lowered her head, and admitted her mistake. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm not blaming you. What are you sorry for? Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and asked in surprise, Sir, you're not angry? Yang Kai smiled and said, You decide how to walk your own path. You don't have to care about what others think. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. Let me ask you, were you happy fighting in that arena? Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded heavily without thinking. Then did you kill anyone? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, I beat them down every time. I didn't kill them. Then do you feel guilty? Zhang Ruoxi thought about it seriously and shook her head. No, their skills are not as good as others, and since they entered the ring, they naturally had to be mentally prepared to be beaten down. Ruoxi also entered the ring with such thoughts. That's right. Kai Yang nodded. If you think it's right, then it's right. In the future, when you grow up, it's inevitable that there will be people who will point fingers at you and make irresponsible remarks about you. If they make sense, you can listen and accept them with an open mind. If they are unreasonable, you can just treat them as farts. The most important thing is here. Kai Yang reached out and pointed at his chest. I understand. Zhang Ruoxi gently nodded and suddenly showed a flower-like smile and said happily, It's really good to travel with Sir. Half a month later, Yang Kai had gone deep into the Eastern Territory's hinterland after several twists and turns. During this time, he and Zhang Ruoxi had been traveling together. They had crossed countless rivers and mountains on the road, experienced the local customs, and taught Zhang Ruoxi cultivation, so they weren't lonely. Zhang Ruoxi's growth was extremely fast. Although her cultivation realm hadn't improved much, she had made great progress in controlling her own strength. This had a lot to do with her fighting on the Rising Dragon Arena in the past 20 days. Fierce battles could often stimulate a person's potential and allow them to grow quickly. Although Zhang Ruoxi had grown in the previous battles, more experience and lessons had settled down and accumulated in various parts of her body. During this period of traveling with Yang Kai, she had turned all the accumulated experience and lessons into nutrients. She constantly recalled the battles in the arena, and it was difficult for her to stay in the same place. Yang Kai saw this in his eyes, but didn't comment on it. On this day, Kai Yang's figure suddenly came to a halt as the wooden boat came to a halt in midair. What's wrong? Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly asked, at the same time releasing her divine sense to cover the surroundings. She thought they had encountered some danger, but after looking around, she didn't find anything unusual. When she looked at Yang Kai again, she saw him take out a golden token with a strange expression on his face. His divine sense enveloped the token. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed and became extremely pale. Zhang Ruoxi was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. She had followed Yang Kai for so long, but she had never seen him so angry. Obviously, something big had happened to make Yang Kai so angry. That golden token. What is it? Why did Mr. have such a big emotional fluctuation after checking it out? Zhang Ruoxi was puzzled, but she didn't dare to ask. Then, Yang Kai's terrifying divine sense spread out like a tide, covering a large area in an instant. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something. His figure flickered, and he broke through the void with Zhang Ruoxi, disappearing directly. When she reappeared, Zhang Ruoxi found that she and her master were already several kilometers away, hovering in the void. Below them, a group of cultivators was besieging a monster beast that resembled a tortoise and a tiger. This monster beast had a rich demonic qi and seemed to be at the peak of the 11th order, which was equivalent to the peak of the Tao source realm in terms of cultivator cultivation. Among the group besieging it, there were only 3 Tao source realm cultivators. The rest were all Saint Kings. Even the 3 Tao source realm cultivators didn't have high cultivations, only in the 1st or 2nd order. They seemed to be some small sect's elders who had brought their disciples out for experience, but somehow, they encountered this monster beast. It was very common for disciples to travel together in groups. Most of them would have some elders with higher cultivations accompanying them. First, they would protect the disciples, and second, they would inspect the disciples' cultivation results. If it wasn't necessary, these elders wouldn't show up easily. There was already a torn corpse lying on the ground. The cultivator who was still alive looked nervous and frightened. They were more or less injured. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they weren't the monster beast's opponent. Chapter 25:17. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared with Zhang Ruoxi, the monster beast went berserk and opened its mouth to bite one of the first-order Tao source realm cultivators. It was unknown whether the first-order Tao source realm cultivator was at the end of his rope or was caught off guard, but he couldn't avoid the monster beast's bite in the abdomen. Blood gushed out and the cultivator screamed miserably. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly waved his fist with an indifferent expression. With one punch, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant demonic beast suddenly howled in grief. Immediately after, a hole appeared on its fat body. Blood and internal organs flowed out, and it instantly died. The cultivator who was bitten by the monster beast still hadn't recovered from the shock. He struggled desperately, roaring and shrieking miserably. The other 2 Tao source realm cultivators, on the other hand, noticed something. They raised their heads and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai, then glanced at the dead monster beast. Their hearts trembled as they realized that they had encountered a master. Although Yang Kai looked very young, he could kill a peak 11th order monster beast with one punch. He was at least a master from the Emperor realm. The two didn't dare to neglect. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and were about to thank him, but Yang Kai interrupted them directly and shouted in a low voice, "Where is Earth City?" The two were taken aback. One of the men in a purple robe quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Master, fly 5,000 kilometers in this direction and you will reach Earth City." Although he couldn't see through Yang Kai's true age, since he was a master from the Emperor realm, it was right to call him master. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he pointed. The next moment, a layer of ripples appeared in the air. He and Zhang Ruoxi instantly disappeared from the sight of this group of people. After a long time, someone asked in a low voice, Am I seeing things? 2 people just came here?" "I saw it too. Brother, you didn't see wrongly. He even killed that green-furred tiger turtle and saved junior martial uncle. Ah, young martial uncle is injured. Hurry up and get the spirit pill. Little martial uncle, hang in there. Don't die." A group of seemingly inexperienced youngsters immediately gathered around little martial uncle, who had been bitten by the azure-haired tiger turtle, and hurriedly treated his injuries. Only the other 2 Tao Source Realm Masters remained standing in place, staring in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, unable to calm down for a long time. The 2 of them had no idea how Yang Kai came here and how he left, even though their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. However, the master of the Emperor Realm had mysteriously disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that the corpse of the green-furred tiger tortoise was still here, they would have thought that they were dreaming. This was the Emperor Realm. It was the pinnacle realm that all cultivators in the astral boundary yearned for and revered. In the past, they were also high-spirited and hot-blooded, thinking that they could take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm in their lifetime, but as they grew older, they were trapped by inferior aptitude and poor resources. They could only wander between the first and second order Tao source realms. The flowing time Great Emperor had worn away the sharp edges in their hearts, leaving behind a comfortable mentality of muddling along. Turning his head to look at the younger generation in the sect, they were as vigorous as he was in the past, but how many would survive after a few hundred years? Even if they survived, where would they stop? On the wooden boat, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit, and his speed was a little faster than before. That token is the Azure Sun Temple's disciple token, in addition to representing the identity of Azure Sun Temple's disciple. This token can also be used as a communication artifact to allow disciples to communicate with each other. I just received a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. Yang Kai stood on the wooden boat and explained to Zhang Ruoxi. Since meeting Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao in the Source Sea, Yang Kai had been keeping the Azure Sun Golden Token in his arms. His original intention was to be able to perceive the messages of Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao at any time, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't use it after that. However, Yang Kai didn't throw it back into his space ring. Anyway, it didn't matter if he kept it in his arms and it wouldn't affect his movements. Who knew that in the distant Eastern Territory, Yang Kai would receive a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. The message was very short, only a line of words: Earth City, Azure Sun Pavilion, help. The other party was obviously an Azure Sun Temple disciple to be able to send this message to his golden token. But Yang Kai couldn't figure out how the other party came to the Eastern Territory, and what kind of danger they encountered. After all, Azure Sun Temple was a sect in the Southern Territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. But since it was a message asking for help, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he hurriedly found someone to inquire about the location of Earth City. It was his first time in the Eastern Territory, so he didn't know where Earth City was. Fortunately, there was a group of people nearby, so Yang Kai immediately teleported over. Although I don't know what happened over there, if there is a battle later, take care of yourself, Yang Kai exhorted. Earth City was definitely a city, and since it was a city, there might be a master guarding it. Although Yang Kai had been promoted to the Emperor realm, he wasn't so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. If he really had to fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Zhang Ruoxi. Now that he had warned her clearly, she could act according to circumstances later. I understand, Zhang Ruo nodded heavily. Sir, please feel free to do as you wish. Ruoxi won't be a burden to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Anxious, he sped up. Earth City, located in the hinterland of the Eastern Territory, was considered one of the most important cities in the entire Eastern Territory. Compared to Purple Mountain City, it was undoubtedly much more prosperous. Earth City was surrounded by abundant resources, attracting many cultivators to settle down here. Many cultivators came and went, bringing more and more prosperity to this place. The city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong, was a first-order emperor realm master with many capable subordinates. Since he took charge of Earth City 50 years ago, he had been keeping the entire city in good order. The laws in the city were strict, and few people dared to break the law. Zhu Hong had even laid down 81 rules in Earth City. Anyone who dared to violate them would be punished equally, ranging from being whipped through the streets to being executed by dismemberment. His iron blood methods and fair attitude made the entire Earth City love and respect him. At this moment, in the city, in front of a shop called Azure Sun Pavilion, a group of cultivators wearing the uniform of the city guards blocked the entrance. A Tao Source Realm cultivator was sitting leisurely in a tea house not far away, sipping tea leisurely. His pair of hawk-like eyes were constantly sizing up everyone who passed by the shop, as if he was vigilant of something. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding crowd. They were all discussing what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done to attract people from the City Lord's mansion to come here and surround it. Azure Sun Pavilion was just a small shop, and the things it sold weren't anything special. Many spirit pills and artifacts were bought from others and then resold, so there wasn't much profit to be made, just barely managing to keep itself afloat. Anyone who had dealt with the Azure Sun Pavilion would know that apart from the shopkeeper, there were only 2 clerks left in the pavilion. These 2 clerks were also gluttonous and lazy fellows who didn't do their jobs properly. Often when guests came to visit, they would still be sleeping soundly at the table, not taking the initiative to entertain them. Over time, The cultivator who was familiar with Azure Sun Pavilion would not patronize this shop. If it weren't for the cultivator from the city lord's mansion surrounding it, many people would not know that such a shop existed in the city. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done, since it had attracted the attention of the Imperial Guard Army, it definitely wasn't a good thing. All the cultivators who passed by the shop's entrance avoided it like snakes and scorpions, staying as far away as possible. It was as if they would be tainted with bad luck if they approached. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly walked out of the crowd and went straight to Azure Sun Pavilion. This man and woman didn't look very old. The man had a tall figure and steady steps. Although he wasn't very handsome, he was extremely resolute and dressed like an ordinary young man. The woman, on the other hand, was a national beauty. She looked soft and weak as she followed behind the young man. She was even younger, seeming to be in her early 20s. Because the Azure Sun Pavilion was surrounded by the city guards, there was no one around it. At this moment, this man and woman walked straight over, attracting the attention of many people. The Dao Source Realm Master who was sipping tea in a nearby tea house narrowed his eyes as a bright light burst out from them, carefully sizing up the man and woman. He quietly released his divine sense, but strangely, he couldn't detect the cultivation of these two people. In an instant, the Dao Source Realm cultivator's face turned solemn. He was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so for him to be unable to detect their cultivation, they were either from the Emperor Realm or had some kind of artifact to hide their cultivation. Such a man and woman were definitely not from the Emperor Realm, so they must have some kind of strange artifact. To have such an artifact, the other party didn't seem to be simple. But who were these two people? Why did they come to Azure Sun Pavilion? While he was pondering, the man and woman had already arrived in front of the city guard cultivator. They looked at him in surprise and shouted, "What are you doing? Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? Hurry up and make way." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding city cultivator was shocked. This person dared to insult the city guards. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. How could he live? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee the scene of this person being thrown into the city's prison and being tortured. Everyone was shocked and moved further away. As expected, the guards blocking the entrance of the Azure Sun Pavilion were enraged. One after another, they cast burning gazes at the young man. The leader coldly snorted and said, "Friend, watch your words. Insulting us is not a small crime." The young man was amused when he heard this. He grinned and said, "Insulting people is a crime? You speak as if you haven't insulted people before." The city guard leader said, "According to the law set by the city lord master, I can take you away at any time, put you in the prison, and whip you 80 times. So serious? The young man was shocked and his face turned pale. The city guard leader looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Now you know fear." Chapter 25:18. The young man chuckled and said, "Master, don't be so serious. I was just speaking casually just now. I didn't mean to scold you. Okay, I'm going to buy something in this shop now. Can I trouble you to make way?" It was unknown what kind of magic this casual sentence had, but after a moment of hesitation, the leader of the guards actually moved aside and allowed the man and woman to enter the store. The other guards of the city lord's mansion looked at their commander with strange expressions. They wanted to ask questions but didn't dare to act rashly. They were all full of doubts. What the hell? In a tea house not far away, the Third Order Dao Source Realm, who was in charge of monitoring Azure Sun Pavilion, jumped 3 feet high and hurriedly released his divine sense to ask the guard leader, "What's wrong with you?" "Lord Jia." Hearing this person's voice transmission, the guard army commander's expression immediately turned solemn. "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in? How dare you disobey this king's order? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." "I let someone in?" The guard leader was shocked when he heard this, but soon, he remembered what he had just done. In an instant, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat and his face turned pale. How could I let someone in? He didn't know what happened just now. Although his mind was clear, he couldn't resist the young man's words and obediently made way for the young man to walk straight into Azure Sun Pavilion. If it weren't for Master Jia's voice, he probably wouldn't have remembered. A soul attack. When Master Jia saw the guard leader's face, he knew that he must have been hit by a soul secret technique, causing him to lose control. Master Jia, what should we do now? Do you want me to bring people in and capture that person? The guard commander asked in a low voice. No hurry. This person seems to be very powerful. And I don't know what he's doing here. Maybe he really is just here to buy something. Let's take a look first, Master Jia replied. Yes. In the shop, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi looked around and found that the shop was really small and there weren't many goods in it. They were placed in a mess, and their value was not high. Near the counter, there were 2 shop assistants with low cultivation. At this moment, both of them were frowning as if their parents had died. From time to time, they would glance at the guards outside and unconsciously murmur, "It's over, it's over, it's over. I don't know what the shopkeeper did, but he's done for." The nerves of these 2 men seemed to be extremely tense as they didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi walked in. Yang Kai glanced at them and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the back of the shop and walked straight to the backyard. Through a corridor, they came to a place that looked like a small garden. In front of the inner room, Yang Kai stood still and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A woman's voice suddenly came from inside. She sounded extremely tired and haggard, as if she hadn't rested for many days. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I'm here to buy something." The woman inside was silent for a moment and then said, "My shop has been in some trouble recently and is temporarily closed. Please go back." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "This young master came all the way from the Southern Territory just to buy something. How dare you ask me to go back?" Southern Territory. A low voice suddenly came from inside, followed by a gust of wind. The door creaked open and a haggard young woman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This young woman looked to be around 27 to 28 years old. She was well dressed, and although her beauty wasn't outstanding, it was still very pleasing to the eye. However, something must have happened to her recently, so her eyes were slightly bloodshot and sunken, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely bright. She looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to see a flower in him. Are you really from the Southern Territory?" the young woman asked nervously. Yang Kai nodded and said that's right. He could see at a glance that this young woman was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and her aura seemed to be a little weak. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she definitely couldn't display her full strength. He didn't know if it was because she didn't work hard enough or because something went wrong with her cultivation. "What proof do you have?" the young woman asked, still worried. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out his Azure Sun golden token, waving it in front of her. The young woman's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened and the little bit of vigilance disappeared, as if she had seen a family member. Her nervous expression immediately relaxed and she said, "Come in and talk." Yang Kai nodded and led Zhang Ruoxi into the room. The young woman looked outside worriedly and made sure that no one was hiding nearby before she closed the door and waved her hands, placing many barriers. After she was done, Yang Kai looked at her with a gloomy face and said, "What kind of trouble have you encountered? Why are you acting like you're facing a great enemy? And what's with those people surrounding the shop?" The young woman didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she solemnly took out a token from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai with both hands. This token looked exactly the same as Yang Kai's Azure Sun golden token, but Yang Kai's token was gold while hers was bronze, symbolizing the difference in status. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the grades of Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens, he could guess at the moment. Gold should be the highest grade, and there should be silver below it, followed by bronze. There was a difference of 2 grades between the two. "Brother, this disciple is Lu Wen. Her master is Elder Chen Qian." Elder Chen Qian. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He knew Chen Qian, one of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. She was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and was mainly in charge of the logistics and supplies of the entire Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had dealt with her several times, but this Elder Chen always gave people a cold feeling and was not easy to communicate with. "Brother, are you Brother Xiaoshang?" Lu Wen looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth and snorted. "Can Xiaoshang be as handsome as me?" Lu Wen heard this and couldn't help but have a strange expression, as if she didn't expect this brother to be so narcissistic. Blushing, she asked, "Then, are you Brother Xiao Bai? Yang Kai said with a black face, "I'm not Xiaoshang, nor Xiao Bai. My name is Yang Kai." "Brother Yang." Lu Wen frowned, as if she was very unfamiliar with this name. Yongkai said, "Since you are a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, how can you not recognize Xia Shang and Xiaobai Yi? These two are the most elite disciples in the temple." Lu Wen said embarrassedly, "Junior sister, I left Azure Sun Temple a long time ago and haven't been back in all these years, so I haven't seen these two brothers." Yongkai said in surprise, "Is that so? Then why did you come to the Eastern Territory and open a shop here?" Lu Wen replied, "I came here to perform a task from the temple. The shop was opened for convenience. I reported all of this to Honored Master and received her support." "Let's hear it," Yongkai said in a deep voice. Although the temple is a sect in the Southern Territory, it also needs to inquire about various kinds of information in the other 3 territories, so in each territory, there are at least 7 or 8 people to as many as 20 to 30 fellow disciples collecting all kinds of information and regularly reporting it to the sect. Junior sister is in charge of this in Earth City. We generally conceal our names and identities, and unless our lives are in danger, we are not allowed to reveal our origins. "Is there such a thing?" Yongkai said in surprise. Lu Wen smiled and said, "Brother Yang must be an elite disciple of the sect, so you don't need to know these things. You just need to cultivate and become stronger. These things are generally taken care of by those disciples who are not very talented and have no hope of cultivating in their lives. Taking care of these things must take a lot of energy and time, so it would delay their cultivation. Naturally, the elite disciples couldn't take care of it." Yongkai nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Wen smiled slightly. "It's nothing, Brother Yang. The sect will be more prosperous when you are strong, and we will have a place to live. It's not only our Azure Sun Temple, but also the other great sects. Many disciples will go to various places in the star boundary to inquire about information." "What trouble have you encountered?" Yongkai asked. Lu Wen's expression darkened and said, "It's not me who has encountered trouble, it's Elder Gao." Yongkai was stunned. "Elder Gao? Which Elder Gao?" After asking, he was shocked and whispered, "Gao Xueqi, Elder Gao?" Yongkai's face changed and said, "Elder Gao has come to the Eastern Territory." "Yes, and now her life may be in danger." "What's going on?" Yongkai asked anxiously. Lu Wen said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll tell you in detail." Under Lu Wen's explanation, Yongkai understood what was going on. It has been more than 20 years since Lu Wen left Azure Sun Temple and came to Earth City. She has been inquiring about all kinds of information here and passing it to the sect. In order to facilitate her work, she opened a shop here. This shop was not to make money, but to hide her identity, so the shop was not operated diligently and was extremely messy. Half a year ago, Lu Wen bought half of an animal skin from a destitute cultivator. The person who sold it to her said that it was passed down from his ancestors and contained ancient secrets. Lu Wen naturally did not believe such nonsense, but seeing the destitute and pitiful person, she was moved and bought the animal skin. But after buying it and studying it for a long time, she had no clue. Feeling strange, she sent the animal skin back to Azure Sun Temple through a special channel along with the information she had obtained during this period. 3 months ago, Gao Xueqi suddenly came to Earth City and asked her about the animal skin. Only then did Lu Wen realize that the animal skin might really have a great origin and seem to hide some secrets. Otherwise, how could it attract a master like Gao Xueqi to come here? Since the sect elder asked, Lu Wen naturally told her everything she knew. Unfortunately, Gao Xueqi did not find any useful clues from her. In the following period, Gao Xueqi had been studying the secrets hidden in the animal skin and would leave Earth City for a while from time to time. Lu Wen did not know what she was doing. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.